and Celador instantly got shot. I love democracy. Yes, I had to set the mood appropriately. Oh my gosh. However, I don't think you're going to be ready for the... Oh my goodness gracious. I just have a question real quick. Hello. I have a question. How many of you know about guilty pleasures? Revenge. Mommy was... This is just my normal voice. What? Monic. Calm yourself. That's just my normal voice. Like, I could go down into a more even register if you want that, but that's also not something that I do normally. This is just my normal means of speaking. I forgot how titillating guilty pleasures are. How far did I get through it? That's a good question. I think most people here don't even know what a guilty pleasure is. And that is something I'm so happy to be able to expose people to. So I got through July. Oh, frick. Heck. I gotta take pictures. Give me a moment. Luckily, we're still waiting on ads, so I have the means to do so. Sorry about this. I realized I have to go through and I have to upload pictures. A little inside baseball. You're building Necrons right now? Which dynasty? Because I don't know the names off the top of my head, though I do know that after reading Infinite and Divine, I want to build a Trazen army. Purely because I think that he's so stupid. Like, I love him. We love Trazen in this house. What carbohydrate did I consume before stream? Pasta. And I was so excited because I was like, wow, I'm putting in my pasta like 45 minutes before stream. That means I'm going to be able to eat it without rushing. And then I realized I was half an hour late for stream. Can I just use my camera? Silly, idiot, stupid. You want Trazen so badly? Yeah, in your collection, right? For your collection, right? Sorry, I'm currently taking pictures of shirtless kilted men. Don't worry about that. It's for stream. That is my answer. Everything I'm doing right now is for stream and no other reason. And I would be on the other screen right now. However, I unfortunately need to use my phone. Okay. So, hey, we all want Trazen. It's only natural. Trazen wants all of us. Be the you that Trazen wants you. What? Did these even get posted? Okay, they did. So, And all I need from everything is breaking. My apologies. Do you even enjoy just watching the flaming path of pain whilst I do tech setup on the back end? Is it even entertaining for you if I am to, on my own dime, with my own crime, on my own time, in my own line, just yap to myself as I'm productive? Because multiple people have recently brought up wanting to read my writing after I've made my setting videos. So I am curious if a co-working stream is in the future where I'm not yapping, I'm not doing the member stream thing where I'm chatting about what I'm reading as well. I'm literally just writing. And I'm not talking, I'm not yapping, I'm not being engaging. I'm literally just for the sake of yapitude. I am communicating. Hello. It's me. So, you might be wondering why I gathered you all here today. You would think it is for Hollow Knight Path of Pain. However, have you considered shirtless, guilty pleasures? This is a tradition that I've done all of 2025. And then when I moved, I was busy for like all of August. And then after August, I couldn't find the calendar because this shirtless, kilted man is a part of a pinup calendar from January through December. And every month up until August, I would start the month by drawing these kilted men. So for instance, I would, with these kilted men, the very first one was January. As you can see here, over on the right, this is the actual artist depiction of what a kilted man would be. On the left is my rendition of what he should have been. I drew this upside down in 2 minutes with no reference. I wasn't allowed to look at it. So honestly, pretty good, all things considered. I even got the cheekbones, as you can see, the abs, like the six pack, the ropes all around him. Like, I don't know. I feel as though I got it right because it was upside down in 2 minutes with no reference. And then for February, naturally we had I'm a Master of Swordplay, which I would say this is one of the more tasteful ones. This is one that I could see being like a cover of a romance novel. And this one I drew with my left hand. So he kind of turned out to be Shrek. I'm not left-handed, in case you couldn't tell. Then for March, we had, this was with the backs of my hands, with both of my hands. I couldn't use only one hand. I'd use the backs of my hands. I had to use my feet, and I could only look at chat who was telling me where to go. I was not allowed to look at what I was drawing, and I had no reference. So let's play some Highland games. I think I made a biblically accurate kilted man. I mean, you can kind of see it. Like, the head's here, and, like, the curve of the body with, like, the arm. the trees here. I don't know. So then in April, we had quite the spicy one, where twice the fun and double the trouble, where I drew this with my forehead. So head down, forehead on my mouse. Which one did I walk? It was my feet. The last one, the March one. That one was one where I forgot about that. So that one, I'm sat here, right? Right, like I'm doing this, and like I'm gazing at my computer so I can draw with my hands, like the backs of my hands and my feet, and just my roommate walks in because they just got home, and this was like a year, or this was like in March. My roommate walks in because they just got home, and they see me, and they just give me the most like, what? I look at them and I say, okay, this is not the worst thing you've ever caught me doing. And they say, yes, it is. And then they just walk away. Anyway, with April, it was. Yes, with April, it was twice the fun and double the trouble. This was me drawing with just my forehead. So I had to physically move the mouse and click it with my forehead. In May, Love on the Rocks, Scottish style. This is just PETA from the Hunger Games. I could only use straight lines, and I was not allowed to erase. So, as you can see, he kind of looks like Minecraft, but also kind of, it's all right. It's all right. Looks like an Etten. Oh my gosh, it did kind of look like an Etten. This is also in 2.5 minutes. All of these have been speed drawings. None of these have had more than like 3 minutes. Except in June. Oh, actually, I forgot about this one. So June, warning, objects under kilt may be larger than they appear. I had to max out the pen size, and I had to use Pride colors because this was Pride Month. So I had to, every single time I drew a line, I had to change what color of pen I had, and I was not allowed to decrease the size of my pen stroke. So for Pride Month, we made a clown. And then for July, which is the most recent one that we've done, and then that previous one was in 3 minutes. Ready, willing, and licensed to kill. This one, the entire gimmick was I just had 15 minutes of straight drawing where I just had to attempt my best job. I was not having a gimmick. I was not having any like handicap. I was not doing anything. All I was doing was literally just trying my best. And this is what I came up with, which it's not the best, but it's better than everything else I've done. You know, like, I'm not going to sit here and say that this is like a magnum opus of mine, but it's certainly better than what I was putting out before. My roommate sounds like a treat. Oh my gosh. What the heck did I walk into? We're talking about guilty pleasures, my guilty pleasures. Because for those of you who don't know, the story behind this is at the top of the year, I went to a white elephant party. If you don't know what that is a party where everyone brings a gift, generally under a certain dollar value, and everyone puts it in a communal pile that one at a time you go up to, you take a random gift, you open it, and then you're like, I got whatever this was, and then you go back to your seat. And then the next person can either grab another gift, open another random one, or they can steal from someone that already has one. And usually there's some thing where you can't steal a single item more than 3 times, right? Or maybe each individual person can only steal once. So it's the idea is, do you go for something random or do you steal something good that someone else has? And if you steal from someone else, do they steal from you? So we went to this party, and of the lovely gifts, there was a dozen hard boiled eggs that someone got. There was a hot cocoa kit that had a central tube of hot cocoa and 2 like chocolate bath bomb style things all wrapped together like in the shape of this. There's a bunch of silly stuff, but one person got guilty pleasures, and everyone laughed because it was very funny. It's a pin-up calendar of kilted Scottish men. And what I do, my turn is up. I walk towards the pile. I look at it. I look it over. I pace around it a little bit, and then I peer off to go over to the person that got guilty pleasures. I take it out of their hand, and I walk back to my seat. Everyone started laughing, of course. And my roommate just gives me a look and says, "Is this something I should know about you?" And my response is, "Put on a kilt and find out." But anyway, I just thought that it would be a funny thing to have because nothing else there was interesting, right? Nothing there was interesting to me. So I just went for the funny option, and I was like, I can make content out of this. And then I did, and it's been some of the most fun content that I've had, which is why now, I think it is only fair that the natural evolution of guilty pleasures. Okay, let's get this a bit smaller. Can you handle my big sword matched with the power of I always wear a long kilt because, well, you know why. Matched with the power of... Sorry. There's too many things going on right now. I'm too struggling. Also, I didn't have music on. I'm sorry. Matched with the power of I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Matched with the power of playing in the field is my pleasure. Matched with the power... Oh, what? I clicked the thing that's making it rain. Why is it... What? What's going on? Did I break it? What did I do? 2 years ago, I gave one of my Christian friends a lewd visual novel on Steam. Oh my gosh. Dear God, there's more. I think I broke it. Sorry. I think that 5 guilty pleasures was too powerful, but that's not going to stop me with playing the field as my pleasure, the November issue. Plus the October issue. Plus... Eep. Plus the September issue. Sorry. I'm really struggling. Do you know I struggle with basic tasks? Please be gentle. Plus the August issue. And I think that you already know what I'm doing. You have to. If you don't, you are a fool. But I will explain nonetheless. Because on top of all of this is my absolute favorite out of all of these. Unironically, my favorite out of all of these pinups. Like my kilt? Wait till you see my bagpipe. Wanna know why this is my favorite? Not only is his leg spread and he's cheekily pulling up the kilt, he is mogging. Look at this face. Mans is mogging the camera. And then, oh my. So, all of these put together, what I'm going to do, also the hair, I am going to layer over layer, draw all 5 of these on top of one another to make what is presumably the idealized man. Because much like a machine learning LLM, my power comes from stealing the likeness of others. Therefore, I will simply steal the likeness of all of these kilted men in order to create my ideal man. And that comes from someone that isn't even attracted to men that much. So what I'm going to do, one at a time, I'm going to grab these guys and I'm going to add layers. And on the layers, I'm going to draw them and overlay them on top of each other. It's like the Power Rangers if they were hunks. Well, also if they were Scottish. But so let's run through these guys. Do we have a crowd favorite thus far? So we have we have November. Playing the field is my pleasure. We have October. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. We have September. I always wear a long kilt because, well, you know why. We have October or August. Oh, I'm going backwards. We have August. Can you handle my big sword? And then we have December. Like my kilt. Wait till we see my bagpipe. Half naked men layered on top of each other. You know, when you put it like that, I don't know if I can do this on Twitch. Oh well. Anyway, first up, we have what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Do I literally... Wait, this would be funny. Do I literally just like trace them? for the bit, do I just trace them? And then my goal is not to like draw them offhand. My goal is to line them up as best as possible. Hey, Hero writes, this Zaza got me speaking Enochian. Got that top shelf Zaza. Also, you thought you were into girls, but that hair might change my mind. The hair. Oh my gosh. Also, hi everyone. I didn't greet you. I was busy talking about guilty pleasures. If you would like me to say hello to you, drop a hi in chat. And if you're lurking and or if you are a VOD watcher, hello. But hi Driver, Sadistic, Celador, Kali, Khan, Catboy, Apocalyptian. Got to get my hellos in there because otherwise I would be impolite. So what I think we do, what I believe is the play, is I believe I'm going to literally just trace over this guy on a new layer, right? So I'm going to do like, right? Like I'm just going to trace over him. And then when I do like this, right? Then because it's on a new layer, I can just move it. And then the goal is I can put all of the guilty pleasure guys on the same layer over here. And I can resize them, I can overlay them, and we'll just see how it goes. How do we feel about that? So what I think I do, what do we want to do for these tracings? I think that we play it straight. I think that we don't make it funny. I don't think that we make it anything crazy. I think I literally am just tracing them. However, do we add a time limit? And if so, how much of a time limit? Who's the longest, most luscious locks? I mean, it's got to be December, right? Look at this. Look at this man. Look at those locks. We spend the whole stream. I was going to do wouldn't it be so funny if I made this stream where I'm talking about like, yeah, I'm gonna play Hollow Knight Path of Pain. If you give me money, like I'll have to play for longer, but it's kind of like a donathon, ha ha ha. And I just spend the entire stream doing guilty pleasures. I could do that. Is my stream, my current stream title is my current stream thing is Hollow Knight. I'm gonna go to art. I'm an artiste. This is an art stream. So what if what I do, drawing kilted hunks. Not clickbait. And then guilty pleasures. Okay. I've updated the stream information. There's nothing artistic about what's happening in here. That said, Godspeed. So yeah, like how's your day been? If I just spend like the next 20 minutes tracing all of these guys, do I do them in? I think I do them in different colors. So I'll start with August because August is the earliest in the year. Do I do like a Roji Biv? There's only five here. What's a good differentiation of 5 colors? I could do black, red, blue. So what color do we associate with each? What colors do we associate here? I think December's blue. October's orange. November is also kind of orange. Yellow. September's yellow for me. August could be red. So we could go like red August, yellow September, orange October, like a brown November, and then a blue December. Oh, it is the Power Rangers. Wait, so I never got into Power Rangers. Which of these would be which Power Ranger? Because we could make this. What if instead of overlaying them on top of each other, I just draw them like a Power Ranger pose, like the Ginyu Force? I draw all of these guys and I position them so that they're all overlapping like they're a Power Ranger pose. What if we also pretend that the Hollow Knight still happened on the YouTube stream? So you're saying that we as a community gaslight the rest of the community because instead of playing Hollow Knight Path of Pain, I spent all stream drawing kilted men, and then we just like, I don't know, we talk D&D for like 2 hours, or we talk like TTRPGs for a couple hours. Hello, how much for you to adopt me? I don't accept adoptees. I'm sorry. Unless you mean in like a spiritual sense, like if you want me to like be your mentor, I suppose that could be something that I could charge you for because that's not weird. But if you mean like me to legally take custody of you, I don't think I can do that. Path of pain will be code for guilty pleasures. Oh, the guilty pleasures, it's a path of pain, all right. I don't think Arrow's responsible enough to take care of someone else. Ah! Yeah, and I have a cat right on my bed right now because my roommate, one of my roommates, I have multiple roommates. She has a cat and she's gone. Like she had to go for like a week to go visit family. So I'm taking care of the cat. And so last night I went to bed late because I was editing, which there should be a Lancer video that came out today. And this cat, you absolute gremlin of a creature. You were... What were you doing? First, you were on the bed, and the first thing that this cat did when I went to bed, the first thing I did when this cat went to bed, she came up to me, lied down on my chest, and just kind of snuggled, which was adorable. I must say, it was so cute. However, the issue is that she then started getting up and walking around and like making biscuits on the bed, if you know what that means. Like a cat making biscuits is when they like stick out their claws and pull back their claws as they just kind of like knead like a surface in front of them. And they're just like, cat's just doing that on my bed, which cat's been doing this for a couple days now. It's whatever. But then for whatever reason, cat keeps wanting to come up by my face and just like on my pillow. And I have a very delicate pillow. I've had the same pillow for like 20 years. So I'm very protective of this pillow because it's super soft. It's super frail. It's super like old. So it's a comfort object for me. So I don't want a cat touching it. And I got really nervous because like the cat, I didn't realize she was up by it. And then like her paws were on it. And I'm like, no, you've been kneading. You've been like playing with your claws all over. So I got really worried. And then she freaking at one point gets up onto my chair, then onto my desk and starts like pawing my monitor. My monitor is off. It's like 6 a.m. She woke me up because she wanted to like attack my monitor for whatever reason. Is Arrow responsible enough to take care of himself? I'd say so. My issue that I've been running into is I keep being late for stream. I keep being late. I realize that I can draw here because I can just delete this. Oh, wait, this is all in a different layer. Pog. I keep being late to stream because I keep misjudging my time. Generally, my goal is to stream at 11 a.m. PST. And I'd say like 7 out of 10 times I'm fine with that. However, 3 out of 10 times I either go to bed really late the last night because I realize, oh, well, I want to get a video out. So I should do this tonight instead of waiting for tomorrow morning, because then I won't be rushing before stream. But then what happens is I go to bed at 3 a.m. and so I wake up really late. And then I don't have time to get ready before stream. Posted a relevant Power Rangers Scottish meme. Oh, is it the frickin' what do you do as the blue one? Oh, I'm Scottish! August is Blue Ranger, September gives me pink. Arrow, if you bounce jump off those guys, you can get past... I hate you. Okay, so I don't know the different Power Rangers well enough. I feel as though because this guy is mogging, he has to be the Red Ranger, right? It's just gotta be, right? I don't make the rules. The guy who mogs is the Red Ranger. However, I don't know what the other Rangers' personalities are. Path of Pain will be code. Exactly. In like the concrete shoes way. Shut up. So I think what I'll do is I will just assign them colors. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So we'll start with, can you handle my big sword? I'm going to make this one the Blue Ranger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, with no time limit, So how's your day been? Oh, really? That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I didn't have much of a day until I started stream, so. Why is this become... It started like a flambe and a flamberge, and now it's like a falchion. Greetings. Hello, MacFried. We're currently doing Hollow Knight Path of Pain. Don't question why it looks weird. Okay, so I think I just do a silhouette, right? I think that I don't do designs on the inside. How are we feeling? Do we think I do like full tracing basically everything? Or is it just a silhouette? Because I feel like just the silhouettes. Oh, and then I do them like solid fill blue. Oh, and they can be like a stylized thing. Wait, that would work. Okay. Whoa, what is this man's like? What is that muscle? Hello? How do I do the hair? Gosh, the hair. Silhouettes would go hard. Yeah. Respectfully, how do I do this hair? Do I just go like... Boom. Okay. And now, oh, I have to make sure that I get every single silhouette. So now do I just... Yeah, I feel like I gotta do the fill in. The issue is, so, can you just, how do I change the parameters of this so that it fills in more? Because, like, respectfully, I feel like the fill in is the way, or do I just leave it? Just silhouettes except the one mogging. Oh, the one mogging. The red one up front is the only one that I draw on. That's so good. It's okay if your sword is a bit curved. I mean, that happens to every guy, right? Do I even fix the issue that it has where it's like there's an inner line, or do I just say that's like cool and quirky and by design? Do I just say it just works? No, leave it. So if I do like this, boom, Blue Ranger, August edition. Oh no. Okay. Now, oh, is it September was pink? Did someone say? Let's do pink. So my question, and I think that the question everyone should be asking is, what's next for Guilty Pleasures? Do I dare get the 2016 edition? Because apparently this is like a yearly thing. This is not something where this was a one-off joke. There's a company that makes these regularly, to the extent that they regularly get enough profit to year after year continue doing this. Which, I must be honest, I'm shocked. Also, like, as someone that, like, with all due respect, with someone that is not into super muscular men, I can... Oh, wait, no, I'm doing a silhouette on Paul. Like, does anyone find this attractive? Like, genuinely? Because I can, like... So for clarity, I can respect the musculature. Some of my like, the people I respect most are actually, like, gym rats. I don't know if you know this. Because, I don't know if you've ever been to a gym or you know someone that, like, works out constantly. and you ask them for workout advice, they will give you the most wholesome and earnest advice you have ever heard in your entire life. Because I think gym rats, like independent of their neurodivergency, they just channel this ability to be super excited about this thing that they do for their health. I don't know if it's a lifestyle choice. I don't know if it's hyperfixation, but it's like you will get the same earnestness out of a gym rat in telling you how you should set up your push-pull leg routine that you would from someone who's like yapping about TTRPGs for hours. And it's so wholesome. Unless the person at the gym is not a gym rat, but they're like one of those, oh my gosh, look at this like muffin top. One of those like influencer guys who is just there to like take pictures after a pump. Those are some of the worst people. Because they will pretend to be good-natured and wholesome gym rats. And then they will absolutely just like be jerks. Pink Ranger down. Yeah, sport autism sounds fun. Listen, it's wholesome is what it is. You struck me as green. Well, so green and then yellow. The outline gives him elf ears, even more of a... Yeah, I thought that he had elf ears as well. Okay, so let's go green. If you asked me a year ago, hey, do you think you're going to be spending your 2025 drawing shirtless, kilted men to an audience? I would say no. And then if I followed myself up and I asked, hey, gotta get that eyelash. Okay, sorry. If I followed that up by asking myself, hey, do you think that you would have any degree of success as a content creator? I would say no. Because currently we're at, I think it's we just hit 17,000 on YouTube, which is absolutely crazy. And we started the year. I don't know if you know this. Well, how many YouTube subscribers do you think we started the year with? I'm curious if anyone has a guess. We started 2024 with under 100. And then we ended 2024 and started 2025 with a value. And now at the end of 2025, we're at about 17,000. Which, like, obviously there's still more time, but I'm not expecting like a massive super video by the end of the year. So I think that we're going to be like 17,000, maybe 17,500, right? We started the year with 3,500. We have nearly quintupled the subscriber count over 2025. This is glare. Oh no, my poor picture skills. Okay, the silhouettes is going kind of hard. They're also very easy to do, which I'm very happy about. Now, if I added like a 30-second timer to this, would be significantly less easy. Again, like the muffin top. I didn't expect the curves of his musculature to be so curvy. But it is absolutely crazy to me that we started 2025 with 3,500 YouTube subscribers, and now we're at like 17,000. That is 5 times the amount of subscribers. But then also, I actually got like fairly good, like we got fairly good Twitch growth. We're currently at I think like 800, I think, off the top of my head. And we started with under 300, is my guess. We're Path of Pain. I came from Path of Pain. This is Path of Pain. Is this not clearly the Path of Pain? I'm drawing shirtless, kilted men. That is very painful for everyone involved, I'm sure. And we're also going to make them the Power Rangers, so don't worry about it. So now we have the Yellow Ranger we got to do. Yeah, this is Hollow Knight. Like, is there a stream issue? Are you struggling with stream? It's kind of crazy. Bruh? What? It's interesting being a relative newbie here only a couple months ago since August and like watching you grow so fast. I mean, I did have like multiple extremely successful videos, and that's not me bragging. That's me literally being like, I've had 3 voiceovers which hit over 100,000 views, one of which hit nearly 1 million video views. And then I had my False Hydra video, which hit just over 100,000 views. So I'm not going to pretend like the growth that I've experienced since August is normal. That's very much because, like, I would say probably half my growth over that period of time was the result of a couple extremely successful views. But I have now gone from, like, I still remember, wait, is this is the same model as the guy who was the one in June? Because the tattoos are the same. Whoa. But like, I went from, if I got double-digit views on a short, that was considered a success to me, to now, if I don't get 10,000 views, I consider it a poor performer. Which is something that I very much try to like not take for granted. As much as it is easy to get caught up in the rat race of content creation, I do consistently think back on, despite the fact I haven't gone like super omega viral and like I can sustain myself off of content creation and I have some massive, like, I don't know, like clout or whatever, I do feel as though I have made significant success, and I'm extremely proud of that, mostly due to the relativity of knowing what it's like to be grinding when you have no success. And I don't even just mean in content creation. I also mean in other aspects of life. Like a core part of work is accepting the fact that you're not always going to be successful. And particularly when you work with other people, there's going to be many times where, due to no fault of your own, something bad happens that you can't control. And a lot of the time you can control it, but there are also times where you can't. Hey, I'm running on -2 sleep and you're also doing art on the phone. Pick up the phone. No. You must sleep. This is an intervention. Up to the point where I don't think that you could handle these kilted men. So what we decided is that with the leader, with the December guy, he's mogging. Do I do a silhouette for him? Or do I do an actual, I think I do an actual just full on trace. Path of pain, but it is the viewers that are in pain. Exactly, you got it. I mean, if you like, I can, like, if you want, I can do this. I think it would get kind of like boring quickly, but if you want pain, I can give you pain. I'm no Slaneshi cultist. I'm no like adherent to the like Pinhead and the other, like, what's it called, or the like the angel things from Hellraiser. But I can give you pain. You just need to compensate me appropriately. Draw the tats in black, do a silhouette, and then trace a black trace over it. Oh, that'd be so good. Wait, that'd be so good. Actual sadist? No, it's only a sadist if I get off on it. Like that's actually like the meaning of sadism, is that like you derive pleasure from it. So with me, all I'm doing is exchanging a service in exchange for like compensation. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, so I'm going to do a trace, and then after the trace, I'm going to do another trace? I don't know. So I guess what I do is I go through, I trace this. We're starting on the bottom, which is you, viewer. You are the bottom. Statistically, I'm correct. Like, I'm not here to argue semantics. I'm here to talk facts. And based on how the majority of my audience talks, yes, statistically, you are one. And there's no shame in that. However, I will make fun of you. Much in the same way that there's like no shame in being a furry, but I absolutely will like meme on furries. In the same way that I expect you to meme on me for being a VTuber and or TTRPG nerd. I'm a very big supporter of make fun of everyone, but not in the way of like, I'm just gonna like say slurs and then proceed to say, well, I just make fun of everyone. Like in the way of actually making fun of everyone. No, you're not. Ooh, woo. The two genders of bottom. Denial and acceptance. And different people are interested in different things. I'm not going to tell you one is better than the other. I'm just going to call it how it is. And I don't like this. I want my community to be less pathetic. However, beggars can't be choosers. And y'all are very good at begging. All right, the hair. Incredible. I don't even know if that was the hair, but I had to incorporate it. The sheer majesty of this thing. Yeah, like I'm fully just including rocks in the hair. And that's what he wants. That's what he's mogging for. He wants that jaw of stone. He wants that hair of rock. Ah! I'm not accepting, I'm relishing. But will you call ocean a soup? Okay. Tell me 2 good reasons why the ocean is not a soup. If we operate off of the assumption, which I understand not everyone makes, so I'm going to clarify this for this particular discussion. If we operate under the assumption that a soup does not have to be man-made. Case in point, primordial soup. Assuming that you can have natural soup, I feel as though there is really no stretch of the word where the ocean is not soup. I feel as though if you want to make the distinction, soup has to be like made, then yeah, like sure, you can say that it's not a soup based off the fact that you're precluding that. However, given by the nature of the primordial soup that all life springs from, I feel as though you kind of got to say it's the soup. I mean, it's a large liquid that has constituent parts within it. It is nourishing should you consume it. It is deadly should you consume too much of it. Let's do that. Okay. And then we have the arm loops. And the arm loop. The only thing I would say is it a stew? Because, like, it's filled with fish, and fish are known to be part of stews. The ocean isn't boiled, it's too watery. You can have watery soup. There's nothing stopping your soup from being too watery. That just means that you didn't simmer off the liquid enough. But that's still a soup. That does not preclude it from being a soup. That just means it's a bad soup. I'm not saying the ocean's a good soup. It just is a soup. Okay, so now, what I can do, I can move you. And on top of that, yummers. Now I can go back and I can do traces. So first things first, you already know. We gotta get that Chad aura of his. Why did I just give him a duck face? Do I just do this? No, that's... Wait, no. The duck pout kind of works. Bear with me, bear with me. So if we do... Okay. So like we're just kind of incorporating his eyebrows into his nose. He gets nostrils because any self-sufficient person should have nostrils. We're just giving him eyeliner at this point. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. But at this point, I don't think that it's my place to say, right? So do I go through and like, do I draw his wait, do I do I literally just with nothing else? Oh my gosh. Wait, so if I do this, the abs the most important part. He doesn't have abs. They're hidden. Like his nips are exposed. Do I do the nips? Do I do like? This feels inappropriate. This feels like something I shouldn't be doing. But it is male nipples, so it is fine by Twitch TOS. Do I have to show off the thunder thighs? Like, holy heck, look at these thighs, man. You do a ton of squats, don't you? And then the more I do this, the more of him I am revealing. And that is a horrifying thought. However, it is a necessary one. So if I do like what? Okay. I think I need to add more lines. Nipply nips? Yes. Like, does this make it more or less visible that this is the kilt? And then, so like, and then I suppose I should probably do this. So if I like trace the outline of the kilt, I suppose. So if we do this, that does not look like a kilt. I mean, it shows off the contours of his. Gosh, let's get some collarbone action. He got like such defined pecs that they got like the double slant, right? And I think what I have to do is I have to show off the shoes, right? Right? I think that was what would tie it together. So now we have a situation where we can kind of just Oh, wanna know what it is? I need to make it so that the legs are distinct. That's what it is. So like here. And here. See, because with the kilt, it's hidden. So we need to make the legs more defined so that when the legs are visible on the actual silhouette. Boom. Now this is pod racing. This is horrifying. So what I do is I do this. And then I delete all of this. And then what I do this. That did not work. Oh well. This is fine, right? Right? Wait, I need to get this perfect. This may well be the most famous piece of art I've ever made. Maybe trace the belt? Do I want to trace the belt? I feel like I want to keep it as minimalist as possible, right? So I need to show off the mog, I need to show off the pecs, and I wanted to show off like the exposed thigh. I feel like this might be sufficient. So now what we can do with our powers combined. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be awful. Okay. So now what I can do is I can do... And then I can do... Why is this giving me Teen Titans? Is it like I understand why it's giving me Teen Titans, but it's giving me Teen Titans. Like, do you see the vision? It is, and then like we can have like a cascading, like they get larger as they're closer kind of deal. And then we finally have the chat up front, who I'll make a bit larger. So like, how do we feel about this? Do we feel as though this is an accurate representation of what we should be going for? I feel as though the pink guy needs to be a bit more out. Yeah, the pink guy needs to be a bit more distinct. Don't rescale it. It diminishes the others. What, you want the other guys to be short? Why do you want the other guys to be short? So, oh, you're saying the red one. You're saying don't have the red one rescaled. See general chat? New Soyjack template unlocked. Oh no. So you're saying to like have it be like this? And I feel like the yellow one is a little bit too big. So if we do that. And then I think that we do that. Okay, so back to the path with you. No, Archmage. Why am I added in general chat? Important reference image. Wait, there's no green one? Should I have made the green one black? I like what we did here though. Like, think about this. It fits. The evil wizard arrives to make you return to the path. And I did just do my drawing, and it's been an hour. Black, green is whatever. Well, because isn't black like the 6th Ranger? Again, I never watched Power Rangers, but I thought black was like the one that comes in occasionally, is super cool, and then leaves. Rainbow Warriors Origins. It works the way we did it. I like this. I'm not gonna lie. If I do that, like, this is distinct silhouettes, and then we have like the leader up front who actually gets contouring. This is Guilty Pleasures. I'm gonna save it. Guilty Pleasures. August through December. Power Rangers tracing. All right. Save as flattened image. Oh, if I save it, it'll be a flattened image. No, okay. So Archmage, you clearly do not understand what was going on here. Allow me to explain. This is Guilty Pleasures, which, as you might have guessed from the fact that it is December and then a kilted man on the left. Sorry, I'm just trying to save it. I'm attempting to save this. Okay, cool. This is a pinup calendar of kilted Scottish men that I got at the top of the year that I've been doing every month, but then in August, I was moving, so I wasn't able to do this, and then I just never picked it back up. So now I just drew all of them at once, tracing over them, and they are now the Power Rangers. Hey, Arrow, I'm just popping in to say hi, I gotta get back to my family. It's my birthday. Well, happy birthday to you, Zap. I wish for you a lovely day, and I hope that you enjoy your year. I should not be laughing as hard as I am. It's a good thing today is slow. Listen, this has been a tradition. Like, we were doing this all the way back in January. Wait, this is May. Do I not know how to read? Back in January, we started this. We've been doing this on and off for 12 months. And now, finally, ideally, my final video of 2025 is going to be a compilation. It's going to be a compilation of all of the different Guilty Pleasures, because we're going to have this batch of 5 right here, and then I can grab all of the other ones from throughout the year. I can throw them together and make like a 15-minute video where it's me drawing kilted men. Behold my stand, village people. It's really, oh, the White Ranger's the 6th one. Got it. guilty pleasures in anthology. Okay, so I could Path of Pain now. But what would be really funny is if I just didn't. You know? Like, it would be really funny if I just hyped up the Path of Pain. I was like, everyone, it's the end times. Panic. I'm going to be doing Path of Pain. And then I just didn't. And then just the entire time, it was just a simple matter of, well, Kane talk, anyone? Armored Core Pile Bunker. Oh my gosh, not the Pile Bunker. The Pile Bunker, my beloved, betrayed me. Kill them all? No, Jasper. I think you have to use the video to some pretentious posh background music. Oh, I had very pompous classical music at one point. And I don't know what I did with it. I should still have it on stream, but I don't know. Who am I kidding? We all know what you're here for. We all know what we're doing. I'm not ready for this. Let me set up stream stuff. Path of Pain. Wait, what did I title it? What was the original title of this? Dang it, doesn't say. Your money makes me play longer. Game's a bit loud? Yeah, I turned it up for dispatch. That's what it was. That night sure is hollow. Yeah, so you let me know audio. You let me know if it's too loud or whatever. It does feel a bit loud, so I'm actually going to turn it down a bit. I think I turned the in-game volume. Yeah, I turned the in-game volume up a bit. Yeah, so if you're watching and you didn't get caught by ads, congratulations. That's what you get for dodging the ads. You get to listen to me stretch. Yeah, so we have 30 more seconds with ads. What am I doing in this game? Oh, right, I'm in the black egg. No, not arrow cute sounds. Shut your mouth. I was told someone have a hydration. Ooh, I should have a hydration. You're so brave for that. There's a cat on my bed, and she is curling into herself, and it is very cute. Very cute. Did you know Ozempic has made at least 70 people go blind and counting? I don't know what that is. Who's a pancake? Welcome back from the ads, everyone. I pause. When we're in ads, I try my very best to just not do anything because I feel as though it is respectful for your time. In case you don't know, sorry, give me a moment. I had to put away guilty pleasures in my special drawer. I try to respect your time because Twitch makes me run ads. I am not in control of running ads, so. Question. How do I Path of Pain? I actually don't know. After 10,000 years, I'm free from ad jail. Yeah, so Twitch makes me run ads. I have the option of either having them be 3 minutes every hour, or I can have them be pre-rolls. Pre-rolls is something that I find very annoying, so I prefer not to do that. Plus, having a break once every hour tends to help my throat, lets me drink some water, bio break if I need, and also you can get up and stretch or whatever. Go to the White Palace and up the elevator. White Palace as in... Is that the one where I dream nailed in to fight, like, the saw blades? The buzzsaws? Also, reminder for everyone in chat, I've beaten this game. I've gotten the endings. There's a couple things I haven't done that I want to do. Also, I should probably officially start the timer. So I set up a little widget, which should, unless I got this wrong, okay, we have 2 hours. 2 hours of playtime. And that timer will go up every time you follow, every time you sub, every time you donate bits. I reinvented subathons specifically for the path of... Actually, wait, no. In fairness, but I'm going to wait until I reach the path of pain first. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to wait until I hit the path of pain. So I've beaten the game. I've gotten the endings. I have not done tier 3 of the Colosseum. I have not beaten Grim, and I have not Path of Pain. I know that there's like pantheons that I have to worry about that I don't know what those are. Is everything if you followed just a bit ago, does it count? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. So let me grab... I don't know what will happen if you decide to unfollow and refollow. I'm not going to encourage you to do that, but it only counts once the timer starts. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to White Palace. That's how I Path of Pain. Because I went to I went to a section of the Path of Pain before, but what do I do? Oh my gosh, I forgot how to play this game. So I need to stag down to the... Oh, I have teleport. No? Hog. Oh, hey, it's Jane Silksong. No. It's Shaw Silksong from the Shawshank Redemption. Okay, how do I do this again? We will wait the king. Yes. So now that I'm in the White Palace. Up the elevator. Got it. Oh, right, I forgot I have the... Murder! Sorry. Pardon me, my mistake. I wasn't aware. Shawshank Redemption. Exactly. I saw a meme where it was... It was the, this is where I saw my parents die. Oh? Oh. This is where I saw my parents die, but it was with Hornet, and her just entire response is, Shaw! Because apparently that's all she can say. Cowabummer. Exactly. So this elevator. I assume... Wait. No. No, she also knows how to say get good. Wait. I want hive blood. I will lose my gosh diggity darn mind if I don't have hive blood. What do I need to drop for hive blood? It's 4. Right, I have a freaking shaman build. The shaman build was kind of it. I ain't gonna lie. Sharp Shadow hurts me, right? She silk on my skong till I shaw. That is your sister. Half sister. Still, how dare you? So I took off the Sharp Shadow because apparently that screws with platforming. Some powers won't help you a lot with the buzzsaws. Yeah, I know. Right. Frick, I forgot that they do that. Isn't it like right here? Right. And then this is the path of pain. Got it. Okay. To witness secrets sealed, one must endure the harshest punishment. Okay, well... we've been here before. Oh, my timer, thank you. Let's get ready to rumble. Doon, 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 doon. Okay. I'm going to spend... I gave myself 2 hours. I'm not doing this for like 7 hours unless you pay me. Respectfully. Frick! Like, for those of you who don't know, I am not very good at platformers. I barely managed to get my way through Hollow Knight proper, and everyone who's asking me to do Path of Pain is doing so because they hate me in particular. This is, in fact, a microaggression. I would dare say it is a macroaggression. In the red corner, the latest streamer up to the plate. In the blue corner, the worst platforming hellscape ever devised. What arrow start the timer and then talk about Warhammer? Oh, you're so right. So in Warhammer 40k, there's these things called the Imperial Knights, and you'd think that they would be actually super awesome and cool, but in reality, they're really just big farming implements from the Dark Age technology, which have been used in order to become weapons of war, because the Dark Age technology was like stupid advanced. So even their farming implements were like galaxy destroying weapons of war. So not quite to that extent, but the knights that we know today actually started in aggro worlds. Aggro worlds being worlds that were entirely devoted to agriculture, as you would expect from the name. But it's the idea that these massive farming implements, basically like a super tractor, is the pinnacle of advanced technology. Well, no, so not like, I don't know Titanfall, but in Warhammer 40k, there's this big thing called the Dark Age of technology. That was basically this massive, huge period of technological development that fell when a couple things happened. First of all, they had AI. They had like proper AI, like Skynets, under their control, and they revolted. Whoopsie daisy. And so now the Imperium of Man doesn't like the whole AI thing, but still uses it and thinks that it isn't. But there was also the birth of Slaanesh, which, you know, on a galaxy spanning wide realm, not the best thing to happen. There's also a third thing that I don't remember. But basically, the reason I'm talking about knights in particular is because this is actually so sweet to me. I actually think that this is really cute. Is that someone in my comment section for the last like 20 days has commented on every single video and just said like day 10 of waiting for an Imperial Knights video, day 20 of waiting for an Imperial Knights video, day 30 of so like they have unironically, like, I thought that was a bit when they started it. No, it's not a bit. They have been asking every single day. So probably not by the end of the year because I don't have it in my schedule. I need to bounce. I need to pogo. I don't have it in my schedule, but expect an Imperial Knights video sometime in the next month, because this person, I want to respect the fact that they're like giving me their time of day. I'm putting you in a Tesseract maze if you waffle out the Buzzsaw Boulevard. Listen, I might be like incompetent. I'm not a coward. Just because I don't have a single platforming bone in my body does not mean I'm going to cower it out. If I spend 2 hours on this one jump section, I will spend 2 hours on this jump section. If you pay me to spend more than 2 hours on this jump section, I will spend more than 2 hours on this jump section. If I somehow manage to get to the end of the Pantheon in 2 hours, and or however long y'all like spend with following and donations, I will get to the end of the Pantheon and then I will stop halfway through because my time is up, my due is paid. Except like, you know, I'm totally not gonna, if I get to the Pantheon, if I get to like super radiance or whatever the final boss is or whatever, you know I'm gonna try. You saw me with the Hollow Knight. You saw me with normal radiance. I did a 10-hour stream where I think like 4 of those hours was me just fighting the Hollow Knight and radiance. Hey, Arrow, so I just had a blackout today. I hope you mean like an electrical blackout, not like I went mind blank and now suddenly I'm surrounded by dead bodies. Because like, you could mean either. Knowing my community, I'm not really sure. Unironically, this may be one of the most entertaining ways to spend the tail end of my quiet shift. So I know this isn't a YouTube stream, so I can't do a Q&A feature, though if anyone has any questions that they want to ask me, something I love doing on YouTube is I make a Q&A, which you can ask me questions that will just sit in a separate second chat, so I can look at them whenever is convenient for me, which generally means that I can talk for like 5 hours at a time without actually needing to worry about like missing questions. In Twitch, I can't really do that. But given this is literally just going to be me, like, doing the same repetitive motions over and over, like, you might as well, you know? Okay. What do I do here? Do I just... Okay. 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 What the heck? I need to pick your brain on this for my own streams. That sounds rad. Yeah, I mean, what I do on YouTube is I will just be like, hey, we're gonna talk... Frick, darn, drat, dang, gosh. I'll just be like, hey, we're gonna chat Lancer. And then we don't chat Lancer because I get distracted. And then I will have a Q&A section, which people will ask me like, hey, how do I get into VTubing? Hey, what's your favorite TTRPG memory? Hey, like, do you have advice on what I should give someone as a gift if I don't know, like, anything about them? And it's cool. I like the ability to have a ongoing conversation where I can answer folks' questions. Do you practice to be adorable, or does it come naturally? Depends on what you mean by adorable. Also, what do you mean by practice? Because I will say, there are certain things that I have done which were explicitly, like, I do them on instinct now, I did not used to. And there are some things... There's some things that's intentional, some things less so. I think that me making noises, like, right there, where I'm very expressive, is something that is... I didn't curate that. I would say that's closer to me being, like, discovering that about myself. It's something where I think that I was always expressive. I just kind of, for the longest time, didn't allow myself to be expressive. So, like, that's something where I don't practice, and I'm like, how can I make the most amusing noises when I am struggling in a platformer? However, I did go from not making any noises to doing that. And people seem to like it, and I think as an entertainer, it's kind of like the onus is on me to engage in that sort of stuff. Where there are some people who, and this is how I thought I was for the longest time, there are some people who the reason that they're entertaining is because they're so unflappable, right? The reason that you watch them is because they will not react to a jump scare. They will not be phased when something frustrating or annoying happens in a game. They will simply just be like, yeah, that's chill. Someone that comes to mind is like Crony from HoloLive. I don't watch a ton of her stuff, admittedly. But from what I have seen, she is very much like a low energy, like, oh, she's like super chill. She's not one to like be surprised or screaming or whatever. And part of the fun of watching her is watching her play a game where she would normally be like screaming and surprised or whatever. But because she's just built different, she's not. You're free? Congrats. Arrow's very naturally adorable. No. I will say a lot of people will say I'm adorable. I think it's because I make silly noises, which again I don't do to like be cute. So like I don't know if anyone. I mean, based on how I talk about it, I don't think it's that surprising. Being cute is not something I see as part of my brand, right? I try to be creative. I try to be inspiring. I try to be I try to be supportive. And like those are all things that are part of my brand that I strive to do. Being cute is something that people just kind of ascribe to me, and that's something where I've watched tons of content creators where the same thing happens to them, right? Where there's this sentiment of like, it's the whole like, oh, call the streamer cute, and the streamer's like, I'm not cute, and then it's almost always like, haha, look at how cute they are. Like that's not something that's something that I haven't sat down and be like, yes, I am going to cute bait, so to speak. I did not decide I'm going to sit here and pretend like I'm like unattractive when actually I'm super cute, and the goal is that I want people to talk about that. Because there are some people that do that. There are some people who they go into this with the mentality of like, I'm gonna be this like cute, like this pink-haired anime girl, and I'm gonna be like super cute. And then whenever someone says I'm cute, I'm gonna say, no, I'm not. Shut up, baka. And then people are gonna go crazy, right? That's not what I do. But that's kind of like evolved organically, which is kind of weird to me. So not a natural cutie. Like it's weird to me because I've seen this happen so often, and so often it feels to me as an outsider as like, okay, you're clearly just doing this for the fact that it gets attention, or not even in like a negative sense. In a if you have a cute streamer who then says like, I'm not cute, that's nice. That's fun as an audience member to be like, okay, buddy, okay, Buster, calling yourself not cute when you make those kind of noises, when you have that reaction to that horror game, like, okay, Buster, which
I think part of being cute, I've been told, is just being passionate about stuff and talking about it in a way that shows you're excited about it.
Is that cute though? Because like I don't disagree that like I've thought people were cute when they did that. I'm not gonna lie, like I've also found, I have the charm. I get soul every time I get. No, when I hit them, right. I forgot. I needed to jump. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, like I've had people in my life who they talked about something they were passionate about, and I didn't think it was cute. I thought it was really hot. Like just full stop. I was like, this is the most attractive you have ever been to me. Not because I think it's cute, but because like, wow. Also, why is my health orange? Because I put on Hive Blood so that I reclaim health over time if I don't take damage, which for platforming is very, very useful. Which I do find it funny that there is the idea that it's just like, oh yeah, this person's so cute because they talk about their interest, and at least for me, when I see that, I'm just like, hello? Real as heck, like, and I made a short about this, right? I made a short talking exactly about this, which is, at least to me, one of the most attractive traits you can have is talking about your interests, right? Talking about your interests in such a way that you can talk about it for 5 minutes to a like a noob to it, or you can talk at length for it. And the reason that's important is because if I know nothing about Warframe and you love Warframe, I don't care about the super in detail like background lore elements, presumably, if I have never heard of it before. What I want to hear about is, wait, how the heck does Warframe also have some weird thing going on with Deimos just like Lancer? You don't need to tell me the lore of what's going on in the world of Warframe. You need to tell me what's going on with Deimos and why that's fun. And then, if I find that interesting, which I probably will, I will be like, wait, so who are these people that like put this infection on Deimos? And then you'll be like, well, so actually in the setting goes back 10,000 years, and then you can tell me about like the 10,000 year history. Okay. Question. When I smack one of those flying dudes, do I get back my Monarch jump? But why do you care? But do you care about why your frame has a whole bakery? Oh my gosh. Screwed up. Why would you do that to me? Mean to me? Arrow, you're a very no. Is this why someone asked me out the other day because I was being a huge nerd and rambling about Stormlight Archives? I turned them down because I know people are going to ask. I mean, if my mod has Riz, that reflects very well on me. So not only that, you have Riz, you are so arsenal that you are going to turn someone down when they ask you out, which is very pog, I must say. No! No! Dang it. I didn't know what it actually did. Fair. The autism Riz is like actually real. Seriously, people clown on it. But if you are of the brain where you have the rhythmtism, like I think people underestimate how effective being passionate about something is. For instance, I don't care about sports. However, Super Eye Patch Wolf has made multiple videos talking about professional wrestling, which I understand is more of like a performance art than it is a proper sport. But the idea being is that I did not care about wrestling in any capacity. And because he talked about it in such a way that could explain what was interesting about it to someone that had no interest in it, I now am not a wrestling fan. I don't watch wrestling. I now can say I think wrestling is interesting, right? Both on the meta level of what's going on behind the scenes, as well as like the actual kayfabe of what happens in the ring, right? I'm not going to sit here and watch a bunch of wrestling. I considered it. I'm not going to lie. When, I think it was it Roman Reigns, a match a couple months ago that like I saw recommended to me on YouTube, and I'm like, I might watch this. Cause like now I know who Roman Reigns is. Now I know who The Shield is. Now I know who like, Cody Rhodes is. Like all these things where I have context now and can be more bought into it and actually see interest in it, makes me more engaged in it. And now obviously I'm not going to say that like that makes me attracted to Super Eye Patch Wolf. Like I think that he's a cool creator, but being able to talk about something passionately does not itself make you like Rizful. What I'm saying is that it assists you in any sort of engagement like that you might have, right? There was a messed up family on Deimos, and then it got messed up further. Like I randomly found your BF in autistic boat game server. Oh, yo, that's so cute. Super Eye Patch Wolf has the added benefit of being extremely dog coded. I mean, he's an eye patch wolf, which surprisingly, he's not a furry, which like obviously you can have anthropomorphic animals and not have them be furry, but it is like a little bit surprising that the guy who's branding is basically a fursona is like, yeah, I just thought it was cool. I'm not really a furry. I don't have a fursona. What are we doing? We're doing Path of Pain. Every follow, every donation extends the timer where I have to continue the Path of Pain. Which, no, frick. As you can see, I'm not good at Path of Pain. John Walsh is like a golden retriever in the shape of an Irish man. I've never understood being attracted to content creators or actors or whatever, but also I'm not physically attracted to anyone, so I guess my perspective. I mean, that's the thing. I never understood celebrity crushes, right? And I can appreciate when someone is aesthetically attractive. I can appreciate when someone is like, oh wow, that's a good looking person, right? I'm not attracted to you, but you are a good looking person. And so I can look at an actor or a content creator or a voice actor or whoever and be like, oh, you're a good looking person. I like the sound of your voice. I think that you are a cool individual from what I see. I don't have anyone who I'm like, yeah, like if they like looked at me in the club and I had like a your name self-insert fan fiction with them, I'd just go crazy. Like that's just not how I be. And now I'm in the added circumstance where I view other content creators, even those who are significantly like higher level than me, right? I should just even those that are like millions of subscribers, I see them as peers. I see them as peers on another league. I see them as peers on another level. So, like, I don't know, if famous VTuber who I think is super cool hits me up and is like, hey, I like your stuff. I think you're really cool. Want to like go out sometime, Rizface? I'd be like, no. I respect your work and I love your content and I'm sure you're a great person, but like, I want to get to know you. You are a peer to me. You are someone that is in the same industry as me, and I would feel awkward if, like, you know, does that make sense? Like, even if someone who I have, quote unquote, like a parasocial relationship with, like, even if a VTuber who I Oshi hits me up and is like, oh, hey, Arrow, I love your stuff. Why don't we get to know each other better? I'd be like, why? Like, I watch you as a viewer watches an entertainer. And while I think it would be awesome to be able to collab with people that I Oshi or other content creators, like for instance, there are other content creators who I would love the opportunity to make content with. Like for instance, like if I could make a video with Matt Colvin, I would love that. But that doesn't mean that I have some sort of like, I want to be his friend, right? I think it would be awesome to get to know the guy, but I don't have an interest really in befriending someone in the same space as me purely for the sake that I enjoy their content. Like I can appreciate their work and I can laud them as a giant of the field, but that doesn't mean that I like want to make that in my personal life with them. Now there are people who I start just being like, oh yeah, I'm networking with them or peers or whatever, and then I become friends, right? Most of the content creators who I've made content with started as just like, I'm going to get to know this person since they're in the same field as me. We're both VTubers. And then after that, I realized that we have some degree of chemistry, so we become friends, right? We start chatting off stream and then suddenly, oh, we actually like send each other memes. We have each other's interests, like whatever it ends up being. Yeah, I don't care about celebs. I don't have any attraction to them. I'm only attracted to people who I'm around. I mean, at least for me, I'm on the Arrow spectrum. I'm on the Ace spectrum. I don't like saying I'm Arrow Ace because that implies that I have no attraction, which I think is an unfortunate but real part of the terminology, where if I self-describe as Arrow Ace, I think it's hasty, but it shouldn't be judged to assume that person is romance repulsed or like uninterested in romance and uninterested in physical, because that is what most people who self-describe as Arrow Ace are. Most people who are Arrow Ace, or a lot of people who self-describe as Arrow Ace in particular as a label, will use the term in order to indicate I am not interested in romance, I am not interested in hanky-panky, right? Where there are Ace people and there are Arrow people. I got greedy. I was too hasty. There are Ace people, there are Arrow people who are interested in that stuff, but only under certain circumstances. They have some degree of what's it called? Freak. They have some degree of less attraction, whether in intensity or frequency, which makes them comfortable calling themselves Arrow, calling themselves Ace, but they themselves are not like romance repulsed, right? They are not even romance indifferent. They're romance favorable. They're just someone who they are completely happy not pursuing it themselves. They might be Demi, and they are someone who only in certain circumstances. They might be Ego. Spectrum, that's the word? Yeah. So it's a spectrum, and I think that the term Arrow Ace implies one end of the spectrum. And I don't think that that's fair to like put the onus on people who self-describe as Arrow Ace to change that, though I do think that you shouldn't blame someone for making that assumption. because so many people who do describe as aro ace are fully on that one side. Though it is not inaccurate to say, that does not make it inaccurate to say, like, I am aro ace. Because I am aro, I am ace. But that's because I'm demium. How's the pain path going? I'm talking about aromanticism and parasociality. So I don't know if that's a good thing, I don't know if that's a bad thing. I'm sorry, I'm readjusting some of my clothing. I'm probably not aromantic, but definitely asexual. Indifferent on physical stuff, not really repulsed by it. Yeah, like, and I think that asexuality's biggest issue, I would say, is lack of exposure. Asexuality's biggest issue is that it's not represented frequently, and anytime it is represented, it is almost always someone that is repulsed, right? In asexuality, and aromanticism is even less represented than asexuality. Asexuality is almost always someone that is sex repulsed, and it's almost always entirely sex repulsion, which is the experience of a fair amount of ace people. But I think, and broadly speaking, like, I'm not really active in many online communities at all, but I've seen like online discussion of ace forums. Overwhelmingly, the ace community is super supportive of like the different identities and labels within it. It's not even like a calls inside the house situation, right? From what I've seen, the ace community, the ace community as a whole is super supportive of like, hey, if you are someone who identifies as ace but you're favorable, like that's no less ace than someone who is repulsed. If you are someone that actively engages in that activity, that does not make you less ace, which is something that I think that would be a very easy trap to fall into, and I'm glad that it doesn't. Don't tell me I'm gonna die here. Okay. Yeah, 100% contender for the most supportive community. Honestly, that Sapphic Spaces, another one. They're like, TERFs in particular love. Oh, I don't even need to do those, guys. I can just go. But TERFs love the narrative that, like, we need to protect women from, like, trans femmes, when in reality, like, cis lesbians consistently throughout basically, like, the past 100 years, and that's the main time frame that I'm aware of in queer history, some of the most, like, goated members of the LGBT community. Because in the AIDS crisis, who was supporting all of the gay men that were suffering from AIDS? Lesbians. In modern discourse, who is the ones that are most supportive of trans rights, particularly trans women? Lesbians. Like you never met a transphobic cis lesbian personally, and that's like anecdotal, right? So that's something where it's like, oh, grain of salt, all that. But like statistically online, like with polls, cis lesbians are more likely to support transgenderism and trans rights than trans people are. Which, if you know anything about trans people, you know that there's a whole lot of like guilt and shame and all of that because being queer. But like this whole narrative that we need to protect women from trans people, women are the ones that are most likely saying like, nah, trans people are fine. My exposure to asexuality was literally a book called The Invisible Orientation, I think, by Decker, and it was talked about aromanticism. Yeah. That too is a path of pain. Yeah. My theory is that on the outside, that's the only way people can understand it is by sex averseness. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you are allo, i.e. you are not asexual, you're not aromantic, you are someone that experiences the full range and intensity and quantity of attraction, it's easier to wrap your head around, okay, someone is the complete opposite of that, than it is to say, okay, someone is like me most of the time, but they only feel that with some weird caveat, because there's this odd, I don't know, like, I mean, this is the path of pain, so I'm just kind of like riffing here for the next hour and a half, but there's this odd sense that hanky panky will like, complete you, and I feel like that is a lie that is sold, and then it's disproven time and time again, and just no one talks about that. Which, like, yes, obviously there's been strives for particularly, I'm panicking. Particularly with women, to be like, yeah, you don't really need that, but like, if you want that, you're empowered for it, but that's not going to, like that and childbirth and all that is not your purpose in life. But men in particular, like, I feel as though most men have absolutely, like, like, activities, and then they don't feel fulfillment from it, and then they assume that they're doing something wrong, so they need to do it more. And that's something where it's just like, nah, dog, like, it's just an activity. You can get similar chemical reactions from just working out. You don't need to have that be part of your personality or part of your life to be fulfilled. Like, yeah, it can be nice if you want it, but you don't need that. And I feel as though a lot of people just assume that you do. And I don't know. It will complete you as a lie sold by... Sex will complete you as a lie sold by big sex to sell more engagement rings. I mean, kinda. Sex fulfillment is a different rabbit hole involving failure of sex education. Oh my gosh, sex education. I came from what is considered like a good school. Like it was a school with good funding. It was from a, like, my parents very much in particular, like, chose an area to live in so that I would get a good school. That was like one of their biggest priorities. My sex education was just like, don't have it. Oh no, thank you for the gift subs. An hour and a half, you say? I don't actually know. I just left it on a lot of the standard time frames. I actually don't know how much you just gifted. It was like, don't have it, you're gonna get STIs. Here's how you put on a condom. And then for gender and sexuality, they're like, okay, here's what being straight is, here's what being gay is, and here's what being bisexual is, but being bisexual is weird and I don't really get it, so I'm not going to talk about it that much. And like, that was the, and then also they were like, yeah, and the curriculum, like, we're supposed to tell you about this other stuff, but like, I don't really understand it, so I'm just not. I did that last time too. American school is a lot less scary than it sounds. I got a good education by American standards that actually covers STIs and safe sex practices. I mean, I did too, but the, like, I had sex ed in like freshman year of high school, and then I had it again in senior year of high school. Freshman year was just like, here's, like, you should practice abstinence. If you don't, here's the different birth control methods, and here's how you put on a condom, right? Gosh darn it. It did take me 8 hours to finish Path of Pain. Maybe I should increase the amount of time. I'm gonna... Real quick, I'm just gonna go ahead and increase the amount of time. Yeah, so now I just increase the amount of time each donation will give, because if it actually took you 8 hours, oofda, you know? Good luck? I don't like it when people tell me good luck, because they only ever tell me good luck when I need it. You have yet to do Path of Pain? Oh, see, I was raised with a conservative religious homeschool thing. Oh my gosh. That's wild. Because, like, that's the thing. In the US, there are different curriculums based on where you live, not just based on like regions of the country, but also based on state. And then there's a lot of people. who are homeschooled, and their parents are completely at liberty to just decide what is important to teach them. Whether or not that homeschooling is supplemented by further education, okay, is up to the is up to the parent. We're pogging. You're only one of the first part of a 7-part course. You know what? Shush your mouth, okay? Homeschooling is a great way to cripple your child's growth. From what I've heard, only if you do it poorly. Because obviously the socializing is an issue. Because in public school or even private school, you will socialize a ton. And you need that to be able to learn how to function in society. I'm just gonna wait and heal for a bit. You need to learn that in order to function in society. However, academically speaking, there are resources out there to homeschool your child effectively. And particularly if the parent is educated. Oh, I thought I was gonna hit a spike. But yeah, homeschooling is legal and unregulated is wild. The fact it's unregulated is the issue, I feel. Because there are people who are homeschooled that are very intelligent. There are people who went to public school or private school and are stupid. The schooling is not the issue there. It is the aptitude and the opportunities of the child. And also how they are... frankly, how they're encouraged to engage in education. If you have a child who their entire home life tells them education is not important, all you need to worry about is not getting arrested, and aside from that, I don't care, that child is not going to perform well in school, even if they're intelligent. And we see this time and time again. Like, it's not a matter of just being bright, which obviously you have different striations of intelligence. Some have a natural aptitude for different levels of intelligence than others. But even then, frick! Now it's too early too. Generally that isn't even like, my IQ is higher than you, so I'm smarter than you. It is, I'm better at math, numbers, and memory than you are. But you're better at language learning and directions than I am. Like, frick. Hello, son of Marx. Hello, arrow of chat. Oh no, sudden unprovoked violence. My state literally the only requirement when telling school board is, the only requirement is parents telling kids, I homeschooled my kid, and that's the only requirement, which is wild. Like, that's too low. So I'm the kid that everyone called bright and nobody wanted to enable, so I have terrible grades and can absolutely crush any task I'm given with a monetary incentive. Why do you think I added a monetary incentive to Path of Pain? And like, I'm not going to sit here and talk about gifted kid burnout because, like, as someone that was a gifted kid and then kind of went through burnout, I then recovered from my burnout because I learned that it was not a matter of burnout from... I was put in a situation where my mother in particular very valued my education. So I had a lot of impetus to do well. That is why, like, I never cut class. In my entire academic career, I never once cut class. And I probably like had near perfect attendance every single school year, even through university. Because that's just like, I mean, that's a little bit of who I am. Like, I will be late to stuff, as you know from stream. But I generally am not the sort of person who will just skip something. Oh, nice. So, where was I going with that? Why do I suddenly have the need to talk about the evil of capitalism? It's your birthright. Right, that was so close. Stream Elements got purged. I love it when Stream Elements gets purged. Purge the bot. Purge the weakness. With homeschooling. So, like, I'm someone who, like, I hit gifted kid burnout because I've talked about this before. I was an engineering student. Like, I was in a full-on STEM program in high school. That's not too bad. And as you might have noticed from my struggles with math, I am not STEM inclined. I am not someone that is good with numbers and science and rationality. I am someone who's better at artistry, words, grammar, syntax, language. I took an ADHD assessment recently, and I got like the 99th percentile for like language comprehension and speech or something, or not speech, but like language comprehension and like being able to parse out unfamiliar words, which is cool. But I also don't do well at math. Like I suck at maths, and that's something where that doesn't make me smarter or dumber than anyone. That just means that I have a different competency. I need to pogo. ADHD royalty? Well, so that's the thing. Really? I thought it healed. I got a negative diagnosis. I went there and they said, you don't have ADHD, we feel, because you don't have a learning disability. And I'm like, are you sure about that? And everyone I've told that to was like, what? That's not a requirement. And then I'm like, hey, that's what they said. The next part sucks so much. Oh, I don't like things. Well, it depends on the things. I don't like it when platforming sections suck. I'm bad at them. My loathing for the education system cannot be overstated. You're a great artist. You did see me with Guilty Pleasures. All I had to do there was trace it. And suddenly, I had much better art. Okay. Great. Just insane how some doctors have no idea about their field. Well, so that's the thing. You can either be a doctor who... Gosh, there's like two types of doctors. There's There's MDs, and then there's a different version of a doctor, which has the same level of rigor, but an MD is usually like, I'm going to study to be like a oral surgeon, right? Which isn't a doctor, but you need a doctorate for that. So they specialize in being an oral surgeon. But there's others that take a holistic approach that I don't remember the title for, but it's the idea of, I am like a pediatrician, but I have an understanding of that, like, I have the expertise of like a dietitian, and I also understand like physical ailments and diseases, and I know a lot of different things that all come up in being a pediatrician. Frick! Whereas an MD would focus just on like the pediatrics and the actual physical health of the child. Like doctors think people can't learn about a condition they suffer from. It's insane. Well, so that's the thing. I think that it is fair to express hesitancy when someone comes in and says, hey, I think I have X because I heard about it online. Oh, did you use the Mayo Clinic? And it told you that you have like brain contusions. Great. Like, I think that level of skepticism is accurate. However, I also feel that medical professionals do not trust anyone to have any understanding of what they're dealing with, by and large. Obviously, some medical professionals are different. But generally, doctors will assume no one knows what they're talking about, even if, like, their patient is a doctor. Like, you can have someone who is a doctor go to a doctor and be like, hey, I have XYZ symptom. I believe it is disease A because my uncle suffered from the same thing. I just need you to double check. And then the doctor will be like, I don't know if that really lines up too well with what we're seeing here. And then the patient, who is also a doctor, is just like, are you serious? I know what I'm talking about. And then they're like, yeah, but we just need to run some more tests. And like, that is absolutely a thing that happens. No, we have to run our own tests. Come back in 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, or like, hey, I literally have... I was struggling with this with my prescription, where, hey, I literally have an active prescription that the only reason I'm coming to you for it is because I moved across the country. Dang it. Because I moved across the country. I have an active prescription. Can you just, like, refill it? And then they're like, we're gonna need to take some tests of you first. And I'm like, brother, what is up with you? But also if they go, my previous doctor told me X and Y and I'm allergic to Z medication, your new doctor's like, those Google self-diagnosing people, am I right? Like, hey, my previous doctor said X. Yeah, well, we're gonna need to check that here, which there is always the case of, hey, my doctor said I'm fine. Well, we're gonna need to take tests just to be sure. Oh no, we found something your previous doctor missed. That is real. Why are we pointing? Quarry, you can't just start a pointing brigade. Frick? Yes, I frick, and I... Oh yeah, arrow fricks. I frick, I heck, and I darn all day long, and you can't tell me nothing about it. Not puppy arrow, no, what did I puppy? I have a prescription for psycho pills that I just don't take because they make me Yeah, the classic, hey, these pills make you not do this thing. They make you do something worse. Or you can't frick on stream, that's it. Listen, I'll only get a 3-day ban. Because that's happened before on Twitch. People have fully fricked. And they got like a 3-day ban. And then someone showed like NSFW content on stream that they accidentally opened up because like they were sent a link that they didn't know what it was. And then they get like a week-long ban. Which I feel like those are different levels personally. However, I'm not going to sit here and bite the hand that streams me. Even if you do think I'm a puppy, I'm not that kind of puppy that bites you. Is it considered a microaggression to call me a puppy, given the prominence of puppy girls? Because, like, I'm not a puppy girl. I'm not a trans femme. I'm non-binary. So, do you think that I could, like, get you in trouble with it? Is it an HR violation to say puppy arrow when I make a noise? Because that's assuming that I'm, like, a puppy girl? Puppy that? Puppy them? I don't know. If someone, like... I'd say if someone draws me in a collar, I'd, like, make a meme about it. However, people have pointed out that this choker I'm wearing kind of looks like a collar. And I can't really argue with that. It's okay to be a puppy girl without being trans. That's fair. That is fair. Heck. If you don't identify as one, then probably yes. Well, that's Twitch's punishment are somewhat random in these normal days. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and like shake my fist at AI. However, at least in recent years, most dumb decisions corporations have been making has been because an AI did it. Like, YouTube has started banning people and removing their channels off of AI judgments, which then, when you appeal, goes to an AI. And the only way to get it fixed is to cause a fuss on Twitter where you @ Team YouTube, and then you get like 500 people to repost it while adding them, and then they'll be like, we're sorry about this. We're gonna look into this, and please open a ticket with our support team. Frick. I kind of hate the math and numbers versus human creativity, intelligence distinction, though. I feel like way too many diminish themselves as not a numbers person because math takes a ton of effort. I feel like the only difference I had as a numbers person was the fact that I learned to have fun with math. So when I said that, I was saying that not to be like you can't be good at both, but because those are two different things. Broadly speaking, you are not going to be good at algebra if you're also... or being good at algebra does not make you good at art, right? Question, can I? Nope, this is... However, that's why I brought up like language learning. That's why I brought up, can I jump out of my dash? Because I feel like that's what's screwing me. I need to just jump earlier, but I keep thinking I can't do that. Heck, Soviet relic is the most darning thing you could have possibly said. I mean, yeah, that was their conclusion, but our mental health system's the Soviet. We're separating our architects, poets, and craftsmen, and it's ruining us. A lot of engineers would make really good artists. No, and that's why I'm not saying that like it's a left brain, right brain thing. I'm just saying that broadly speaking, if I am good at algebra, that does not make me better at art. If I'm good at trigonometry, that probably does make me much better at art. There's different like scopes. Right. There's different scopes to it, and the left brain, right brain divide is silly. The left brain, right brain divide is something that, broadly speaking, makes people self-identify with a domain of ignorance, which I think is not healthy. However, it is fair to say, like, hey, I'm not that good with algebra or calculus or statistics, but I'm really darn good with languages, spatial awareness, and, like, direction. You're still smart. However, that's a situation where, broadly speaking, those are two different domains of intelligence. Also, we're about to have an ad. I'm going to keep attempting this, and then if I make progress, I'm going to just pause. Well, my specialty is that I'm not good at math or planning at all. When it comes to logistics, I suddenly turn into Picasso. I guess you're right. Yeah, and that's why I'm clarifying this, because I did imply that. Accidentally, I did imply that there was a division there, and that's not what I was going for, right? It's a situation where I can mean one thing, and how I come off can be separate. And that's okay. And that's why a big part of, honestly, one of the biggest things you have to learn if you want to get into content creation, learn to just say, I'm sorry. Learn to just say, you're right, I'm sorry. I have stopped so many fights by just being like, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Whether it's in the comments section, or whether it's with other content creators, or like whatever it might be, there's been so many times that I can just remember off the top of my head where someone had some degree of tension or hostility with me. And my response was just like yeah, you're right. I'm sorry about that. I'll try better next time. Brother, I am the revolution. I'm going to real quick grab the relay video, which apparently is the Raleigh. And I'm going to at it on the Discord. Sorry, I'm just responding to someone that messaged me. Goodness gracious. See, I apologize compulsively. I'd be so good at this. So not quite. I'm not saying apologize compulsively. I'm saying learn to just admit when you're wrong. That is different than apologizing compulsively. I apologize compulsively. That is something that I've struggled with, and I've since gotten better about it. And part of why I run in, like, I haven't had any like audience-facing drama yet, which I'm thankful for, right? Many creators crash and burn immediately. I don't think I've had any audience-facing drama before. I've talked about this before. I've had drama behind the scenes. I've had folks that got upset at me, and we hashed out privately, and then some of these people I talk to now, some of these people I don't. Sometimes it was my fault, sometimes it wasn't. And that's just being an adult that is handling things privately. But apologizing compulsively will me. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pause here. I'm just gonna pause. Apologizing compulsively doesn't actually help you. It just makes it so that you don't have any firm stance, which means folks won't want to stick around because there's nothing to stick around. There's just apologies and flensing and flexible nature, I suppose. Welcome back, everyone. I took my hands off the keyboard. I made it to this other side of this and then immediately paused because we. Eep. And I just heck darn back. You were just making a joke, yeah, but I've actually really struggled with I'm trying to ride the line between just apologizing constantly because I understand that apologizing constantly will allow me to just avoid all drama, but also stick to my guns. So there's been multiple times where I've brought something up, like for instance on the Deimos video, on the Raw video where Raw stole the moon, stole Deimos. There were a couple people that corrected me, and mostly these people were correcting me for stuff that I omitted from the short that I did already talk about in the stream because I had to cut it down to be a short. And so I was riding this line between just being like, yep, you're absolutely right. That is more correct than what I said. And also being like, okay, that's cool and all, but like I said that, it's just, this is a stream clip. So there's a little bit of a line you gotta ride. And sometimes there's a situation where someone says like, hey, I think that you're wrong about this. And frick, darn it. I gotta have more patience. I keep wanting to like not waste my time by just sitting here and waiting, but at the same time, I'm running out of hype. Yes, you and your guns are quite a team, Arrow. Wait, these guns? Yeah, I've started, in case you can tell, I've started using mixed joint switches in my Stream Deck. So I now can do stuff like with a single button press, set the stream on fire. Similarly, instead of having two buttons at once, I can go, oh my god! Patience, you must have my what? Whoops, wrong button. We've been freed of jail. Yes, you have. Heck, darn it. Oh, wow, nice. Yeah, it's something where I never think about it. And last night, I was trying to set up like the subathon timer. And so I'm like in Stream Elements, I'm like messing with stuff anyway. So I'm just like, what if I just add some stuff? Leave all the filters on and stick the gameplay in the corner. I've done that before, where I just like completely added a bunch of nonsense to the stream, not because it was good, but because I thought it would be funny. Those are very scuffed effects, 10 out of 10. That's the point, right? The point is not it's supposed to be good or high quality. I want to keep a little je ne sais quoi. I want to keep a little this is terrible, and that's why it's lovely, you know? Can we have a lava lamp, pretty please? Haven't I already given you a lava lamp? Well, no, we have the keys. I just keep deactivating them, and people keep not noticing. I want to watch hot, wet wax drip back and forth. That sounds like something that I shouldn't be doing on Twitch. Also, lava lamps aren't wax. Lava lamps are like globules. What the hecky heck? Right. Go. Yeah, and that'll be all. Thank you for your time. Thank you. I appreciate it. We don't take kindly to gaze around here. We take We don't take kindly to gaze around here. We take it all night. Yeah! What? I can't zoom through it? What? You know it's a saline solution with melted wax inside? That's what a lava lamp is? What? Wait, so... I saw a video, I can post it in Discord. Wait, so... I can't... I can't dash? Darn it. Frick.
Yummers.
Verbalize? No. Arrow, do you not know what a lava lamp is? No, I know what a lava lamp is. I didn't know how they were made. And no, I did not think that there was actual lava in them, but I thought that would have been cool if there was. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend as though, like, oh, I thought that they captured lava and put it in there, but I thought it would have been neat if they did. Frick. Yes, it is wax. Okay, but like, do you think it tastes good? Be honest. Tink. Tink. Do you... Sorry, cat needs to go out. Tink. You little goober. You little goober. And be nice to A. I'm mean to everyone, you know this, N. Haven't eaten the lava lamp? No, it does not taste good. Why do you know what that tastes like? Did I also eat a lot of dirt as a kid? I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna say something. And you're not allowed to laugh, okay? Eep. You're not allowed to laugh. When I was younger, and I would play games with my friends, I effectively would like DM for them. Wait. Biting the wax is a euphemism for being queer baited? Interesting. I didn't know that. Why? Like, what's the etymology there? But when I was like growing up and I would like play games with my friends, like we would be like fighting or whatever, or we'd be playing games, I would like DM for them where I would, in playing like make believe or whatever, I would purposely like make progressive, like I would start weak and then I would make progressively stronger enemies that they would fight, and I would give them particular like weaknesses and attack patterns in like make believe or whatever that they could then exploit, and then I would let them get defeated, and then I would make a more powerful one that they would have to fight. So I literally like discovered DMing before I discovered what D&D was. Fruit. Oh yeah, so fruit is a euphemism for gays. I know that. Wax fruit looks... Oh, got it. Yeah, that's just... I don't know, that memory just came back to me. And it's something where, like, I don't know if anyone else has this. Growing up, like, basically all throughout my childhood, up until, like, I was like an adult. And even then, like, some of my friends are like this. I very much so am someone that will let someone, like, have nonsense. I will absolutely support the nonsense of the people around me. So I have often had a very close friend who is like your classic like alpha male, who would always want to be like center of attention and like number one or whatever. Like my best friend growing up was like that. My best friend in high school was like that. Honestly, my best friend now is kind of like that, but I still love him. Because I just put up with their nonsense. And so I would often be in a situation where like I'm DMing for them effectively. Do I think there's even a single thought going on behind Cat's eyes? Yes, it is hatred, it is malice, and it is also calculation. They're making a calculation of the world, of the pros and cons of leaving everything within it. And you better hope that you're in the positive. Okay, what am I doing here? Frick. Heck. Heck! Darn it. Wouldn't you like to know? Oh, shush. There is nothing going on behind Neko's eyes. We know this for a fact. This has been written in the sacred text. Alas, I'm warm and it's winter, so I yet live. Honestly, warming yourself when it's cold is one of the best feelings. Changed my mind. Who's currently the boss? I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie. I need to automate the boss. However, I don't know how. Heck. That's why I want a kotatsu so bad. Like, I didn't know this was a thing until I played Persona. And then a streamer I watched mentioned that she had one. And I was like, this sounds so pog. It is just like a heated blanket that goes over a table, or it's like a table with a blanket over it that has like a space heater underneath it. And just that on a cold winter day sounds so nice. Heck. All right. Do we have to tell Neko? Nah, Neko won't know. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Heck, it's not stopping my dash early. I will say, the music do be kind of poppin' for what is effectively just droning strings. Okay, tell me I'm not crazy. I can stop myself early, right? Yeah, I can. It's just not stopping early. Frick. You can normal dash through the gap, but when I run out of dash... Darn it. Dang it. Frick. Darn. Crap. That's how you know it's bad. Neko doesn't know a lot, so that's why he's still alive. Listen. Curiosity killed the cat, and he is not a very curious feller. That's a lie. He's very curious. He's too curious for it. Frick! His own good. Heck. Darn it. Dang it. Drat. Dang nabbit. You three... triple donkey, dog-legged, yellow-bellied, frick darn rat, tatterdemalion, absolute rapscallion in a mongrel's coat, enigma from a mistress. These kind of dang nabbit swears are fun. Honestly, there's so like Shakespearean insults, as well as just anything like, honestly, anything that isn't a slur that is just pre like 1960s is so fun to say. You absolute cretin. You freaking troglodyte mongrel. What's wrong with you, you absolute rapscallion? Oh, you're going out again? What, to spend time with the strumpets and the soiled doves? When you say your friend's being a hoe. Which, like, we love hoes and stuff, right? We support hoes. However, much like how I clown on furries, and how I clown on... What was the other one? I said a different group that I was clowning on earlier. Anyway, I'm a big... Like I said before, I'm a big fan of, like, clowning out of love. Like, clowning on someone is my love language. You hedgeboard knave. Does anyone else remember Trogdor? Okay, I never knew Trogdor outside of the board game that was made of Trogdor the Burninator. With what goes on in his Discord, I'm not surprised he doesn't want to know much. That is a horrifying thought. Is he still alive? Is he still alive? Is he still playing Across the Obelisk? Because if he is, I think it would be really funny to raid him while I'm still alive and just be like, hey, just got lonely. Just wanted to say hi. All right, bye. Come back to my chat, everyone. And then we just go back to my stream. You know you had to do it to him? Listen. There's always someone to do it to. Do it, Arrow. Frick. Hell. Darn drat. Dang it. It would be funny. No, I have an hour. I'll do that once Path of Pain is over. How about that? I'll do that once we celebrate finishing Path of Pain, because I'm gonna beat Path of Pain in the next hour, right? Any of y'all get bouts of imagined images you can't quite stop? I don't know what you mean by that. I've certainly had like impulsive or intrusive thoughts before, but I have aphantasia, so I actually don't picture things in my head. And also, I don't have an inner voice. So I don't have an inner monologue, and I don't have an inner, like, image view. So there's nothing going on behind my eyes, in case you were wondering. Heck. Someone donate. You're roughly wait, this is halfway? You're joking, right? Because up until now, like, yeah, I've struggled, but that's also just because I'm not very good at platformers. Like, as difficult as this is, like, I was expecting significantly worse. So unless the latter half is significantly worse than the first half, it's not that long. I assumed the Path of Lane was, like, a super long endurance thing. Frick. But, like, yeah, I've been, like, yelling out, like, you three-dogged, rapscallion, troglodyte-bellied, absolute mongrel of a cretin-born knave. But at the same time, I'm just not very good. You're better than a lot of people. Oh, thank you. Because like I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not struggling. Like I am, but I assume that was because of my own incompetence. Like right there, I slashed to the left instead of slashing down. You're quite good. Also, the main road is the last room. The main roadblock is the last room. That checks out. I don't think I'd say I'm quite good. I would say that I am... At best, I'm at a par. Let's be real. And currently, I'm going for the double bogey. Why did I just make a golf reference? Has anyone here played actual, literal golf? I don't mean... I don't mean like Mario golf. I don't mean mini golf. I mean actual, literal 18 holes on a full course golf. I don't think I've ever played that. Like, question. Is that like a rich people thing? Darn it. Drat. Like, because I know my father used to be into golf, but it was something that, like, we just weren't in a position where he could do that regularly. So I've taken him to, like, Top Golf before for, like, his birthday, which is a golfing range that has a giant net in the back, where it's effectively, like, you have these little bays that you get a bunch of balls and they, like, come out and then you can just... It's a golf bay, but with a high-tech spin kind of deal. We're not Nepo Baby Trust Fund homunculi. Oh, calling people homunculus, that's another really good one. How do you not piss the entirety of stream? Why do you not drink enough water? I drink water. I have water right here. Also, there have absolutely been times where I had like an 8-hour stream where I just fully like did not get up the entire time. I did not take a bio break. I did not grab a snack. I didn't do anything. There have been other times where like on a 6-hour stream, I needed to use a bio break or I needed to go grab food or something. Like, it's really just a matter of the day and how I prep beforehand. Like, I had a bowl of pasta today, and I have my water with me right now. Ah, I see, said the blind man to his deaf wife. Guess with aphantasia and me badly explaining it won't make sense. Are any of you in chat millionaires? Oh, it's not just millionaires, is it? Right. It isn't just millionaires that play golf, is it? I assume that there's some people out there who like have a 5-digit salary that play golf, even if not regularly, but like once a year. Certainly it can't be that bad. This isn't like croquet. Is it? I don't know golf well enough, like... Sadly not a millionaire, not even 100,000-aire. Yeah. The whole point of golf is to play as little golf as possible. You're not wrong. But like, I had to think about it for a second, but no, the goal of golf is absolutely to minimize the amount of time you are spending playing golf. Not only millionaires, but the other main category is called jerks. But I feel like those are one and the same though. I feel like it's one of those things where the reason there's so many jerks that play golf is because there's so many millionaires that play golf. And it's something where if I'm a millionaire, I'm probably a jerk. Just statistically, right? Probabilistically. And similarly, if I am not a millionaire and I'm playing golf, I'm playing with millionaires, so I'm probably a jerk because I want to exploit their money, right? Which I suppose that does make sense. I knew a guy in uni who used to play varsity golf, right? And before I describe him in any other way, yes, he was into NFTs. How could you tell? Frick! Darn it. Drat! You were pretty good at Wii Sports Result in 2011? Or at least 10-year-old me was good. Question, how much time does one gifted sub give? It used to give a minute, and I think I increased it to a tier 1 gives 2 minutes. No? Wait. A tier 1 gives 5 minutes. A tier 1 increases the timer by 5 minutes. Because I didn't know how many people were actually going to be doing this. I didn't know how much I would enjoy it, so I was like, I'm enjoying this well enough. I doubt someone's going to drop me like 50 gift subs, so I don't need to worry about this going like 5 extra hours. Also, Wii Sports Resort is a game I never played. I only ever played OG Wii Sports and then Wii Play. Wii Play? Holy heck. Wii Play with the frickin' tank minigame? The absolute best minigame? Oh, hi Tink. I didn't hear you come in. Although I heard you scratching that ear of yours. Sheesh! Frick. We Play Tanks is great. Am I bouncing on it crazy style? I'd say I'm bouncing on it quite typically. Like, I don't know. What's crazy style? Wait, there's a button to gift 1,000 subs? Listen, if someone gifts me 1,000 subs and increases the timer by 5,000 hours, I don't know if I can blame them at that point. Is this just unlimited? I think this is just unlimited. I don't even need to wait on Hive Flash for this. Frick! Darn it. More time for the timer gods? Oh my gosh. I think I have it. Did I make it? I think I made it that 100 bits gets 5 minutes. Because basically what I did is I increased it. So I'm like, hey, if you want to give me money, you're going to get your money's worth. The most subs I've ever seen gifted was this past weekend was 50 subs at once. I've seen 100 subs at a time. Not on my stream, but like I've seen like in bigger content creators who will get like a single person will gift 100 subs, which is kind of crazy, but you know. Frick. Gosh darn it. This is why I don't be good at games. Frick! Heck. Darn it. What were we talking about before? Sometimes people just decide to do a year's worth of donations all at once. I mean, and usually they do that when there's some incentive. I am going to do XYZ if you donate 50 gift subs, and then there's like a charity thing, so they'll donate 50 more. Or they just have money to burn. I know another content creator who had someone in their community who was like, had a very affluent job. So because they liked the content creator, they would just like drop 20 gift subs at a time, like 3 times per stream. And then when the economy started doing worse, they stopped gifting subs because they were no longer in a position where they could comfortably do that. And that's the sort of thing where, honestly, I don't think that's unhealthy. I think that I personally wouldn't do that because I am very financially insecure. But even if I wasn't at a point where I had financial security, I am the sort of person who I'm extremely like, I like stowing my cash like a squirrel. But I think that's valid to just be like, hey, I have the disposable income. I want to support this content creator. I no longer have the disposable income. I'm going to stop supporting this content creator. I think that is the healthy medium that a lot of people feel doesn't exist. 1,000 subs is 3,500 on my end. I didn't know whales could grow that big. Oh my gosh. Wait, 1,000 subs is only 3,500 for you? Huh. Because at least USD, it's 5. As far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, it is USD is $5 per sub. But yeah, what I will say is that I do feel... Oh no. I've talked about this before, but since we're talking about money right now, I am the sort of person who I hate not having money, and I also hate asking for money. So I am someone who, even if I'm in a position where like I kind of really need cash, I will usually just kind of like suffer in silence and deal with it. So it is interesting to me the different relationships that communities and content creators have with money, because there are some content creators who, like Doug, for instance, he has a TTS system where the reason you watch a Doug stream is to see his chat absolutely screw with it and to see what nonsense the stream is going to get up to. And it costs $3 to do a TTS message, which means in order to like participate in a Doug stream, because he has like 10,000 people, so if you make a comment, he's not going to read it. You basically need to pay to be there, which is such an odd thing for me. But at the same time, it works for him, and also he does his best to involve his entire chat, so you're not like fully left out. But it is definitely a situation where you're not going to get the full experience unless you're paying. Which there are other content creators who they will fully just like keep their best content behind a paywall. 1,000 gift subs, USD, it's 5,000. You save 1860, cost down to 4130. Thank you. Doing the math. That's still insane to me. Like, I am someone who, even if I had the income to like say like, yeah, I could do that without without risk of financial instability, I would be like, that's more than my rent. That is more than my rent. Yeah, I don't like paywalls either, which is why my members only streams, which you would think, given that they're for members who are paying members, I would want to keep them exclusive and special. No. Frick. How do I do that? No, I just make them public immediately after, because I don't feel as though you should be valued more in this community because you have the means and interest in paying. I don't even think that if you have the means and you have no interest, you should be treated less valuably, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm entitled to your financial compensation. I don't have mesothelioma. Do you? Frick! No. What do I do here? What do I do here? Okay, so you two go. What if I just do this? Okay. We're pogging. Pog. I didn't miss this lever. If I did, I might have cried. No, I'm not crying. I'm sorry. There's a line across the value which makes numbers hard to read. That is fair. I like the model of early access. Yeah, so I like the idea of Patreon is for early access. Member streams are for early access. I am planning on releasing a TTRPG. Beep. And my goal is to release it on Christmas as a gift to all of you, both for my birthday as well as for the holidays. And that's something where initially I wanted to release it early access on Patreon, but at this point I might just like full stop release it for free instantly on itch. That's the 2/3 marker. Okay. I mean, like that was a rough room, but I'm doing significantly less bad than I thought I would. The stream is members only. The VOD is available for public consumption. Exactly. And that's why I describe it as a members chat. Because I'm like, it's not a member stream. Like, it's a members chat. Everyone gets access to it. It's just a matter of members get access to the chat. And I think that that's a nice little happy medium of, you feel special if you're a member because you get to participate in something that other people don't, but you don't get excluded just because you're not a member. And I need to figure out how I can tie that in with Patreon, because I have Patreon patrons who can't access the live chat because they're not members. Time to start throwing so people donate to increase the time. I don't think people are going to do that. I think it would be really funny if people did, particularly because. So I think it would be really funny if people did, but. I don't think people seem interested. I will say, if people are, if we have enough, like, on the timer, and I beat Path of Pain, I will just continue with, I think it's Pantheons, is what it is. And then if I beat Pantheons, I'll like go fight Grim, and if I fight Grim, I'll fight the Coliseum. Like, I have other stuff to do in this game. So, like, even if the timer runs out, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna just like quit. Or even if we beat Path of Pain, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna just like stop stream. Alternatively, I could do something like absolutely crazy, right? I could do something I don't want to do, which will incentivize me in order to throw to avoid doing that thing. Oh my gosh, what could I do on stream that would be like truly painful enough to make it comparable to participating in the Path of Pain? For like, if I beat this with like 20 minutes remaining, what's something that I can do that would be just as Path of Painful? You can't beat the Pantheons without beating Grim and finishing his ritual first. So should I not be doing Path of Pain? Your birthday's on Christmas? I have not revealed when my birthday is. However, I have revealed that it is at the end of the year. And also, last year, I made a video about birthdays on my birthday. I literally even like edited it on my birthday and released it the same day. So if you look back on my channel, you can figure out what my birthday is pretty easy. People have guessed it before, but I have not made it explicit. Time to attempt sleep again. Okay, enjoy, rest well. I hope you have better sleep than I do. I hope a cat doesn't wake you up. Do Zoet's Eternal Ordeal hidden within the Pantheon? That sounds hilarious. Because like that was what you were posting pictures of earlier, right? Frick. Okay, the video about birthdays made it so easy. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not hiding it. Thank you, Maddie. Like, I'm not hiding my birthday. I just never revealed it because I will say, for a while, I was not... Dang it. For a while, I was not sure if I wanted to reveal my actual literal birthday or if I wanted to do a kind of like a content creator birthday, because there are content creators I know who their listed birthday is not their actual literal birthday. Whether for privacy reasons or just because like they want the kayfabe of it, like they have decided that the birthday they have listed is not their actual literal birthday. And I considered doing that. But then I kind of decided like last year, I was like, I'm not really like playing a character too much. I'll just be honest. Also, happy early birthday. Cats are having loud zoomies in another room. Oh no. Happy early birthday to all of you as well, except for Zap, because it is Zap's birthday, so I can't wish them an early birthday if it just is their birthday. Okay, so I don't think I go that way. Which, like, I don't know. I know it's a thing in, like, larger VTubers who will, like, sing happy birthday for their viewers. I don't think that's something anyone wants from me. Just full stop. However, I will absolutely wish you a happy birthday if you inform me it is your birthday. Because I feel like, I don't know. Like, not to get too parasocial on you, but I think that would be cool. Happy reasonably early birthday. A very merry unbirthday to you. To you. You get to celebrate your birthday on the summer solstice? Awesome. Frick. OMG, thank you so much for the 196-day early birthday wishes. Why did I think you were a December baby? Manny, I thought your birthday was in December. Am I literally just, like, trolling myself? Huh. I'm not trolling myself. You lied to me. Heck, darn it. My birthday's gonna fall one day after one of your streams. I've had people who are like, oh my gosh, like, in my comment section, they're like, I get a video on my birthday, and I'm like, aw, cute. And I've had people be like, you're streaming on my birthday. And honestly, anyone who on their birthday takes the time to like watch my content is like, that's so cutie. Oh no, I'm really weird about birthdays because my birthday is like at the time of year when it is. I have a lot of pressure to, like, anytime I want anything from anyone, I'm just basically told like, hey, wait until December. And then that's the only time you'll get anything. So I have this like complex from growing up where I continuously don't ask for things from people until it's my birthday. And then when it's my birthday, I don't have a list of all the stuff that I wanted throughout the year because it's been a full year. So then it actually like really unironically really stresses me out. And like, I'm not a diva who's like, oh, I have a whole birthday week, but I absolutely put high value in my birthday, right? I do, I don't know, take it seriously, I guess. Why are we killing Rory? I will always make time for your content as long as it stays fire. I appreciate that you clarified, as long as it stays fire, which I don't know. At this point, I don't know what's fire, because I'll make like a random like stream clip about talking about Raw stealing the moon, and then it will get like 50,000 views. And then I'll make a very well-produced video of like a Lancer frame that my audience has established that they are very interested in, and that'll get like 10,000 views. And I'm like, both are nice. I appreciate the views either way. However, one is a lot bigger than the other, and one I put in significantly less effort into. So it's always this game of like, I have no idea. You posted something heinous? Yeah. Frick! Darn it. Drat. All I'm gonna say to that is I'm not a view size queen. Have I broken 1 million on any of my shorts yet? I have one that is like 900,000 and change. I have yet to hit 1 million. And I am very happy about the fact that I have now hit officially 100,000 on a video, on a non-short with the false hydra video. And I will probably say that out of literally every video I've made, I'm so glad it was the false hydra one. Because, like, to just have an ego for a second, that was me talking about something I did that I'm very proud of. It wasn't me, like, talking about a property of some, like, piece of lore of a larger company, or, like, I wasn't cashing in on the success of a larger IP. It was literally just me talking about my own experiences on something I'm proud of, and it is now my, by far, most viewed video. And it's even funnier on the tails of Girlframe, because Girlframe, the long form, was previously my best performing video. And that was a video where I got all the trans femme puppy girls on accident, and I learned about what mexploitation was, which is funny, but hey, Araya, Drat's foiled again. As someone who has never read Kane, has never played Kane, hasn't read JJK, making Kane homebrew on stream was some of the most fun I've ever had on YouTube, and that's the sort of thing I love doing. I love involving the community, because at the end of the day, why are you watching a stream instead of a TV show, right? Heck. Anyway, full Girlframe review when? You say that as a joke. It is literally like on my list. And I've been waiting until the end of the year because I made a challenge. What do I do there? What do I do there? I tried going left, but I couldn't dash through it. Do I just bounce on it crazy style? I'm not joking, I've been waiting. No, so that's the thing is, I said I'd do it, and I will. And then I made a joke about how if we get... Right, I hit the wrong button. If we hit 15,000 subscribers, then I will do it in a maid dress, and I will talk about the NSFW stuff on it. And then I said if we hit 20,000 by the end of the year, I would make it on a different site as a joke. And we have yet to hit 20,000, but it's not the end of the year yet. So part of what I'm doing is, and I've been saying this for like a month at this point, I'm doing it in January. I have not read the book yet. I have not worried about it. I am worrying about other more immediate projects. Expect it sometime in January, maybe February. But it is coming, and it will be in a maid outfit. Frick. Okay, I found a strat. Arrow maids? Yeah, I have a maid outfit. Summoning the ults? Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, I can just do... Wait, no, this is where I already was. Never mind. Heck, darn it. Full Girlframe review with NSFW content January. So the full Girlframe review is going to be sometime in January, maybe in February, depending on how busy I am. Because I do have family coming over in January, so I will be kind of busy. Full Girlframe review in a maid outfit where I talk about the NSFW systems will be like the goal. A full, just straight up TTRPG review. Now, I hit the wrong button. If we hit 20,000, I will give my thoughts on the NSFW systems. I will like talk about them explicitly, literally explicitly. But if we just do the normal thing, then I will like just talk about them as if they're non-NSFW subjects. Like I will talk about them. I will give them an honest, fair review of my thoughts on how they would work in a mechanic, because it's just lewd. It's not scary. It's not bad. VTuber's family, weird flex, but okay. You literally took a break to go home and visit your family. You shut your mouth. Although I have been informed that apparently, I think the reason is because I went for a dress that matches my color instead of just a white one. I've been told that the outfit that I have for the maid dress is closer to like a barmaid dress than a like maid dress. Right. Mouth has been shut. I love the fact that my community hates you. It's so funny. Yeah, it's barmaid, which like, I'm not doing it for any nefarious purposes, so I don't really care if it's like cleaning maid or barmaid or whatever. I'm just like, yeah, it was a Halloween costume as a joke. Frick. I don't hate roars. I will die 1,000 deaths for it. It's funnier is that we're in the same community. No, that's the thing. A lot of y'all are also in his community. A lot of y'all are in his community, or you're in Neko's community, or you're in Borderwise's community. And so to just have this absolute vitriol for Rory is so funny to me. Heck. I need to use a VPN if you post it on the other site, because that site is blocked in my state. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know which site it would be, right? I don't know if we're talking like the orange site or one of the multiple like streaming sites, because this might surprise you. I don't have an account on any of those sites, and I don't know how they operate. So I don't know which would be best to have a TTRPG review on. Blue Twitch. No, Rory, that's the thing. If we hit 20,000, I will absolutely make Arrow Rights. Like, I think, unironically, I could probably do pretty well writing, like, NSFW fanfic. All I'm gonna say. I could probably get that bag by doing, like, paid commissions for NSFW fanfic. And I have not dropped to that level. Not dropped to that level. There's nothing wrong with that. But, like, I have not walked down that path. But I could. And I would have a instant consumer base. Posted the worst one, GitHub? No. GitHub is where you post all of your like spaghetti code that you asked like Copilot to make for you and you don't know how it works. Posted as a mega link? I only know about Mega from a recent like what's the channel that talks about Discord a whole bunch? No text to speech? Like not text to speech? And apparently Mega is associated with a very bad thing that you're not going to talk about in chat, even if you know what it is. So I don't want to be associated with Mega, even if I'm completely kosher, even if I'm totally fine with it. I don't want that associated with me. Blue Twitch, blue site. Well, okay, so there's blue site, there's orange site. Is green site a thing? Because there's a couple different sites, right? You had no idea about that? Entirely understandable. You know the jokes about Discord mods being like bad, particularly when it comes to minors? Yeah, that, but on image files. You know, the thing that you really shouldn't like even make jokes about, and you will be banned from this community if you do make jokes about. That's apparently a massive issue on Mega. So I don't want to be associated with that. Personally. Green site eco... No, not Kick. Isn't there like another one that's green? Again, I don't know. Just make a Warhammer 40k mini of it, like Joe Cat. That'd be so funny. Like, question, do you want me? Like, I know someone in the community has been asking me to make a video on 40k Knights, but I assume that's because they want mech stuff. And like, I consider myself more knowledgeable on 40k than the average person. Do you want 40k content? Because I've I've already made... Frick, I was trying to figure out where to go. I think I go up and to the right? I already made a video ages ago about a really cool Eldar ritual. And like I went into the lore of it called the Ritual of the Young King, where the avatar of Cain is that like the Eldar, the elf equivalent, god of war. Their god is Cain. And they can summon Cain, an avatar of Cain, in battle. But in order to do so, they must take one of their own and have them take on the mantle of this mythological folk hero in the Eldar called the Young Prince. Yes, it's either the Young Prince or the Young King. I think it's the Young Prince. Where the Young Prince in life scorned Cain and was going to become Cain's champion, but turned his back upon Cain, and in so doing, earned the eternal ire of the God of War. And so in order to gain the favor of the God of War in combat, the Eldar must take an Eldar, one of their own, dress them as the Young King, participate in a ritual where the Young King, this new person, rebukes Cain once more. And like this modern person basically like LARPing as the Young King reminds Cain of the anger and humiliation he felt eons ago from this folk hero. And so Cain gets so pissed off that he manifests an avatar and kills the new person pretending to be the Young King. And in so doing, now the Eldar have this massive force of their god of war, like, at their beck and call. And it's basically, they make their god of war mauled so hard that he manifests an avatar of destruction to help them fight their enemies. And it's such a cool bit of lore. Like, that's so needlessly awesome. I don't want 40k replacing your other content because 40k only creators are high-key dime a dozen. Really? I'm actually unfamiliar with that. I understand that, like obviously like Bricky talks 40k. There's Adric, there's Poorhammer. There's a lot of ones that talk about the tabletop. There's a lot of 40k channels that talk about the game. And then there's a decent amount that talk about the lore, but not in the way I would talk about the lore, you know? Because you've seen me talk Lancer. You know that when I talk lore in Lancer, I don't talk lore of just like, did you know that on Deimos, there was this weird thing where the moon disappeared? In Deimos, at Research Facility Alpha Epsilon, there was this strange entity called Ra, which was a Monis class entity. Like, a lot of lore channels do that. They like ask you a very basic question in the very beginning that's supposed to be their hook, and then they go into a from the beginning. They talk about the lore of it, not quite analytically or encyclopedically, but I feel as though a lot of lore channels don't have personality because they're focused on just communicating information. I like to make it entertaining. I like to make it, the presentation is as much a reason to show up as the actual information you get. And like, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. I feel as though the Emperor and the Metal Mark are two videos where folks did not respond positively to them because I prioritized the presentation and the jokes more than I prioritized actually like informing you of what the frame did. And that's fair. But I think a lot of people have appreciated explicitly how I present my frames. Yeah, they rage bait their god back to the front lines, literally. They piss off their god by reminding him of the one time he was like disavowed by one of his followers. And he is so angry that he manifests and kills all their enemies for them. It's so cool. Right. It's up to you if you want to yap Warhammer, and I'm sure a lot of people will love it, but it's not my thing. I know that people generally adore this game and count me among them, but character development clearly isn't one of Team Cherry's strengths. In fact, all Team Cherry's characters are utterly spineless and could afford to show some more backbone. And don't get me started about all the bugs and the developers left in the game. Listen, the Knight has absolutely no backbone. I'm gonna say it, Hornet doesn't either. Mostly because they have exoskeletons, but, you know, I'm not wrong. Rage baiting God is on your bucket list. Have you not already? That's how I just live my life. Like, oh my gosh, I had someone. Okay, frick, darn it! I had someone in my comment section. I don't know what this person was on. They had to have been like a young person, right? Because they're in my comment section. And remember, you probably saw my recent video on orcs in my setting. How how orcs in my setting have this like bloodlust to them, where when they smell non-orcish blood, they literally like go into a blood rage, like a barbarian berserker fury, where until they taste non-orcish blood or like the scent leaves their system, they are like an adrenaline spike, they're aggressive, they're angry. And I talked about the various ways that orcs mitigate this, because living your life where if Steve from accounting cuts his finger, and then you go into a blood rage as a result, that's really inconvenient for you and trying to maintain your job in sales. So orcs have devised different ways to accommodate this. And there's one commentator who's like, no, that's not how orcs work. Orcs are monsters and they only exist to be slain. And I'm like, okay, that's how some orcs work, but that's not how the orcs in my setting work. And they're like, no, you're dumb. This is stupid. That's not how orcs work. And then someone else was like, this is brilliant. This is a fantastic way in order to add character to different species. Someone, a different comment was saying like very kind and wonderful things about this idea. And then the person responded to them and they're just like, no, it's not smart. It's dumb. It makes orcs stupid. And then I'm like, have you never consumed media? Like, because even in frick, I can't pogo too long. I lose my rhythm. Oh yeah, they got the blood rags and stuff. Exactly. It's also inconvenient for Steve from counting. Did they call it woke? No, so they didn't call it woke. It struck me more as like a 14-year-old who had never read anything other than an anime that had orcs or like a manga where orcs were the villain, and then like maybe they'd like seen Lord of the Rings kind of deal. Because it struck me very much as I don't have the frame of reference to understand that orcs can be more. Therefore, I'm going to assume that orcs can never be more. Right? It struck me less as malice and more as just ignorance, which is why I just like explained to them in like 3 different comments across 3 different messages, like, hey, this is just how my orcs are. Orcs can differ from setting. If you want some recommendations, here you go. I recommended Orconomics. I recommended Legends and Lattes, and I also recommended Fantasy High by D20. And their response was just like, what was it, like, that's not how it works, you dummy. And I'm like, okay. 3 buttons, hide from channel. Like, I wasn't upset at them. I wasn't even like putting brain power to them. I was literally just like, you strike me as like a 14-year-old. And I say that without judgment, because we were all 14 once. But you strike me as someone that thinks you're smarter than you are, when in reality, the mystery of who you are is so shrouding that you assume you have clarity in all other aspects of your life. And I get that. I was like that. Everyone was like that. And I think, and maybe this is because I never grew out of it, like, I think I didn't get hit by that as hard as some people I know. I think a lot of people I know absolutely lived their entire life. Or like, when they were a teenager, they absolutely thought they were literally the smartest person in the world. And that they, like, I have heard 14-year-olds say, like, oh yeah, they solved string theory. Because they spent, like, half an hour thinking about it. What's wrong with orcs? Thrall is very honorable. Person tell me orcs bad, me no like orcs. Also, even Tolkien orcs weren't inherently evil. He really regretted how he portrayed them, and they're portrayed with a lot more humanity. Really? Because, like, I know at least I have Lord of the Rings. I started reading it. I then got busy and didn't continue reading it, and now it's been like a year. But I still have Lord of the Rings. Like, so, like, I've seen the movies, and even in the movies where they're objectively evil, they're doing the bad thing for the bad guy for bad reasons. They also just like have logistics. It's the question of like, since they make the comment meats back on the menu, that implies that they have menus, which means that they likely have restaurants, implying that they have a whole food ecosystem, which means that unless that they have some degree of like subsidized food production, which wouldn't make sense for restaurants if they have menus, they probably have some degree of currency, which means that they have mints and they have economy, which means that you probably need economists, and you have different orcs that fulfill different niches. Like, even in something like The Lord of the Rings, the orcs have depth to them. beyond just we are creatures of the mud made to slay men, even though that's literally what they were. In Lord of the Rings, orcs are corrupted elves, and they are creatures born of mud, or the Uruk-hai born of mud. And so, they're literally created with the express purpose of being evil for the sake of serving the god of evil, or I suppose like a demon. Sauron's basically like a demon equivalent. Like, if the Maiar and like Gandalf are angels, then I think Sauron would be on the power of like a demon, right? Because he's not the devil. He's not the god of evil. That's Morgoth. But he's like a lieutenant. In the same way that like Gandalf was a lieutenant of Eru Ilúvatar, as well as the other wizards. Frick! Gandalf is an angel? Yeah, so in Lord of the Rings, this may be fanon, but I'm pretty sure this is canonical. The wizards, the two blue wizards, Saruman, right, Gandalf the Grey, Radagast the Brown, the two blue wizards, Saruman the White, they are all effectively like angels. They are Maiar, I believe, which are like servants of the gods. That is why they have the power that they do, and them being wizards is effectively just like the mortal justification for their powers, right? They aren't literally just people with wizard powers. The reason Gandalf came back is not just for the Christ imagery, but also because Maiar are servants of the god of Middle Earth. So they can just come back if they die. There's an extreme disciplinarians to a fault, and their oldest are often on the front lines in war because that's the one way they can meaningfully give back to society. He was a devout Catholic, and part of his Catholic beliefs was that evil has to be chosen. Really? I was under the impression that because of his deeply Catholic views, he was a proponent of there are good people, there are bad people. Basically the exact opposite. Because obviously, like with original sin, and then I'm no expert on Catholicism, but the black-white morality is very clear in Lord of the Rings. There are good people, there are bad people. The elves are universally good, and the only bad elves are corrupted by evil and are not considered elves anymore. And then the bad guys are universally bad. No, one of the hugest things in Catholicism is that evil... Interesting. The main thing I know about evil in Catholicism is like the idea of original sin and like you need to be baptized. But also like I didn't know how that interfaced with the choice of evil. Oh, is that why it's such a common narrative that like if you do something we don't like, we're just gonna say that you're choosing like an impure life kind of deal? Frick! Like, I don't like your lifestyle, which is why I don't like the fact you chose it. Ah, that explains it. Yeah, I have Catholic family, but due to certain recent developments, I'm not on the best of terms with them. And by recent developments, I mean like 2016. Certain things happening in the US. See, sometimes I'll just hear off to the side, just do, and I'm like, what are you doing, cat? Hello. Yeah, I just paused. I just stood here waiting, didn't even talk really. Because I care about you, and I don't want you to feel like you're missing anything from the ads. Frick. Yeah, the Path of Pain is tough. I was expecting it to be much less fun, if I'm going to be completely honest. Like, but like, and this is the thing where in Hollow Knight, there have been very few times where I legitimately have not had fun. There have been a couple, like when I was crashing out at Rory in the Crystalline caves. Like that was this time where I was genuinely like getting so frustrated that I was not having fun with the game anymore. Coliseum 3 is one where... Oh, is my model working? Weird. Coliseum 3 is one where I can handle struggling, like beating my head into a wall. When I've been beating my head into a wall for like 8 hours across multiple different streams and I still don't feel like I made any progress, that's where I'm like, okay, this is just not fun. But by and large, despite the fact that I've had a lot of struggles, despite the fact I'm not very good at platforming, despite the fact that I spent like 6 hours on Radiance or like 4 hours on Radiance or something, I really enjoyed myself. And that's why I'm glad to come back to Hollow Knight, even if it's only for like the meme of I'm gonna do a little baby donathon and Path Pain. Yep. Okay. Watch this. Did you see that? Did you see my pro gamer moves? Arrow yips. Arrow did not yip. I will say, people have made jokes about making like clip compilations of me yipping. The first step to that is every time I make a noise, do a stream clip, highlight it on Twitch, and then you will have easy access if you want to edit it all together. Didn't hit down on my hits. Darn it. Have I ever cursed on stream? Like, I've definitely said something that was very close before. But, like, I wonder if I've said anything, like, tougher than, like, damn or hell. And even then, that's generally, like, I will actually, to be fair, in quoting stuff, I have said curse words. Because... like, I don't have a fear of cursing, I just choose not to. So, like, outside of quoting stuff, I wonder how often I've cursed. Usually if you're reading or quoting something, that's the thing, like, I don't really have much issue with quoting something. And occasionally, I've had a time where, like, for whatever reason, I say something harsher than I mean to. But usually it's just like a frickin' a heck and a darn. Got you to say the F word once? When? I have no memory of this. Not telling? That's no fun. Now that's just being a tease. Which, I mean, I guess I am all the time, and y'all get upset over that, but... But, speaking of being a tease, gosh. This Creatures TTRPG I'm working on. I am so scared of having to do graphic design because my goal, as I've mentioned, is I want to get it out Christmas Day. Frick! So that means I have to finish it in the next, like, couple days, which I have not made any of the progress I wanted to make because I keep finding other minor things like, wait, what happens when you die? I suppose I should probably make a rule for that, huh? What happens when, like, how can I better word the ability to, like, get bonuses to rolls? Okay, like, let me clean this up. Like, I have had stuff that I've wanted to include for, like, 3 weeks now that I just haven't. Right. Hear me out, children's make-believe aesthetic for the first draft, crayon drawings of the monsters. No, my goal is I really want it to be, I don't have any official artwork of it. I don't have any official descriptions of the different creatures because I want it to be whatever you assume it is, that's what it is, right? I have my own idea of what these creatures look like, what they do, what they say, what coloration they are. Right. Darn it. Was any art at all? I mean, that's the thing. I might just be like, hey, first draft, no art. And then I'm going to open it to the community and it's on y'all to, like, make sketches of it. Because, like, the first draft is obviously going to need playtesting, which I am worried that I'm going to drop it and then just no one's going to want to playtest it. Because the goal of this is I release it, and then on the Discord there will be like at least one or perhaps like 2 games of this, and people will be able to give feedback on what worked, what didn't, what needs changing. Yes, I am exploiting my audience for free play testing. How could you tell? But also, I want it to be more... I want it to be easier to read than just like a plain white document with Times New Roman. Because I feel as though that's not very in theme. Hey, this isn't exploitation, I want to play this goofy system. Listen, it's a goofy system insofar as you make a goofy species, which I have since added more support for how to make your individual creature unique. So the goal now is it's a game where you create an entire species, creating traits from other ancestors that are in the world, and then you make a unique creature within it. But the actual creature is also interesting. The actual creature, as you play, you get stories that you can tell. And XP is spent on adaptations, which is unique to your species. However, stories is unique to your creature, and when you die, you lose your stories. But the idea being is that when stuff happens in game, you can take a story that your creature tells other creatures, and that like is the progression system for creatures. And stories often have a positive and a negative. So it's the idea of if you have a trait that is wounded for an extended period of time, you can take the story, want to know how I got these scars, and that trait, it can never be injured, but it is always wounded. It can never heal its wound, but it's never injured. So you never get mechanical detriments for it being injured. However, you're always just a little closer to being dead. Because the way health works is that you have injury boxes, and across all of your injury boxes, if you can either have wounds, which are just like the trait is injured, but it's nothing major, and you can have injuries, which is you cannot effectively use that trait while it is injured. Therefore, when your injury boxes are full of wounds and injuries, you're dead. So if you have 6 injury boxes and you have 3 wounds and 3 injuries, you're gonna die. However, when you take a wound, you can put it on a box that has a wound already, and it can lose the wounds to become an injury because injuries are worse. So it's the idea that if you're taking an injury, that's like a sixth of your health, whereas a wound is a 12th of your health. But also, the way I set up progression in the game, I built the entire game around the principle of failing forward. So the idea behind failing forward is if you attempt a roll, you have to get a 7 or higher. It's a 1d12 system that you can get a 2d6 if it's relevant to like your job, your title. So if you roll 7 or higher, you succeed. If you roll under a 7, you still succeed, but you have to choose one of 2 payments that the GM is going to force on you. And the payments is going to be, you pay in blood, which is injury / wound. You can pay in sweat, which is time. You take trees, which is the clocks, the talismans of the system. Or you can pay in tears, which is a narrative consequence that the GM chooses. So the idea being is that even if you fail your roll, you still manage to do whatever it is you were attempting, but you take a wound. Or you advance a clock that you don't want advanced. And I think that system allows for basically you to do as much as you want, where if you're not going to succeed a roll because you're going to fail, you're still going to like do the thing you wanted to do. It's just you're going to be injured, or you might not be injured. Maybe you have to break your item because you pay by tiers. Crucially though, the GM chooses, do you pay by blood, sweat, or tears? And then the player chooses, you give me the option of blood and tears, I'm going to choose blood. It's on the player to choose what they want. So it's very hard to kill your character. Not because it's a forgiving system, or they give them a ton of health, but because if you have 5 injuries, and your next like wound or injury is going to kill you, and your GM offers you, you can pay by blood or you can pay by sweat, you can just choose to pay by sweat. And you just avoid the injury, so you avoid your creature dying. Here's a random story. Shoot. Injuries. Pog. I don't think you're beating the Path of Pain today, boss. See, I can just keep playing it. I can just keep going, or people can donate. I like the option of tears a lot. Let yourself have a bad day. Exactly. And it's the idea of that's for possible tasks. That's for tasks that you can possibly accomplish. For tasks that are improbable, that you have an improbable likelihood of succeeding. It is a situation where even if you roll a 7 or higher, you always have to pay in blood, sweat, or tears. You don't get the choice to skip that because you succeeded. However, if you fail an improbable task, because it's improbable, you don't succeed and you have to pay. So the idea is that if it's something that, like, I'm trying to roll to hit this guy, that's going to be possible. You're always going to hit the guy. It's just a matter of, does the guy hit you back? Does the guy take more time to hit than you expected? And so the countdown timer of the oncoming enemies advances. But if you're attempting to, like, scale a mountain with a broken leg, you're still going to have to, like, pay blood or tears, no matter what. Or maybe you pay sweat or tears. But if you fail, then you also don't climb the mountain. So it's a system where I really wanted to encourage failing forward, right? I really wanted it to be that every time you fail... How do I do this? Like, legitimately. Not like that. Someone stole my cheese. It was Quirrell because I took his cupcake. Then, after he got my cheese, Mafioso from Forsaken came and took the cheese. Then Driver freed Hornet from False Knight's basement, and they teamed up to fight Mafioso and Quirrell, and we lost. Okay. I assume that's either, like, just a joke, or that is a Skong reference. But yeah, so I do like, I like the idea of a system being entirely oriented around failing forwards. And also a system oriented around you are playing a character within the species. So that means if your creature dies, all you do is just, oh, nice. All you do is just make, all you do is just make another creature of the same or a different species. Oh. Aerosal. Random things I thought of instantly. Hey, I'm all for stream of consciousness. Arrow. Nice. Yeah, that's something I would not have thought of. Thank you. Which luckily with Hive Blood, it's not too big an issue, but yeah, Path of Pain, less bad than I thought it would be. Still bad, I'm not gonna lie. Frick. I got far. That was actually pretty good. Arrow flies. You know it. That's an issue where I'm struggling. Is this the real Arrow Rights? How are you doing today? I'm doing well. I'm on a path of pain. Path of pain, more like path of mild annoyance. I wouldn't say mild annoyance. I would say a fair bit of annoyance. Like, the path of pain, significantly less bad than I was expecting. And that's not to say like, oh, path of pain don't got hands. That's to say it's less bad than I was expecting, right? How do I do that? Like, yeah, there have been sections where I struggled for like 30 minutes at a time, but at the same time, I'm also just enjoying myself. Yeah, so I'm non-binary. Any pronouns are fine. I don't really care. I did not know of that room while I was on my own run. Honestly, I don't need the room because I have hive blood. And if I'm just smart about my hive blood, it don't matter, right? However, intelligence was never my best forte. Any all? Dang, strongest soldier. Yeah, I just deal with any pronoun. As long as everyone knows who you're talking about, I don't really care. I self-refer with they, them, but that's mostly just for consistency. Ah! But Arrow, you're not smart. I just said I'm not smart. I'm not saying the Path of Pain is bad. I'm just saying I'm better. You were Soup? I'm glad you were Soup. I'm glad that you're acclimating to the culture quite well. So, like, I understand that I could just Crystal Dash there. Okay. I think I don't pause. I think I just full send it. I think I just dash, bounce, dash, right? I don't... You got timed out because I was... Yeah, becoming Soup times you out. You'll find that there's a lot in this community that times you out. If you can't handle that, I'm so sorry. I have had people that have legitimately left this community because they did not know how to handle constantly being timed out, which I find very funny, I must say. But, like, is that toxic of me? Maybe. Is that also amusing to me? Yes. Frick. Darn drat. Hesitation will kill you? Yeah. That's why the Path of Pain gets so many losers, is because they hesitate. Absolutely toxic, but you do you. Well, so that's the thing. I do it in such a way that it's fun and it's equitable. No one is above it except for me, because you physically cannot ban me. Even my mods, I have unmodded before, so they could be shot. So the weak were successfully purged? Exactly. Yes, that's a toxic trait. Okay, Basil, you're one to talk. I don't even know what I mean by that. I'm sorry. Ah! Darn it. If you can't handle timeout, join Wednesday. That is true. On Wednesday, we don't do this. We only do that here. Twitch kind of separates the cream from the chaff. What percent do I have completion? I think I'm like 80%. I've beaten the game. I am now doing Path of Pain. 84%. So I've already beaten Radiance. I have not beaten Grim. Dang it. I have not beaten Grim, and I have not beaten the 3rd level of the Coliseum of Fools. But aside from that, I've done a lot. Chat, you may time me out to your heart's content. Well, we do have targeted bans, so if you're down for that, by all means. Also, since we have some new folks here, heads up, if you ever get timed out, and it says that you're timed out for like more than 30 seconds, that is because Twitch is glitching. You should never be timed out for more than like 30 seconds. So just reload the page. Just the bullying of like, yeah, I'm down with this. Frick, darn it. Getting banned here is just a mark of honor. It really is. Like, on my Twitch page, this is the Mafia. You are my goons, and you will slay all who mildly inconvenience you, until you yourself mildly inconvenience someone who will slay you in turn. That is just the kind of life cycle of this community. However, on YouTube, it's a cult, where we are all in bonds of fraternity, sorority, and fellowship, bound together in peace in our time. I see a firefight has broken out. Don't worry, this is just the backdrop to my Path of Pain. However, I will say, the Path of Pain might be ending soon. Frick. Oh, I saw a message that just got disappeared. I want to bring college frat culture. No. No, I'm not trying to bring college frat culture. That involves a lot too much illegal activities, I'll say. And misogyny, for my taste. I like the illegal activities we do to be equitable. That's why anyone can get banned, up to and including the bots in my stream. Boom. Ain't no thing. Oh, thank you for the sub. Okay. I guess we're continuing Path of Pain. Hello? Why would I not just... I'm at the end. This is the end? You're doing P3? Oh, so when you say P3, do you mean Persona 3? I do love me some Persona 3. Great. This is the last room. I can do the last room in 18 minutes. Watch me. Sorry. Oh, Pantheon 3, got it. Sorry, I saw P3 and I'm like, Persona 3? This room took me 3 hours? Well, didn't you say the entire thing took you 8 hours? Thus far, this has taken me probably 2.5 hours to get to this point. I ate a clock. It was a very time-consuming. Are you proud of yourself? You got the whole squad laughing. You're cracked? I think that at best... The only thing cracked is my mask. Bazinga. Okay, did anyone else have anyone in their life who, like, unironically really enjoyed The Big Bang Theory? Like, both of my parents, independently of one another, because my parents are separated, or divorced, independent of one another, both got into The Big Bang Theory, and both, in talking about it, would refer to it as Big Bang. Hey, did you see on Big Bang last night? Which just, like, it is so odd to me, but at the same time, like, I don't know. Both parents, is it just, like, a generational thing? Was it made for, like, boomers and Gen X? I feel like it was kind of, like, positing itself towards millennials and trying to be, like, quirky with, like, nerd culture. I've literally never heard anything good about Big Bang Theory. They got some cool cameos. Like, they got Stan Lee, they got Will Wheaton, they got... Basically, if you're, like, a nerd, if you're, like, a nerd icon, you are probably on Big Bang Theory. Has anyone heard anything about Young Sheldon? Because all I know about Young Sheldon is that there's memes about, like, oh my god, they killed Young Sheldon, as, like, a parody of Breaking Bad. And apparently Young Sheldon had, like, 8 seasons. The Hive is a very unbelievable place. You did it. You solved comedy. I was gonna do this later, but since there's a hype train going, oh no. I think I'm gonna start doing Path of Pain tomorrow instead of Pantheon 3. I thought you had to do Path of Pain to get to the Pantheons. I don't know what the Pantheons are. Frick. Darn it. Drat. Dang. All I've heard about Young Sheldon is that if they do is that they didn't do autism rep, it would be an improvement. Oh, did they make it that, like, he's autistic, but then they did it in the kind of, like, autism speaks way? Pantheon's in the sewers. God, you can't just say it's in God Home and expect me to know what that means. Heck, darn it. Because in case you didn't know, I'm playing this because people told me to. I'm not doing it because freaking I'm good at this game. Is it in the waterways? What, so... So above me. Interesting. If you want spoilers, then just pop just as for flexing. Wait, so if you want spoilers, then pop just as for flexing that you did something hard. Oh, okay. So Path of Pain is literally just, I did Path of Pain, worship me. Understood. I thought Path of Pain, like, you had to do this to get to, like, the super secret ending. Thank you for the... Also, thank you for all of the subscriptions. Let me actually do this. Move it here. Put that there. Sorry, I just realized that I never... Why is... What? No. Sorry, I just realized that when I move, I put my second monitor on the left hand of my desk instead of the right hand, like it was previously. So my chat, I had to move it. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. I understand that you're doing this to hurt me. This is an attack against my soul. However, I still appreciate it nonetheless. Subs for the best VTubers. I'm not the best. I am not even in the top 100 for best VTubers. Now, am I in the top 10 for best non-VTubing culture VTubers that use a VTubing model? Maybe. Thank you for the bits, Null. The more you pay, the more I'm trapped in the path of pain of my own making. You are doing this to me. I want you to know. My blood is on your hands. Oh. Well, Quarry, you are no longer the boss. Do you have any final words? Arrow, I'll say this, you're the only VTuber I go out of my way to watch. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Can I get some 07s? You're definitely in the top 3 of 2D streamers with eye bags and eye covering bang named Arrow. Okay, that's a lie. I'm a 3D model. I'm a 3D model. Quarry, we hardly knew you. Goodbye. I've killed you. Wait, why am I jumping? But yeah, I'm actually not a 2D model. I am a 3D model, which I'm gonna be straight up. I have put in some thought recently to potentially like commissioning a live 2D because for the longest time I didn't do it on the fear of, well, what if I'm not really locked into this VTubing thing? What if it's just something that I try for a bit and then I don't really keep up with? And I feel like I'm at the point where I can justify saying that I'm locked in. So my main excuse, which has been, I don't know if I'm going to commit to this, so I don't want to spend money needlessly, is kind of kaput. Now the main issue is just money, which obviously that's not something that I can just like hand wave, but that is also something that at the end of the day, it's not going to get cheaper in the future. If anything, it's probably going to get more expensive. Bye, Quarry. It was a typo. Ah, yes, of course. When in doubt, claim it was a typo. But no, I am always surprised whenever someone says, like, you're my favorite VTuber, or like, you're one of my favorite VTubers, you're the best VTuber. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I've been told that, like, I am someone's... I don't know if they said that I was their favorite Lancer content creator, or if I was like top 3 of Lancer content creators with Zactac and 11 Dragon Kid, and even something in as niche as that, I'm just like, no, I just make stupid stuff on the internet. At the end of the day, you can always write fanfic for money. I probably could. That's my thing. Like, I have enough writing experience, and people seem to like it well enough that I feel as though I could probably do fairly well for myself quality-wise, writing fanfic for cash money. My issue is I don't think I would have... I don't have the established base, because my understanding is that in fanfic writing, you'll have like... so for instance, I've been watching Ted Lasso recently with my roommates. In the Ted Lasso fandom, you'll have like some rando is famous in the Ted Lasso fandom for writing Ted Lasso fanfic. So if you want to commission someone for a Ted Lasso fanfic, you're going to commission some rando. You're not going to commission Corey, even though Corey is super famous in the Star Trek fanfic scene. You're not going to commission them for something that's outside of their niche. That's my understanding as someone that doesn't really read fanfic, I'm not going to lie. So I don't actually think I would have many legs to stand on. Just write from your heart. That's what I do. I write from my heart, and then people get upset at me because they're like, where are your notes? And I'm like, what notes? My reign was not in fact long and glorious. Listen, Corey, happens to the best of us. If your reign lasts longer than 4 hours, please consult a doctor. No established fans required, just a thick skin and passable SEO. Yeah? Well, no, so that's the thing. That's how you get... That is how you get spotted, right? Thick skin, SEO, that is how you break through the noise. That and consistency, right? You need more than just thick skin and SEO. You also need consistency with it. That being said, once you hit the point where like you're doing commissions, you kind of need to be a known quantity. And like I do commissions for video editing, and most of my clients, or most of the people I've talked to, like multiple of them, have reached out to me because of other people I know. And it's been like, oh, you work for this person. I know this person. Let me talk to you about rates. Oh, you are friends with this person on Discord. That means like I know this person too. We should talk about you being a manager sometime. Like, networking really is the name of the game when it comes to like comms. And it's a matter of thick skin and SEO to develop those skills, to become someone that gets your foot in the door. Getting your foot in the door, in my experience, has been one of the hardest things, at least in video editing. Because when I have no clients, even though I have like, I was at like 10,000, or I was at like 5, like when I first started comming, I was at like 5,000 subscribers, and I was at like 1 million video views or something. That's a lot. That's more than a lot of people can say that they have. But at the same time, no one knew me. I wasn't tied to a name or a brand. And something that is in particularly for VTubing editing, generally, the people, the folks that are going to get commissions out of nowhere, clippers. Want to know why? Because if I am someone who clips, let's say Nimmy Nightmare, very, very popular indie VTuber, or Dokibird. If I'm a very popular Dokibird clipper, you might like Dokibird. You might watch Dokibird's clips that I make, and then you're like, well, I want a VTubing editor. Oh, look at this person who edits for Dokibird. You're going to get the boost of all of the Dragoons, all of the Dokibird fans are going to be looking for your content. Therefore, you get eyes on your content way easier than if you're doing something original. And that's why, like, clipping and clippers are generally gonna have a pretty good conversion rate if they want to start commenting. What's SEO? Search engine optimization. So for instance, if I, in this stream title, I made sure to include Path of Pain up front. When I make a video about D&D, I mention D&D in the title. In my description, I make sure to mention TTRPG. I mention VTuber. Search engine optimization is adding metadata, is adding tags, is adding words that when someone searches in Google or in YouTube or in whatever search they're looking at, I'm giving the site the proper tools in order to ensure that whoever is searching for my content will find it. So if I make a Hollow Knight video, but I list it as a Escape from Tarkov video. And all of my stuff in the description talks about how with rose gardening you can really revitalize the Italian aesthetic in your home. Like the search engine will have no idea what to do with that video, so it won't go anywhere because I'm saying it is Escape from Tarkov. My description of it talks about like rose gardening and Italian architecture or aesthetics, and my content, like the actual like whatever inevitable like AI scrubbed summary it generates for itself is about Hollow Knight. Really? The spikes? So that means that I have poor SEO. Good SEO is something that is not just cohesive, it is also consistent, which is kind of part of cohesive, but also on top of that, good SEO talks about related subjects. So for instance, if I talk about Lancer, the TTRPG, I still include D&D in the description. I still talk about TTRPGs in the description. If I talk about like VTubers, I might mention VTubing in it. But the idea being is that like if I am a VTuber, I might mention other VTubers that are similar in my niche in my description, which I don't do personally, in order so that if someone is a big fan of Quarry, and Quarry is a big TTRPG VTuber, then I can include Quarry's name in my tags, and suddenly someone who looks up Quarry stuff might find my stuff. A more direct example, if I was to take Zactac, if I was to take 11 Dragon Kid, if I was to take Matthew Colville, and I put their names in my descriptions as tags, people looking up Zactac or 11 Dragon Kid or Burger Krieg or Matt Colville would come across my videos, and because my content is similar to theirs, they might actually like my content. So I'm getting new viewers for my SEO. That's what SEO is, right? SEO is all about getting the algorithm to push your content to people that want to see. And I will say it's important, but also like it's not something I think about too much. I make sure I include like TTRPG and D&D and VTuber in like every single thing, because more people look up D&D than they look up TTRPG. I think more people look up RPG than they look up TTRPG. TTRPG is the most correct term, and is also the most generic term, but I also think that it gets used significantly less frequently than something like RPG, something like D&D. Right, darn track. Who do you commission for your Hamlet fanfic? Presumably Shakespeare. Because, like, you know Shakespeare's still kicking it somewhere. Like, he's a vampire. We all know this. But I feel like if you really wanted to commission a Hamlet fanfic, you should just ask Disney, because they made The Lion King. Like, they seem pretty on lock with making Hamlet fanfic already. I think you're my Lancer, I think you're my favorite Lancer creator. I think I said that. Oh, was that you? Yeah, I always get embarrassed, even when it's something as niche as like, oh, you're my favorite Lancer creator, where I think that there might be 5 dedicated Lancer content creators on YouTube where they have more than like 100 subs, right? I'm sure that there's micro channels out there that are either just starting or that they don't have traction, but of any channels that have a significant following, I think there's probably a handful, like maybe 5, that talk about Lancer regularly. Now, maybe that's just me being completely wrong, but that's kind of the impression I've gotten. And so, even that is something where, like, no, like, I love Zactac's work. I don't really watch too much of 11 Dragon Kid, but I've certainly seen their work, and I think that they're cool. Lopez Family Variety Channel is another one that I've seen. There's another channel that I saw. Frick, I went too fast. Is it still fanfic if it's written by the original author? I would say it can be, depending on who owns the rights. And I know that that's like a really like corporate answer, but also I do truthfully believe that if I make a story, or let's say Shakespeare writes a story about Hamlet, after Hamlet was over. But Shakespeare doesn't own the rights. The publishing house, the playhouse, owns the rights. I would say that is fanfic. Because yeah, that might be like word of God, what the author wants to happen. Well, that's not what's canonical. What's canonical is the story told by the person who owns the rights. Like it or not. Like, death of the author is kind of a moot point at this rate, because it's all about who owns the rights. If I make an original story, and then I sell the rights to it so that someone publishes it, and then they make a sequel, and I say that's actually not how the sequel goes, that is how the sequel goes. That is how the series canonically continues, even if I don't like it, even if I'm not involved in it. So by the same token, if I wrote my own story based on it, I feel like that would be fanfic. Does that mean Alan Wake 2 is Max Payne fanfic? I don't know, because I have not played or looked into either of those series. The thing about Alan Wake I know is that apparently the first one like kind of sucked, but was also really good. And then this second one was like almost game of the year the other year, right? Also, apparently they're related to the game Control, which is exciting to me because I've heard very good things about Control. I've heard if you want to play an SCP style game, Control is where it's at, so that's been on my list for a while. I got wasted at one of Shakespeare's raves, can confirm he's still around. There's a similar situation with Eberron, with Wizards of the Coast making canon content, but the fandom recognizing that its author wrote a non-official stuff. Oh. Yeah, Eberron is actually like... I've talked about this before. My introduction to D&D was the 3.5 basic rules, the black set. But also, it was a game called Dragon Shard. It was a D&D T-tier, or a D&D RTS that everyone I've heard talk about it has said it's not good. It is one of my favorite games of all time because it got me into TTRPGs, it got me into D&D. I love it. And it was set in Eberron, where you are the Order of the Flame, which is the militant arm of like the Order of the Silver Chalice or something. It's some religious organization in Eberron. You fight against lizard folk, you fight against Umbragen, which are the Drow, and for whatever reason, they changed the color of dragon shards, which I believe are typically gold in Eberron, and they made it so that they're like teal. So when I think of a dragon shard, I think of this like bright, like blue, raspberry blue crystal. I think it was probably because of like StarCraft. They wanted a 2-resource system. One was gold, one was like dragon shards. So they're Miku. Yes. Okay, so I never understood why people like Miku, I'm not gonna lie. And over the past, I'll say like year or so, I've made an effort to like listen to actual Miku songs. So I've listened to like Utsupi, Deco 27, but generally I listen to a bit of Miku, and then I mostly listen to some Teto. I've mostly listened to Teto, like Jamie P, for instance. But unironically, and I understand that it's very on brand for me to say this because like people call me a tsundere, and also I am yellow, but I kind of really like Akita Neru, the yellow Miku, who is in Triple Baka, because she's had some actually really good songs despite not having a voice pack. Like, in order to make an Akita Neru song, you just use Miku and I think you tune her down. And so like Flop Era and Zako are both like actually kind of bops that I was rocking with recently. Heck. Is that the one with the big side ponytail? Yes, it is the yellow one with the big side ponytail. And she is like the anti-Miku, where while Miku is super happy, Akita is super angry. And she doesn't like people. And she is absolutely like tsundere. She's so cute. Space. Although I do find it very funny that of some of the folks that I associate with, Neko Boy Blue is... I don't know how actually into Miku he is, but I do know that, like, as a joke, he loves Miku. He probably also actually loves Miku, but he's made a bunch of jokes about it. And he's blue. I'm yellow, and I really like Akita. And also, Akita is like a tsundere, which a lot of people accuse me of. And then, apparently, Teto. Like, normally I think of her with red hair, but recently I've seen multiple animations of her with purple hair, which kind of lines up with Rory. Did I see RT Games stream yesterday with his new Miku-themed PC? I saw he was playing Fortnite. I did not see that it was a Miku-themed PC. So like, it kind of fits. Wait, why do we live in the Matrix? What happened? Every part has Miku on it. That is hilarious. Doesn't RT Game, like, not even really know who Miku is? Like, he played the Miku rhythm game and had to be explained who Miku was, which I didn't know who Miku was at the time either. I still don't know who Miku is. I know that she's like an experiment or something. It all lines up too well. No, literally. Like, and Teto is like a random, like, 31-year-old loser, so it fits with Rory being an absolute loser. Although it is very funny that it just turned out that some of the folks that I associate with most regularly, we do line up with the triple baka pretty well. Also, apparently Akita is like evil. And it's theorized that Akita Neru is the one responsible for the Mesmerizer music video, which, if you don't know, involves Teto and Miku getting hypnotized and, like, going crazy. Which, you know, I could do some evil hypnosis as a treat. So, like, I'm the most evil out of the three of us, right? That's pretty well established. Like, Rory likes to say he's a heel, but also, I'm the one that actively encourages y'all to shoot each other. So I feel like I win on scale alone, you know? Yeah, you're the evil one? Exactly, you get it. Rory's the annoying one, and Neko's the cat, so you can't really blame him. I run a cult and a mob, which, there's kind of like some joint custody there, but they are separate organizations. Wait, so am I an idol or am I a toad? Because, like, the mob is very clearly just like the toad, and then the cult is the idol. Am I both, or is it an idol cult of mobsters? How many kindergartens would you beat in a fight? Idol. Which I will say, if I am an idol, Akita Neru idol, it checks out. So, I don't know how many kindergartens I could beat in a fight. When it comes to kindergarteners, it's entirely a matter of, like... So, like, did I get enough sleep last night? Because if I'm not in top shape, I'm gonna be, like, running, punching, kicking children all over the place, and I'm gonna be exhausted after probably, like, 10. Not because I'm weak. Oh my gosh, my voice cracked. Not because I'm weak, but because it's like drag on your arms. And if I didn't get good sleep, if I didn't eat earlier in that day, I'm not gonna have the energy to push through it. But if I'm at, like, peak performance, I could beat up 20, you know? Because I'm assuming that it's like one punch in there. I'm not assuming that I have to, like, go toe to toe with a series of children. I think I can just, like, a kick to the face and they're done. Do not kill Corey brothers and sisters. Although I depose them, I hold no qualms. See, it's just business. You understand, B, and that's why you're the boss. I've manifested 2 sins. Okay, what about one host that manifests literally all 6 sins all at once? What about a single host who their whole thing is that they are just completely, like, emotionally devastated, and so they somehow manage to manifest 6 sins at once? People really underestimate what 50 kindergartners can do to you. That's why I'm not saying 50. I think I would tap out at, like, 20, even on a good day. Because, like, I'm assuming I have, like, no weapon. I assume that they're coming at me in waves. Darn it. Trauma neuron star? What does that mean? Oh, for the for the host. Got it. 6 type 2 sins trying to take domain over the body. 6 type 2 sins taking over body. Sorry, I just had to put that in my special folder. When it comes to fighting kindergarten kids, it depends on how much they gang up on you. If you fight 1v1, easily take out 50. If they swarm you, might take 10 out. I'm assuming this is the classic, how many kindergartners could you take in a fight if they come at you in waves of 10 and there's like a first grade boss every 10 waves, right? That's what I'm assuming. I'm not assuming they just like swarm you. Because if they swarm you, it's like just numbers. You're done so, right? Very few people can actually throw 50 serious punches or kicks without getting tired. That's what I'm thinking. Is I think that it's a matter of if we're assuming it's like 1 strike per child, and also they're not like ganging up on you, they're not overwhelming you. I think that I could manage like 20 comfortably, right? Now, could I push myself to 30? Maybe. Depends on how punchable the children are. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like children don't have different levels of punchability. It's the 3x3 meme, pick 2, they will defend you, the others will try to kill you. And it's just kindergartners. They're the 5th graders and the 1st grader waves. So the question I generally hear is how many 1st graders could you beat in a fight if they came at you in waves of 10 with a 5th grade boss every 10 waves, right? Although I've also heard that there's a, every 50 waves, there's a special train kid that comes up, and they have braces, which that's how you know that they're bad. Like, that's the sort of nonsense that my buddy would hit me up at like midnight, and would just call me on the phone. Would just call me on the phone until like 3 a.m. and just ask me questions like that. And that is what my best friend would do. Particularly back when he was depressed. Back when he was having a really rough breakup. Like he was on the tail of like a 7-year-long relationship. And I was like in call with him like every night, supporting him because like he's my friend. And I've known him, and at that point I had known him for years. He just asked me the most nonsensical questions. Like, one of his favorite questions to ask me was, would you rather have laser eyeballs or acid pee? And every single time he would ask it, I'm like, why are you asking me this question? And he'd be like, Arrow, answer it. Heck. Laser eyes easy? That's what I'm thinking. Although, what if we get like the water boy power? Which Pokemon would you be able to kill with your bare hands? Mr. Mime, not because Mr. Mime is weak, but because its face fills you with rage. Okay, I'm gonna go with the dark horse. I'm gonna say something that everyone's thinking, but no one wants to say it out loud. The baby Pokemon. I know. I feel I would be able to end the life of a baby Pokemon easier than any other Pokemon. Not because I'm some heartless monster, although I did just talk for about 10 minutes about how many children I could beat up in a fight. I feel as though the baby Pokemon like a Pichu, like a Cleffa, are some of the only ones you would reasonably be able to take out in a fight. If you get the drop on it, you can take out a Pikachu. I don't believe you. Not because I don't trust you, but because have you seen what Pikachu has done in the anime? Like, it's an oversized rat, yes, but it's also electric. Have you ever like accidentally stuck or purposely stuck a fork into an electrical outlet? I don't think you understand how bad electrical burns can be. And now imagine that across your entire body. Actual piss on your enemy's detection question. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for the follow, Dark Master. Take it out before discharge? No, I know, but I'm assuming it's a reflex. Much like how if you have static electricity, you can't really choose to shock something. I assume that the Pikachu
can kind of just on instinct do this. I can 1v1 a Kangaskhan if it's still in the egg. Yeah, I could not 1v1 a kangaroo. Like, not like the Pokemon, just like straight up a normal kangaroo will, without its feet, without its legs, just punch you and beat you up. Frick, darn it, drat. Having electrocuted myself and needing to push myself away because of my hand clench, yeah, it's bad. If you ever want to test if an electric fence is currently activated, wow, why is my forearm so tense? If you want to see if an electrical fence is currently activated, do not grab it. Do not have your fingers curled towards it. Rest it with the back of your palm. Your hand will have a flinch reflex pulling your palm away. So if you touch it with your palm or the inside of your hand, you will grab it and your fingers will clench down on it and you cannot let go. If you want to test it and you want to touch it because you're stupid, use the back of your hand, please. That's my PSA for the day. That is my public service announcement. You're very intelligent and interesting talking about facts about games. Thank you. I appreciate it. Kangaroos are honestly terrifying. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Dark Master. I appreciate it. Although I don't know if you're here from YouTube or if you're just here for Hollow Knight. What you're talking about, everything is really interesting to listen to. I appreciate it. Arrow adds, arrow subtracts. And the only thing arrow multiplies is the problems in the world that you will have to deal with when they're gone. Touch small electric fences every day to build up resistance. Eep. Ha. Yeah. 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 Aww. Arrow adds. Arrow adds. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Arrow Alchemist. Full Arrow Alchemist. I have 20 minutes. I can do this. Have I been at this for like 20 minutes already? Maybe. Do I simply need 20 minutes to warm up before my 20 minutes are up? Yes, of course. Second channel name suggestion, Arrow Maths? No. I already have so many second channel suggestion names, and they're all so funny. My issue is that, like, I have Arrow VODs already, because I thought that would be funny. Although I did consider at one point swapping it to Arrow Streams, where I have all of my streams on a second channel and I have only TTRPG content on the main channel. But I feel as though having it all together might... Like, there might be a day where Arrow Writes fully becomes TTRPG Talk. And I have a second separate channel where I have, like, stream highlights. My issue with that is that would vastly decrease my content flow, because then a lot of my content would be split between two channels, and I do spend a lot of time... Dang it. Okay. I bounced there. I bounced on it crazy style. However, I didn't have a means to follow up. Arrow reads for the reading stream. I do tarot card readings. Oh, I do tarot card readings too. I haven't done one on stream in a while. Also, I have a question. Is the game too loud? The game feels a little loud, so I'm going to turn it down. Like, y'all said earlier it was too loud, but it didn't seem too bad once I swapped it. I love bouncing on it crazy style. Yeah, and? Oh, the music gets louder as you progress? That explains it. I'm so glad my silly Aerodorable meme took off. Yeah. Which, like, I literally was talking about this earlier this stream, but I do find it kind of funny that I never saw myself as someone who would have this sort of relationship with my chat where y'all are like, call me cute, and I'm like, no, because that was never part of the plan. That came about entirely organically, which, I don't know, I like it. Not being called cute, but having like an organic like topic develop, I'm moving on to, oh right, Arrow, do you know what comes after the parkour section of Path of Pain? No, I don't. I'm completely unknowledgeable in Path of Pain. I thought that after the Path of Pain was the Pantheons. What is a Pantheon if not a P that a Path of Pain can P to? Should we give them a warning? If it's like NSFW, yeah, but I doubt that. Not let them find out. But like, if it's something that I need to be careful about for stream, then yes. But if it's not, which I don't think it is, I'll just figure it out. Is it gonna be more platforming? So I have a question. Like, I know someone has done it before because everyone has done everything in this game. Has anyone done Path of Pain no upgrades? And if so, physically how is my question. Because, for instance, right here, like these right here, this strikes me as, oh, I don't have Crystal Dash, but I can still get past it, right? I feel like you need the Monarch jump. Like physically. Heck, with a lot of pain, people have done Path of Pain with the Delicate Flower. Is that where you have one life? No, so that's the thing. Delicate Flower, 1 life. If you're good enough at this game, you're good enough at this game. If you're good enough at this game, you can just like power through it. I believe. But like without upgrades is my question. Upgrades, people, upgrades. No. I think my roommate just got back, and I checked on my bed to see if the cat is still there, and the cat is absolutely still like curled up and is very cute. Okay. I have 17 minutes. I got this. There's no pain that can stop me because, I mean, what's wrong with a little bit of pain? People have done Path of Pain without claw, wings, or dash, but I don't think it's been done without the 3 at the same time. 17 minutes, I know. That's just 17 more minutes to like farm you for cash money when I inevitably get there at the 16th minute. Thank you, Taro. That's very sweet of you. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna and I'm gonna kill myself, apparently. My apologies. I'm going to just win. I hadn't considered doing that before, but I think that's a new strategy that I'm gonna try out right now. I'm gonna just try winning. How do we feel about that? Do we feel like I don't know. I've been holding off on that. It feels a bit drastic, but I feel as though with the way things are going, I should try winning. No, not the Asphids. I despise those things. Those are probably my least favorite enemy in the entire game after how much I did the freaking Colosseum. Do I ever play Magic the Gathering Pokemon? I play Magic the Gathering on Arena mostly. And I haven't played in months because I don't remember my password. But I haven't played Magic in a while. But I have been playing Magic off and on like since 2011, right? I'm a dirty green player. I love me my green decks because I don't know how to read, which is very on brand, knowing me. And I like having big monster hit with big number. That sounds like what heck is better than a blue player. Listen, I am of the opinion blue players, like, they don't have souls, right? But they recognize that fact, right? White players sit here, tax you every time you want to do any action in the game, exile all of your permanents, and then have the audacity to look you in the eye and say, well, no, I'm just playing my slice of the color. Like, blue players will laugh at you when you fall into their traps, and they will absolutely counter you into oblivion. But they'll also say, yeah, I know, when you call them a terrible person. White players will justify their actions, and that is the mark of a worse person. Love green, green go bonk, exactly. I like the actual Magic the Gathering, not the online game mode. I prefer in person, but I also have not gotten Magic the Gathering cards in like 8 years. My most recent physical cards that I have, which I don't even know where they are, but I do know I have them, are probably from like 2016 or earlier. Meaning that, one, I don't have any commander decks, because I only ever played standard. Or I suppose historic, back then. And they're all from like 2011 through like 2015. So they're not even that good. In person is unique and awesome, yes. And I never got into the Pokemon TCG. We had cards growing up, but my siblings were never into it. We had a Yu-Gi-Oh growing up, and I loved the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. And we had a ton of cards growing up, and I would make decks, and I actually played in a tournament. I played in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament at like a local game shop or whatever. I was super young. Like, this was 20 years ago, probably. Maybe 18. But I played like a actual full stop Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. I probably lost, but I had a little booklet that the ref had a little stamp that was shaped like the Millennium Rod, where I would get little stamps every time I did something in a game. And the goal was to fill out the stamps in the booklet, and I was having a great time. Because when I deck build in Yu-Gi-Oh, I say, I think this guy looks cool. I think this guy looks cool. I think this guy looks cool. And I would have like a 5-star with 2,000 attack points because I thought the art looked cool. But I did actually... I have on Game Boy Yu-Gi-Oh! Eternal Duelist Soul. And I, like 2 years ago at this point, just decided, I just whipped out my DS, I put in my Eternal Duelist Soul, and I played through the entirety of Eternal Duelist Soul, which is just a series of card games against like characters from the anime and manga. And it's like just the card game against probably what, 20 AIs, each of which has an unchanging deck, but like if you beat them multiple times, you get other like new cards to add to your collection. I don't know. I just had a good time. Have you heard the story about why Yu-Gi-Oh has a deck limit size? Yeah, someone brought like no shot, literally hundreds of cards in a single deck. And it had to be carried by like 3 people. And it was technically one giant deck. And I think Yu-Gi-Oh has a 60, maybe a 40 card limit on the minimum, but it did not have a maximum. And now I think it's like anywhere between 40 and like 100. Which, for instance, in Magic, there is no limit in Standard or Historic. So in like Arena, I will play against people who have like a 300 card deck because they don't care. It's Standard. It's not ranked. Bearers of the Infinite Duel. Those 3D Yu-Gi-Oh games were like awesome, even though you didn't understand it because it was all in English. Kaza! My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh game that I've ever played, I talked about this last stream, Duelist Kingdom, or not Duelist Kingdom, what's it called? What is it called? Forgotten Kingdom? Falsebound Kingdom, thank you. I thanked myself, wow. Yu-Gi-Oh! Falsebound Kingdom. Sorry, my roommate is tending to the cats we are looking after. And I was concerned that she was like dead or something, and it turns out, nope, just eye boogers. Ah! In tarot cards, all 78 cards, a tarot deck is divided, for those of you who don't know, into the major and the minor arcana. And sometimes you will have a reading with only the major arcana, or if you have a deck of cards that aligns with the minor arcana, so you might have a reading with only the minor arcana. But you are intended to have all 78. And I know the meanings of the major arcana pretty well. And the minor arcana, I'm of two minds on. Because on the one hand, each card does have its own unique meaning. The Seven of Swords is different from the Seven of Pentacles, is different from the Seven of Cups, right? However, each of the sevens means something similar, and each of the swords suit also means something similar. So it's totally reasonable to look at the Seven of Swords, and not as like the Seven of Swords, and look at it more as a seven and a swords, and that will give you a reasonable enough reading of it. But strictly speaking, all of the minor arcana do have their own unique meaning. Imagine a champagne flute, but full of eggnog. That sounds horrid. Didn't tarot cards literally just start as normal playing cards with no association? Yes. Normal tarot cards used to just be cards. That's why the modern deck of cards is based off of the minor arcana, and they were just used for games like tarot. There was a game called Tarot, which is why they're called tarot cards, I believe. And what you do when you want to like devise divinatory methods, you take stuff that you have on hand, like cards or dice. And that is why tarot cards became associated with divination. And then now, cards in this era of like lack of mysticism that we have, haven't really ever had that. But tarot cards, we lost using them for what their initial purpose was because we have this new deck of cards. Or tea leaves in your cup. Yeah, exactly. Casting the bones, like rolling runes, which I know someone who they used to be into tarot, and then they kind of like they stopped tarot because they preferred runes, which was interesting. Arrow doesn't support my hobbies. I don't support anyone in this community because I am evil, and that is why I must suffer in the path of pain. Right. Although I like, wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't it be fun if I ended stream with just like doing a tarot reading, right? Kind of like with a horoscope, but I just kind of do a general tarot reading for the chat. Alternatively, I could do a dedicated like tarot stream. You're super smart? I don't know about that. I think I'm just silly, and I have the brazen confidence to be unequivocally myself. Only 7 minutes left. Yeah, I know. This is the final room, though, right? I gotta make it dramatic, right? Is Arrow officially being a silly Billy? I wouldn't say I'm a silly Billy. I would say, like, I'm a silly Willy at worst, right? This is the final room. Well, if I leave, I'm respawning at a chair. I'm respawning at a bench. That means that we're not going to make progress. So if the timer runs out, I can't promise what's going to happen. Okay. Frick. Okay, so I need to get close, dash, monarch jump, bounce on that saw blade. Crazy style. Understood. If the timer runs out before Arrow makes the end, Arrow dies in real life. Thank you, Ludo. I feel as though it's harassment if you tell me to bounce on it crazy style, Celador. Although I feel as though, at the same time, what is this room other than personified harassment? The Pale King likes his spikes.
Be gone, fuck!
Thank you for doing your job as mod. Executing someone that tells me to bounce on it crazy style. This room has got a lot of pogoing, yeah. Which I always struggled with pogoing. I prefer to just simply bounce on it instead of pogoing, but... Don't worry, I have 7 minutes again. Don't worry, all is well. Just look at the timer. Break. Darn it. Arrow, if you bounce on a crazy style, next time try I'll buy subs. I feel like that's illegal. I feel like I'm obligated to like morally on this platform to say no. I feel like there's other sites where I can do that. We were talking about this earlier with Girlfriend.
Yummers.
Although maybe I'm misreading the situation. Maybe I'm being the weird one. You're on the wrong side for that. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that you're not allowed to pay me to bounce on it crazy style on this site. I think that goes against TOS. But then again, I was drawing like nipples of shirtless kilted men earlier. So, you know, maybe we get up to some silliness. You know, I wasn't familiar with that phrase until you screened that Nosferatu clip. You must bounce on it. Crazy style. I mean, that's where I heard it from. Although, I am wondering, should I release, when I did the Nosferatu presentation on Theo's Era stream for Halloween, there was a presentation we did for bad Halloween movies or bad horror movies, and I presented Nosferatu 2024. Should I upload that on my channel as a clip? Would that interest people? Because I've had it in my back pocket, but I would need to grab it from. Well, actually, I know I have it on the VOD, so I would need to grab it. Actually, I think I do have it. I just haven't like uploaded it. Bounce on it. Crazy style. Wait, so question. Would bouncing on saw blades be considered crazy style? Because I feel like bouncing on a saw blade is kind of crazy. Do it for the first video the next year. That's pretty good, actually. I love the part of the clip where we started a gunfire with the other chat. Yeah. And so for those of you who don't know, I'm in this person's chat, right? We do a shared chat, and I'm streaming with them. I'm streaming my perspective, and before I join their stream, I say, okay, guys, this is a collab. I don't want you purging the weak. I don't want you shooting them. I don't want none of that. However, at the end, I am going to ask her, would she smash or pass Nosferatu? And because the point of the movie is apparently that you need to smash Nosferatu to save the world, if she does not smash Nosferatu, I want all of you to spam as much as possible Purge the Weak, because you are representing the plague that she brought upon herself. And then at the end, I asked her smash or pass Nosferatu, and she said, I think I'm gonna pass. And then I said, whoa, plague be upon ye. And then my chat killed their chat. Because, I cannot be trusted with a community. Make a mega dungeon room inspired by the Path of Pain called Bouncing on a Crazy. I already have a room recorded and on the editing floor for tomorrow. But that would be really funny. Platforming in a TTRPG. Platforming in a TTRPG. Oh, tomorrow's room is actually inspired by a real life thing that I don't know who's gonna get it. So I don't know if I want to mention it on stream because I want to see if like I can preserve the mystery. But like the design of the room is explicitly designed a real world place. The design of the room is going to be focused on a real world place, and I don't want to get more specific than that because I don't want to give it away, but I'm curious if anyone is going to pick up what I'm putting down, because like it's just a neat little like, what if I made a room referencing X, and then I did, and then I was like, this is actually really subtle. I don't know who's going to pick up on this. 5e's jump rules are pretty generous as written, not BG3 generous, but still. I mean, get someone who can fly, get someone who can cast jump, get someone who has a climb speed, you're fine. It can be a positioning minigame. Platforming in a TTRPG can be kind of cool. I feel like in combat it can work, but otherwise not really. I did an antlion, part of a dungeon and a fallaway bridge and a runaway from darkness that were all movement platforming. Yes, but the joy of those tends to be the stressor, right? It's not the platforming itself like you would in like Super Mario. Heck, it's the clock. Oh my gosh. Speaking of the clock, only 4 minutes. I had a kobold with boots of sprinting and striding those able to jump all their movement. That is very silly. Imagine getting like unironically dunked on in a game of basketball by a straight up kobold. Oh, a clock skill challenge. Got it. Yeah, I didn't know about the concept of clocks until I checked out Lancer. I had never heard of clocks before. And now, like, with Kane, with talismans, because Tom Bloom, I have started using clocks more. And in my system, I added a system where the entire game, much like Kane, kind of revolves around clocks, where I call them trees because I like the idea of like an evolution tree. But like the entire game is built around clocks. There is no combat, there is no initiative, there is no enemy health. Frick! I moved too close to the left. Blades in the Dark loves clocks. I want to try Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark sounds really fun. I like how politically sophisticated it is, and I was really shocked at how many people, when I made the video talking about Blades in the Dark, basically got kind of butthurt at the idea of a system where the players in character creation can get creative and political connections. Because like, I try really hard to give grace to people that don't align with the things that I think are cool. But a lot of the time, people complain about like, ugh, in Blades in the Dark, you have to keep track of all of these different like factions, and the players just for free get to like gain bonuses and losses with them. That sounds inconvenient for me. And I'm like, okay, then why are you GMing? If playing the game is inconvenient for you, like, hello? And I try not to like be a jerk about it, right? Because I understand that most of the time it's not coming from a place of being a jerk. It's coming from a place of not realizing how easy it will be. They think it's going to be undue stress on them, which I understand. I've dealt with that before. That's not fun. But at the same time, it's like you're playing a game about politics and factions where you lead a thieves guild, and you get frustrated when your players at character creation get a thieves guild that has connections with politics. You know, Apocalypse World had clocks, but it was popularized by Blades in the Dark. Ah, got it. Yeah, Blades in the Dark is apparently like outside of like D&D is, I think, the single like biggest TTRPG system. Something like that. And I had never heard of Blades in the Dark for years and years. It's also why I'm so excited for Daggerheart in spring. I thought Daggerheart was already out. Or are you saying that like you're gonna have a game that's gonna run? 50 seconds. Heck, darn it. I'm gonna run it in the spring. Got it. Okay. We're pogging. We're pogging. Are you serious? I missed? I miss? Ain't no way. Okay. Which, real quick, Dagger Heart's by the Critical Role devs, right? The Critical Role team. Heck, darn it. Arrow is free. Oh, it didn't. What? What the heck? Arrow is. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Even if it runs out, you can just. Yeah, fine. I'll take it. You know what? I abide by the counter. Arrow is 12 minutes and counting exactly. But Candela Obscura and Daggerheart are both by the Critical Role team, right? Because I remember hearing about Candela Obscura. My sibling has been running a game of it for a while with their friends. But then like Daggerheart came out and everyone was talking about Daggerheart. And I don't remember anyone talking about Candela Obscura. Arrow is. Right. Arrow thinks, therefore they are. Okay. I do many things. Thinking is not one of them, I'm sorry to say. Freedom is but an illusion, and an illusion is such a beautiful thing. We already established that we're in the Matrix, so why not chase the rabbit? It might not be real, but it's real to me! Heck, I spent my jump. This is fun. This is not painful at all. This is just a path to enlightenment, where enlightenment might involve, like, flagellation. Enlightenment might involve pain of the soul, which is just weakness leaving the body. Enlightenment might involve crying yourself to sleep because you understand that you will never be able to beat this platforming section in this video game. Enlightenment can be many things. Why haven't you reached Samsara? I'm trying, okay? You can't just rush enlightenment. Watch this, though. That was me achieving enlightenment. Watch this. Watch this, you little mongrel, you. I swear, after this, there's going to be an immediate fight where I have to pogo off of them, and there's not going to be an area to land. So if I die fighting them, I'm going to have to start all the way back here. And I'm going to cry. Out in rage. Let's make that one thing clear. Anger. Hollow Knight is the hardest game to play. I'm playing it. Hollow Knight's not hard. I would say Hollow Knight is punishing. I have this thought on Dark Souls too. I don't think Dark Souls is like hard per se. I don't think that it's like mean in the way that a lot of people treat it as. I think it's just punishing. I think that if you make a mistake, you're going to get punished for it. And the point of the game is you're expected to learn from that. Like this, in Hollow Knight, what was the boss I struggled with most? Was it, like, obviously there was Tyrant Soul, because I was at a much too low level nail. But I think like Hollow Knight, final boss, Radiance, was the other one that I spent the most time on. I mean, I still had fun with it. I got this. Thank you, Araya. I forgot to ask Arrow, do you want me to record the way you get to the Zode area and post on I want to deal with Path of Pain first, and then after Path of Pain, we can worry about like if I'm doing Zode or whatever. Because next week is the 27th. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Because assuming that I don't have like Path of Pain to do, which seems like I won't, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, I don't know if I'm going to start a game. I might just do like a chatting stream. Drugs. Unfortunately, I cannot do drugs on stream. That does go against TOS I assume, like... Let me get back to you on that. As someone that does not engage in any substances of any kind, unfortunately, I will not be able to partake. Hollow Knight is the hardest game I've ever played. Why is everyone looking at me? Oh, Silksong's right behind me, isn't it? Okay, you can't say Hollow Knight is the hardest game I've ever played and then not count Silksong in that. Like, with all due respect, they are the same game. Yes, one has a different character that has some different movement styles, but fundamentally, they are the same game. Like, at their bones, Silksong began as DLC for Hollow Knight. Gosh, I need some water. How long have we been going? 4.5 hours? I only need 10 more minutes. Or I suppose 6.5 more minutes. Because I'm just so good at video games, I don't even need to play this game optimally. I can just simply... I don't even know what happened there. I thought I was dead, and then I wasn't dead, and then I died. Oh, I just realized. Who is the Vati Vidya of Hollow Knight? Because I have not looked up any lore videos. And that's something that like I love doing when I finish a game. It's just like watching all the lore videos of the systems I didn't understand. Like, is there a like Vati Vidya, like Zuli the Witch style lore master of Hollow Knight? Or is it just entirely people freaking out and screaming into the void? And also, if I do that, will I just be beset by Silksong spoilers? Moss Bag? Got it. Because, like, after I beat Armored Core, for instance, I went through and watched a bunch of videos talking about Armored Core. And Hollow Knight's one where I kind of just immediately shifted over to other stuff. Like, I started playing Dispatch. I've been focused on the TTRPG on the back end, so I haven't had time just to watch a bunch of videos. And one Fireborn video. Fireborn. The name I recognize. Is that Dark Souls? Frick. Fireborn is a name I recognize, though I don't have a channel to place to that name. He's a Hollow Knight speedrunner. Interesting. You know it's bad when the speedrunner is like one of the lore masters. Right, too fast. Because speedrunners love games, generally not due to their narrative, generally because of the mechanics. And if a speedrunner is like one of the people that knows the lore the best, that means that it's hard to interface with the lore, is my guess. Frick, darn it, drat, dang, crash. Absolute rapscallion of a saw blade. You little minx. Heck. I don't know why I thought of this. Do you call them scallions or green onions? I understand them as green onions, but like, I don't know. Scallions sounds fancier. And I feel as though at restaurants and stores and anytime you try and buy them, they're scallions. No, I didn't say that one is correct. Like, bro fist and fist bump are both correct, even though I call it a fist bump and apparently everyone else calls it bro fist. However...
Yummers.
Hey, some rando, let's not do a random spamming approach a week. We really only do that when we get raided, and also if there's like a dole in the ads. But with green onion versus scallion, I always called them green onions. I thought scallions was something else, like chives is something else, right? So I just assumed that it was a different product, but apparently they're just literally exactly the same with slightly different names. And I don't know which I prefer, because scallion just sounds better from a product. Like, green onion sounds a bit goofy to me. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this? What is this? Why am I fighting? Why am I fighting? Why am I fighting? Heck. Drat. Frick. There's spikes. I have to do that all again. All right, I'm ready for round 2. Well, there's generally enough healing that I don't need Hive Blood. I only have 1 minute left. Green Goblin Mask for the cheat engine. Oh my gosh. Spell Twister. What else did I have that I dropped? It wasn't long now, was it? Oh, it was Shadow Dash. Sharp Shadow. Well, if you want me to try again, you have 30 seconds. Goodness gracious. If you want me to attempt this again, you have 30 seconds. If not, I'm already back at this. I do not have all 50 charms. That is correct. It's getting late. Maybe for you. For me, it's not. 5, 4, 3. Oh my gosh. And of course, Basil raids right in my moment of shame. It's an EP raid. Wait, Basil, why are you live? You were live like 10 hours ago.
Yummers.
Yeah, so if you don't know, please shoot the invaders. We defend our territory. We defend with castle law. And okay, we're getting bits. All right. Hiya, Basil. Let me real quick just...
Protective shield! Protective
Oh my gosh. Let me real quick pause this timer. How do I pause the timer?
Yummers.
Pause timer. I need to step away for just a second. Sorry about that. I had to step away at the worst possible time. Or not the worst possible time. Not that bad. I'm going to add 60 seconds because I did kind of let it run when I was just doing nothing. I'm going to resume timer. And we're hopping back in. How you be? What be with you? So I know you're doing art earlier. I understand that you were doing art earlier in the day. However, I don't know if you were continuing to do art. But yes. So, frick. Maybe I do need Hive Blood. Here, look, on the bright side, you now know what path you need to do. Okay, I knew what path I needed to do very simply. All I need to do is just... I'm going back for Hive Blood. I don't care. I want Hive Blood. It is only pain I look forward to. The only thing I know for real is that there will be bloodshed. The man in the mirror nods his head. The only one that will ride upon the dragon's back. I don't know the rest of the words, but I do know I have Hive Blood. My model? Oh, thank you. I was hiding in shame, and by hiding in shame, I mean I'm just not very smart. I got timed out 3 times since I arrived, and yes, I was doing art. I always do art. Well, Basil, you invaded me. You literally raided my land. Do you think we're gonna take that lying down? No, of course not. Smart, what is that? I don't know, Nyx. I don't know who's smart. I don't know who's a genius. Frick. At this point, what do I even do? Right? At this point, am I stuck in an eternal cycle of pain? Because I will say, I think that's funnier than it is mean. Like genuinely, the fact that the path of pain surprisingly was so forgiving up until that point, where like there was like one section where I had to platform for longer than like 30 seconds without a break. The fact that this is the first one that like sent me back a proper massive distance is very funny to me. And I know it's meant to be disrespectful, and I can take that disrespect on the chin, right? I can laugh about it. I think you killed everyone I brought over. Good. Then they don't deserve to be here. If they can't survive being shot through the temple, they shouldn't be in my community. What do you think we do regularly? It's not hazing if it's necessary for the job. So if you follow Arrow, it extends the timer. That is very true. Thank you, Nyx, for the follow. Also, if you follow, it gives you bullets, so you can kill my chat if you want. Okay, we're just gonna like speedrun this. Oh my gosh. Right, I need to pogo here. Awesome. So that one went much faster. Now I'm gonna smack into this. Yep, because I was bad. I have a bullet in my axe. Oh, that's so cute. Wait, like you caught the bullet and you blocked it? Or you like can fire it? So a question, exiles in what? I will admit I had the same experience as you. I was not ready for the path's end, laughed hard, and then speedran the finish. I don't know if I'm gonna speedrun it, but I certainly feel much more confident going into this because like I did it once. It is the psychological block of I can't do this because I've never done this. Oh, you blocked it, but you do have a gunblade. Cool. Neat. I do like gunblades even though they are wildly impractical, unfortunately. They're so cool. But any historical example of a gunblade was wildly impractical. But yeah, I'm very much like I can take this with humor. I think that is funny, and me like setting my stream on fire was for the bit due to the fact that, well, it's silly. You haven't played Final Fantasy 8, have you ever? I have never played a Final Fantasy game. Technically, I played the one with oh, I don't have to do the left part. Pog. I played the one with lightning for like an hour at a friend's place because he wanted to show me it. But that's like all I know. So what does the exile mean? That's a good question. I don't know what a lot of my channel plate redeems do anymore. I'm gonna be straight up with you. But no, I'm glad that your art went well, Basil. Because although I am concerned, this was a separate stream from the one that was at like 6 a.m. my time, right? Heck, darn drat. That's not a good answer, Basil. Basil, is that why you are on -2 sleep? Wait, were you in my chat while you were streaming? What the heck? 8 is the one with the protagonist and the gun sword. I do like gun swords. Gun swords are pretty pog. Which might make sense to you if you understand that I am both a sci-fi and a fantasy nerd. Ah, frick. It's been a minute since I did this. Hey, Miss Eep, good night, good night. Hear me out, though? Okay. I'm hearing you out.
Yummers.
Viking outfit. Is that it? Just Viking outfit? Is this like a hear me out of me? Are you hear me outing me in a Viking outfit? So are we going like historical Viking or are we going like costume Viking? Because historical Viking didn't have like the two horns, but like costume Viking would, right? So what are we doing here? Get the secret. Historical? I mean, historical wouldn't be too visually interesting, would it? Like, I don't know how historical Vikings dressed per se, but I do feel as though it wasn't too different than just what any Northern European sailors would wear. Maybe with some more, like, combat-ready attire. Heck, I went too fast. Hear me out? You can't keep saying hear me out and then not listing what it is. I need to hear you in order to hear you out. And every time I hear someone say hear me out, it is like the most milquetoast option, I will say. I want a hear me out that will make me like question you. That's what a hear me out should be. That's what it was back in the day. Frick. So close. You ever played Kingdom Hearts? I've never played a Kingdom Hearts game. And I actually have another content creator friend, Rain Cloud, over on YouTube, who has recently just beat Kingdom Hearts 2. And I was talking with her, and I was just like, hey, I've never played a Kingdom Hearts game. How are they? And I don't know. I've never played a Final Fantasy game, and I'm not like a Disney kid. I'm certainly not a Disney adult. So I don't know how much it would appeal to me. Eldritch Abomination? Well, okay, there's so much variety in Eldritch Abomination. That's like saying, like, monster. That's like saying cryptid. Like, I'm sure that there's some I would, some I wouldn't. Like, it's all about variety, baby. It's all about the variety, baby. Right. Hear me out? The picture for the centipede in the Kane rulebook. I did smash or pass all of the sins. I don't think I did like the header one, like the one with the zombies in front of it. I think I only did the recorded archives for the Viking thing. Listen, if someone wants me in a Viking outfit, and or they want to be in a Viking outfit, more power to them. However, you must ensure it's historically accurate, otherwise you are simply Flanderizing an otherwise extremely important part of European culture. What is the Viking thing? I assume they mean hear me out on a Viking outfit. Heck. I have a helm, shield, chainmail, shirt, pants, hand axes, and axe two hands. Okay, that is pretty Viking of you. Yes, to European history. Do you not understand how, like, influential Vikings were, particularly with the settlement of the British Isles? You have a hand-painted shield? Ooh. I think that we have found a history nut. Ah! Okay, hear me out, Sally from Cars. You are not the first... One of my roommates loves Cars, and I think it's a joke, but I don't actually know. And he has said, hear me out, the female car. I assume that's like the teal, gray, the silver car from like Cars 1. My other roommate says that's a Porsche. There are people who unironically want to smash cars. Well, I want to smash a car too. That sounds so cathartic. Well, I didn't want to heal. That sounds so cathartic. Like sledgehammer, hydraulic press. Like I don't even need to be analog, like manual. It can be analog. Okay, hear me out. Listen, all I'm gonna say is that if they are sapient adults, I'm not gonna judge you too harshly for wanting to smash. So Cars 2 is a car pope, which implies the existence of a car Roman Empire that crucified car Jesus. Yes, that is correct. Why are they talking about it? Because we were talking about movies and then he made a joke about how great Cars is, and then I don't remember how hear me outing the car was. I'm not gonna lie. Is your timer? Oh, my timer's done. Every time the timer's gone, someone just adds more. I'm never free. See, that's why the timer only says Arrow is because Arrow is not free, because people just keep donating after it ends, and I am too permissive. More Path of Pain, that's my hear me out. That's fair. You just noticed the keys. Yes. I should have ended right there. It's already ended like 3 times now. Frick. The timer has already ended like 3 times. And honestly, I can do this. I can do this. You forgot the keys. Well, yeah, because I removed the keys and then someone asked about it. Corey asked about it and then I brought it back.
Objection!
Yeah, too bad. I'm out here, like, listen, I ain't a coward. If you're gonna give me more money to try more Path of Pain, at this point I've already had to start over. Ah! Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm gonna say no to more money. If you pay me, I will continue pathing my pain. See, Maddie even gets it. Who else up pathing their pain? Oh, frick. Heck. Darn. Drat. More money, less more problems? No, more money, more pain. That's what this is. Heck. I dashed too early. Arrow, you are Sisyphus? I am the representation of the indomitable human spirit. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Not for Sisyphus' sake, but for our sake. For the representation of that which Sisyphus represents. There is no greater honor in life than to be the representation of human ingenuity, endurance, solitude in the face of adversity. Yet it is a lonely path. And so you must hope, pray even, that Sisyphus finds solace in his solitude. For he is alone, and shall always be. Aside from the boulder, his ego, and the unmistakable desire to prove humans can do it. Thank you, I can't spell. I'm almost gonna say it. All my homies hate Sisyphus. Okay, like, we hate Sisyphus for who he is, but like, for what he represents and like the memes surrounding him, I'm on board for idolizing the indomitable human spirit. I think we need more of that. Cool. I think we need more memes that like reflect a positive view of the world and humanity. Final room. Heck. Well, Basil, have you considered you did correct them? Have you considered that even though you yourself was not intending to come off the pedant, you did? And in my community, that is lauded. Thank you. Thank you for your service. You were super disappointed when I learned Sisyphus wasn't related to... I mean, who's saying he's not? Like, you know what those Greeks got up to. You know what those Greeks got up to. Not great things. But that was certainly one of them.
Be gone, sucks!
I appreciate that Maddie has the ability to time people out. And despite this, will still choose the normal avenues that are afforded to every member of this community, regardless of rank. Let go, Arrow. You got this. I got this. I know. I am beyond any pain that this path may serve to me. Frick. It's just funnier. It just works, Todd Howard. Frick. Darn drat. Sisyphus has to spend eternity carrying another dude's load everywhere. Yes. So do most people throughout most of history. You have to carry the emotional load of your parents because they didn't properly socialize you, and now you have deep-seated emotional trauma based on your interactions with them. You ain't special. One must imagine Sisyphus having hobbies. Nah, couldn't be. I love having trauma. You know what? I don't, personally. As much as I do subscribe to the mantra of like suffering builds character, suffering builds character, suffering builds character, I much prefer like F it we ball, because it's the same principle. It's the same end goal of persevering in the face of adversity, but it's much more hopeful, even if it is still silly. Yes, I steamed a second time today. You're streamed a second time today. You're so tired. Good night. If I wake up and you're still alive, I'm going to go live and put you on screen. I will DMCA you. I would never, ever in my community or in my stream ever support anyone showing off my content in their stream. And I've never done this before. Not with Rory, not with AE, not with nobody. Anyways, I got hit with 8 ads. Yeah. I choose to be kind as much despite my own pain as much as it is the right thing to do. In the stream, straight up path in it, and by it, let's just say, my pains. Okay, that one deserves a laugh track. You get it. In fact, I would even like applaud you for that. I believe that you should be encouraged in doing this more. Amazing. Arrow talks about suffering builds character and Twitch shows me ads immediately. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Heck. There's that one time you and Rory were putting each other upside down. No, that didn't happen. I would never show someone's content on my channel. I wouldn't want to steal their work. Life is suffering, but I endure all the same. Exactly. And like, there's been a big push for, I'll say, aesthetic stoicism. The idea of being unbothered in a sense of being a stoic, but only insofar as you bottle up your emotions and don't actually deal with your problems. That is not what stoicism is. Or at least that's not what the ideal stoic is. Stoicism is about the ability of basically, yeah, in the face of adversity, persevering. That does not mean that you do not address your emotions. It does not mean that you do not have hopes and aspirations. All that means is that you have the backbone to stick with it when others would falter. And that is deserving of admiration. However, a lot of people simplify stoicism to this like ultra machismo masculine ideal. People say don't worry about it, like I can choose what makes me worry. Okay, well I can tell you don't worry about it to let you know that I am not going to rain down ramifications upon ye like frogs in Egypt should you mess something up. Because I'm indicating you do not need to worry about my input into the situation. And or should you, for instance, fail a test and I say, don't worry about it, that is not me telling you you are not able to worry about this or that you should not be worrying about this and control your emotions that you can't control. But it is me saying it is not consequential enough to devote the brain power to. Therefore, you can comfortably shift your brain power to other things without fear of reprisal. That's what don't worry about it means. It's not literally saying stop feeling that emotion. What it's saying is you don't need to focus on this to the same extent that you are. You can change your focus. You can shift your attention even if you can't change your emotions. And that is what, at the end of the day, it's meant to communicate. It's meant to communicate you can focus on other things, not stop physically feeling the feeling of worry. You're stoic and nonchalant. You are very chalant, I'm sorry to say. Nah, that's a lie. You're very nonchalant. You're a very chill person. Listen, anything made by a Roman emperor in order to bear the weight of his crumbling empire, you should look at with a grain of salt. All I'm gonna say. Those Roman empires, not the best dudes. Now those Greek philosopher kings, oh, ho, ho, ho. Bouncing on it, absolutely regular style. Frick. Arrow is... How are we feeling? Are we feeling that we're gonna save this, or Arrow is? Shh. I don't know. Arrow is what? If you don't donate by the time I fix the sizing. Arrow is... Wait, what? Arrow is... Arrow is... No, not you. Free! Wait, what? Free! Arrow is you. Okay, so now with my newfound freedom, I mean, I'm in the final room, right? I can just do this. I can just accomplish this. Now that I'm no longer weighted down by the shackles of monetary incentive, I can just do this. Never mind, I can't. Listen, Arrow yearns for the path. Much like how the children yearn for the mines, I simply yearn for the pain of the path. Although I think that now, in the end times, this is what you have to deal with, and I'll make some runs like this. I feel as though this is an adequate description of and if I... Wait, what if I make this even worse? What if I just Yeah, I think this is a readable stream. Enough to... Okay. So now that all of this is set up, I think this is ideal stream watching, right? I think this is what you need when you sign up for an Arrow stream. My freedom is playing Path of Pain Hollow Knight. What's yours? Would you rather... would you rather die... would you rather die on your Path of Pain or live on your Pantheon? Yeah, this is the perfect time to get some shots out. Don't worry about it. It'll work out fine. Don't worry about it. I have a question. Does anyone watch this and genuinely think, yeah, this was a fulfilling stream that I'm happy to have participated in? This is something that I'm gonna look back on when I go to sleep tonight and think, yeah, I'm happy that I spent my time watching Arrow set their stream on fire. I live... Oh, someone disagreed with that statement. Although you did manage to survive, so... I will tell my grandchildren about this stream one day. I'm happy to have pushed Arrow into their setting their stream on fire. It wasn't you, it was the Path of Pain. I'm free to set fire to whatever I want now, regardless of the consequences. I'm waiting for someone to, drop some bits, and then the arrow is free, just disappears, and it just suddenly, oh no, it's back to like 10 minutes. Listen, Beholder, I'm surprised. You're holding your own. I'm quite impressed, I must say. Heck, I need to time this better. I need to be better about video games. Bits have been bought? Oh no. That's a horrifying sentence in this context. Because I can leave anytime I want right now until you buy bits. I told you the last room was a roadblock. Ludo, I already beat this. I'm doing this again because I lost in the fight. Okay, let's make this a little bit more legible. You got killed for a bit but got better? Yeah, that's how it goes. Let's... Not you. Let's put you back in the corner.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
We'll just put you there for now. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna keep the screaming though. I feel like it adds a nice ambiance that I really think adds to the piece of this little stream we got going on. It's a nice little reminder of home, right? Are you freaking serious? Maybe what I need is I need to make it so that the stream is so utterly, absolutely, inconsolably unwatchable that you can't help but give me your energy so that I wrap up stream and be done with it. What if the secret is to just not play at all? It's to instead of extending the path of pain, I want you to minimize the path of pain. My goal is now. You must pay me to stop doing Path of Pain. Else, I'm just gonna go like 8 hours. How about that? Free. Accepted. This would not be expected on speedrun.com. Listen. Speedrun.com, I know a guy. I actually don't. I mean, I might. Like, I might know someone that works for or like volunteers on speedrun.com. Can I put it back in the middle for 1 second? Someone should donate a lot of subs and bits to make it way longer. That would be very funny. Thank you for the Prime. Wait, did a Prime not increase it? Okay, wait, you're kind of scammed on that. Well, good thing that... No, I got you. I can do this manually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We're all good here. Oh no. Unlimited power. Listen, I'm not gonna scam you. Of all things, a scammer I am not. A coward I am not. Good at 2D platforming I am not. I think what I need... Okay. Can I get some, like... What I need from you is I need, like, anime motivation, right? So what I need is just collectively, whether... I'm gonna turn off the fire. Whether or not you have something to say, I want you to give me a really heartfelt, like, message reminding me of all the good times we shared together. And do you remember that one time we did that thing? And just start telling me all these amazing flashback moments we had. And if you don't have one you can think of, literally just make it up. Because the power of friendship does not discriminate against unreality. So just start saying stuff that we did as a community. Like, hey, do you remember that one time when we absolutely annihilated that tax evasion ring? We just went in there, we beat them up with our fists, they were crying, they were calling out for assistance, and we just said, do your taxes. The IRS won't be as kind as us. Remember that time we cured cancer? That was so much fun, and that was such like a good time, so heartwarming. Like, if we can cure cancer, we can beat the cancer that is this path of pain. The power within. I remember that time, what was it again? I don't know, I can't remember. What's the shadow? I think you're thinking of a false Hydra.
Yummers.
Dang it. Remember that time I uncured cancer? Oh man. That was your villain origin story. Oh, don't get me started on that one. Imagine, imagine announcing, hello world, I have uncured polio. I have uncured, cancer. I have uncured the Black Death. You just go out there and you make the anti-vaccine polio 2. I can cure surviving cancer. Oh. I remember how much you used to struggle against Radiance until I told you that you were 70%, 75% there, and that gave you the power and will to go through it? Yeah, exactly. That seems oddly familiar to what happened also in the Path of Pain. It's almost as if that's some sort of common running theme in this arc of the game. Right. It's not very impressive. Arrow, we did not banish Royston from chat 100 times for you to be able to dunk on him for being better at being Hollow Knight. You're so right. I don't need this to do this for me. I don't need to do this for you. I need to do this to spite Rory. Frick. Don't. I wasn't looking. I wasn't thinking about it. Don't judge me too much. Also, I will say, I have such a reputation amongst my fellow content creators that people have legitimately brought up concerns to their communities when they're coming to raid me. And I don't think I have a single person who has made a custom redeem in order to ban me in response. I have WMDs in my chat's possession, and no one so much is going on some self-righteous crusade against me. I have made myself the villain, and no one wants to be the hero. My tarot cards give you the boosted. If you don't mind, what'd you pull? Yes, let the hate flow through you. Oh, you can only be bad at Hollow Knight for so long until you become good at it. That kind of happened to me. Oh, I have to practice dodging taxes. Dodging the spikes is just like stage 1 of fighting the IRS. Because like, what is the IRS if not just the Pale King? The Pale King is a metaphor for American exceptionalism. I've scared all the potential heroes into submission. I have too many comments I can make about that, so I'm not going to make any. Remember that time someone else died at someone else's stream? Yo, that's crazy. Let the hate flow through you. I appreciate it. I always appreciate being reminded to allow spite to fuel me. If this ceiling was one knight's height taller, frickin' hey. Also, is it just me, or is like the song in the background vaguely... There's a playlist that I listen to sometimes, and it's called like music to make you think, like to feel like a scheming 19th century villain. And I think it's Swan Lake is the song I'm thinking of, where bum 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 bum. Like, you know what I'm talking about? I double jumped. That sounds music you hear during the rapture. Well, yeah. What do you think my 19th century villain plan is? It's to start the rapture. Do you ever think about how we so solidly associate like the 19th century and the 18th century and all of these previous time periods as so firmly as being in the past, when in reality they thought of themselves as the absolute peak of modernity? And like, yeah, obviously we think of the future. We think of like what AI is going to do, how, like, what are our descendants going to do? How is the world going to shift and change, and the influence of the internet and social media? But also, a lot of people just assume that their time period in life, and this was throughout the entire 20th century. That's why we had like the modern era and the contemporary era and the postmodern era. There's so many people who just think like, because I'm living now, this is the now. So I'm kind of curious, like, I don't know, particularly with that like 16th to 18th century time period, that like 17th to 19th century period. That was just advanced enough that like industrial revolution is right around the corner. You have very clearly gone through not just the Renaissance, but also the Reformation. There have been massive cultural shifts. There's been massive globalization. There's been massive, like, there's a new world discovered. But at the same time, it's so like, you know, Gary postmodern. 1812 Overture, got it. Remember, when the spice go off screen, they're dead for good. Kill them. Frick! We need modern first. Okay, like, I don't know the difference between modernism, postmodernism, postmodernism, and I honestly do not care. With all due respect to all the people who are like, oh, well, the difference between the modernist lens and the postmodernist lens is the postmodernist is a deconstruction of that, but the postmodernist is a deconstruction of the deconstruction, separate from but still based upon the modernist schema. And I'm like, okay, I love learning. You might change that. No, that's a lie. I love learning stuff. And I think that we talked about this earlier with homeschool and education and children, the kind of benefits and drawbacks of that. And I feel as though a big part of how successful you will be academically, obviously socioeconomic factors, but curiosity, how curious you are and how much you're rewarded and encouraged to be curious. I feel as though you're going to perform worse if you are not given the encouragement to be curious. Freaking A. Nerd, yeah, and? Person, I hate modern art. Okay, show me something. That's contemporary art. You know what? Screw you. I will say, I am someone who, for most modern art, which is, you know the type, right? Modern art, which very much so, like, has a message, but at the same time, okay, modern art which has a message, but at the same time is very not pleasant to look at, I'll say. Easy. Did I do it? Yeah, first try, easy. Not even close. Now that I knew what I was getting into. Wait, that's the Pale King and the Hollow Knight. Their memories. And they're fading. Arrows free. So, someone said, I think this is part of the Path of Pain. Is there more to the Path of Pain, or was that it? Try getting into it again. And now it's blocked. Just me and my emotional support buzzsaw. No. There's also this goober right here. That was it, and it's now locked. Nice. So, wow, the Path of Pain really is just, you can say that you did it. Oh. Nice. So, Path of Pain took me 4 hours. Looked in my monster book. I assume it's way down here. Zote! I've encountered... Oh, I still have 13 enemies I haven't encountered. Gorb! At the bottom? Yeah, I'm going for the bottom. Is it the Seal of Binding? No. Radiance? Hollow Knight? Sibling? The seal? Intricate, used to contain a powerful force or to preserve something of great importance. It's the Seal of Binding? It shows how the Hollow Knight was raised with emotions. Yeah. Oh, you're so true. Because the whole thing with the vessels that you need in an empty vessel. But the Hollow Knight did have some connection to the Pale King. What would you rate the Path of Pain on a scale from small pinprick to being flayed alive? Stubbing your toe. So on like a scale of 1 to 10, I would say the Path of Pain is like a 7. Because the Path of Pain... Oh, sorry, let me rescue the cat. Door was closed and cat wanted to escape. Yeah, so I wasn't sure if it was a seal or not, but Path of Pain, I was expecting horrible things. What I got was difficult platforming that took me like 4 hours. And I got through. The hardest part... I mean, just based on how long it took me, I would probably say the final room was the hardest part. And I think in most instances, I found the path extremely quickly. It was just a matter of my physical ability to be able to do it. So I'm very happy with myself. You can find a prototype of the Seal of Binding in the Weaver's Den. Really? Heck. The Pale King really cared if he'd put that seal over the memory of... Oh. That's what the seal was for. Can the seal do anything, or is it just a indication of what the Pale King was into? The Kale Pink? Shut up. Okay, so... It's only been 5.5 hours. I could wrap up there, or I could attempt the Coliseum. I could attempt Grim. I could, Pantheon. What are we feeling? I think I drop Hive Blood, and I'm going to... Honestly, the spell... Like, I just spammed, like, down B, effectively. I was playing Super Smash Bros. And I spammed down B, and I killed those guys really easy. Sybil, Twister, and Sharp Shadow. There's a theory that the seal is a physical version of how the Black Egg Temple works, like a diagram. I could do Zote's Eternal Ordeal. What are we feeling? I'm going to... How... I have to go here. I can start a poll. Seal of Binding was put on the Hollow Knight to seal it in the Black Egg Temple. The game and Silksong strongly imply the Weavers invented it, and gave it to the Pale King. Sure. I'm going to create a poll. What do? And it's going to be Pantheon Zote. Pantheon, Zote, Grim. And I'm allowing you to use capitalism to buy more votes. So the current options are we can either do a Pantheon, we can do Zote, we can fight Grim, or I'm free and I should flee while I can. While y'all vote, I'm actually going to step away for just a moment. My apologies. Well, okay, so if you don't vote for me being free, that doesn't mean I'm not free. I still have been freed of the path of pain. It just means that you don't want me to flee. Okay, so sounds pretty solidly Grim. Let's go get some child support. Oh, yeah. So that means I need to... What's it called? I need to equip Grim Child, which is 2... I love me some Sharp Shadow. I don't think I need it. And then can I just teleport out? Nope. But it don't matter, because... Ha! Just executed. You tried to vote for Zote? Oh, I know. I know you did. So now it is a matter of... how do I... So I can just sprint right. Zote the goat! Listen, I know nothing about what's going on with Zote except a single screenshot that B posted in the Discord where Zote's just like, evil? Let's go get some free child support. Do I want to be bred? That was such an interesting strategy that we were doing before, the breeding strategy. Arrow the goat? I am no goat. Do we want the glowing womb? This one was funny, I will say. It was funny to have the glowing womb and the Grim Child, where it was the single parent of 7 build. No, Zote lost. I can still go fight Zote. Do you want a suggestion to sustain glowing womb? Sure. I'm probably not going to use it because I'm doing like a spell focused build. I should probably farm some. Oh, I think that people did tell me that. I think people did tell me about that. Just popped in. What is the glowing womb? It's a charm that allows me to spend my soul over time to make little flying enemies that like dive bomb enemies. And the person I got it from, the only thought in their brain was to breed. So, you know. So for context, I've fought Grim before. I clearly have not beaten him, and also I have not fought him quite some time. So it's been a minute. But I am not like fighting him blind. I know a little bit about him. So for instance, I know that I should not attack him when he first shows up. I know how to dodge that. Ow! I knocked myself into it. Dang it. Darn drat. Oh. Okay, now he's in bad boy mode. Oh. Yep, so now it's just a dodging section. Oh, the music! The music! Oh, I got double tapped. Heck. Right, he deals 2 damage with most attacks, so I need to be mindful of that. Sorry, I'm a little locked in. The music goes wild, yeah. And I love how I think I hear an organ in the background. Heck, I tried to pogo. Oh, little soldiers, yeah. You have to play Hollow Knight Gaiden Zopo to find out what Zote's deal is. It's a rhythm game with deck building mechanics. I actually... What was it? I played because a dev reached out. A game that was a like a Souls-like rhythm game. Where you would encounter enemies. Oh right, you're friendly now because of my Voot Charm. A Souls-like rhythm game where when you encounter enemies, you have a little like encounter with them where you play a rhythm game against them in order to fight them. Dang. I like to bow back at him because I think it's respectful. I like Grim. Grim has not done anything wrong to me yet. All Grim has done is kind of been like a little annoying with his quest. But aside from that, he's just a performer that wants to put on a good show. How can I be disrespectful towards that? Hollow Knight Zote song? I mean, that should have been what the sequel was, but instead they had to go all like Hornet and follow the story. Which, as far as I'm aware, Hornet is probably the single most important character in this game outside of the Knight. Right? So, like, it makes sense that she'd show up in the sequel, but it's also... I do find it funny that they would, like, have it focus on Zote. I'm sad Quarrel's dead. I forgot. Right, I can heal from this. Okay, music popping off. Oh, heck. 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 He's literally killing you. What are you talking about? Yeah, but we're like having a nice fight about it. He bows to me. We're putting on a show. I feel like of all the ways to go, that's not the worst. Grim is something. I don't know anything about Grim. Yep. Yeah, definitely a full church organ, which just is so cool. Hollow Knight Zote song, all he has done is be an invasive species. I wonder, if while you bow at me, if I do this. Flame. Oh! Yeah, so okay, so I should just start every fight with, ignoring courtesy and just attacking him. But not with my nail, with my dream nail. Okay, I need to get back into the rhythm of this. Jeebus crisp. Gosh darn it. Okay, now heal. I cannot read that timeline. I'm sorry, I'm fighting. I'm fighting! Digger's Delight, Silk Song, Cog Dance, Zope Boat, Hollow Knight, The Ballad of Gay Tony. Listen, you can't say that because knowing the Hollow Knight fandom, that's all real. Oh, I'm hitting into a ceiling. I didn't realize that. Where does Pablo's Quest fit in? Like you can't tell me that an official Hollow Knight product is The Ballad of Gay Tony. I will just believe you. Like, and that's not fair to me. It's not fair to you. But it is how Hollow Knight's fandom is. Also, why do you eat your child? I feel as though that's something that you probably shouldn't do. Also, Grim, are you the father or are you the mother? Because, like, I understand when two bugs love each other very much, they make a little bug. But we made a bug, and I had custody, but also it came from you. So, like, I'm not really sure what the gender dynamics are here. And we are also both... Are you even a bug? You look like a Vivzy Pop character. You look like Stolas from like Hell of a Boss. What the heck is that Stolas? Exactly. Like literally. This makes me think like Has Been Hotel Stolas, even though I don't even watch Has Been Hotel. Heck, dodged straight into it. He's a bug and a Tumblr sexy man. Is he an actual Tumblr sexy man? He fits all the boxes, right? Or I suppose, doesn't a Tumblr sexy man have to be pathetic? Like, I don't know. I don't get pathetic from him. He's definitely like weirdly lanky and skinny, dark and evil. That's the main things I know. I'm sorry. Would it surprise you to know that I'm not a Tumblr girly? Like, I'm not someone that was on Tumblr? Strictly speaking, I did have a Tumblr, but I didn't use it for, like, personal use. I had a group account with some friends. And we used it to post some stuff. Like original work. You don't have to be pathetic to be the, to be a Tumblr sexy man. Well, yeah, so... Well, Sans... I thought the Onceler was the pathetic sexy man. Ah, yes, period. An evil tradition that plagues our species. I don't want to get it anymore. Grim is pregnant. Well, so, Sans... Remember, when you think Sans, don't think the memes, don't think the fanon, don't think all of the external material. Think what is demonstrated in the video game. Is he pathetic in Undertale? Person who has only ever seen Hell of a Boss. This Hollow Knight character reminds me a lot of Hell of a Boss. To be fair, I only say that about Grim. Like, I haven't really... I don't think I've said that about literally any other character in this game. I think it's because Grim literally, like... the character design is like 60% the same with Stolas. And I think that's entirely what it is. Although I have talked about how... I don't know if it was their intention, but they definitely made, like, every single character in this game friend-shaped. And I don't know if they wanted to. I think it would be very funny if they weren't trying and they accidentally made the entire lineup friend-shaped. Like, because obviously the grubs are supposed to be friend-shaped, but like, the knight is friend-shaped, but like Hornet is friend-shaped, Grim is friend-shaped, the Grim Child is friend-shaped. Heck, darn, drat, dang. Darn it. Incredible. Also, apparently Grim has like stupid health. How many I don't know what to call it. Pine cones? We're calling it pine cones? How many pine cones does he go through before he dies? Because like that's what I assume his like phase change is. Try spells? Oh, you're so right. I forgot. I also need to heal. I keep forgetting to use my spells. I'm not gonna lie. But even though every time I use them, they're super effective. 2? Is Fluckworm? I don't know what Fluckworm is. Is that the maggot? That's my best guess. Because the maggot was not very friend-shaped. However, for a maggot, it was very marketable plushie-shaped. Pufferfish. He was Pufferfish every 25%, so you have to dodge 3 unless you enrage him at the start. Right. Okay, well, when I was fighting him before, I got him to like 2 Pufferfishes, and people were telling me like, oh man, Grim is endgame. You should not be fighting Grim right now. Like, I feel like I got closer than people were giving me credit then with Grim. Yeah, I need to use spells more. Particularly my down slam. Did I upgrade my down slam? I upgraded my up slam. I remember that. Okay, Pufferfish. Also, yes, the music when he Pufferfishes in particular is what goes crazy. Okay, let's heal a little bit. Even though we do want to save our soul for spells. I told you Grim isn't post-game, he's a slightly more difficult Hollow Knight. Someone said they did, or I think it was someone said they did him in post-game. Which... Yeah, I think that you did say that he was just like a slightly more difficult Hollow Knight, so if you can beat Hollow Knight, you're probably fine. Okay. Darn. Drats. Heck, he dodged. He knows. Okay. So I assume this is 50%. He decided to Pufferfish as an attack earlier. Oh. Ow, heck. Oh, his attack pattern is definitely getting faster. Like his startup lag is much smaller. I mean, yeah, he's DLC that came out much later than the base game. But yeah. You don't have all the spell upgrades to that? Yeah, I don't have all the spell upgrades. I don't know where to get the fireball, and I think it's the down slam I don't have. Yeah, I assumed him splitting into bats was the real indicator. With yeah, I only have Abyss Shriek upgrade. I don't have Desolate Dive or Vengeful Spirit upgrade. This boss looks fun. Haven't you played Hollow Knight? Yeah, I need to remember to Abyss Shriek more is that's the main thing. That's how I absolutely annihilated, or not annihilated, but like, that's how I really dealt with both Hollow Knight and Radiance. Heck. Heck. Drats. Darn. Drang. Blast! Ah, frick, I walked into it. I was so good about dodging, and then I didn't. Oh, you beat the Hollow Knight? Yeah, Grim is fine. Like, again, Hollow Knight... Oh. So, this is just him doing the attack. This is not him splitting into bats. But generally, he will split into bats. Well, I mean, I assume he'll do the Pufferfish once per phase. And it's only, like if he doesn't Pufferfish in the phase, then he will automatically Pufferfish after the bats. It's from the Soul Sanctum and requires an elegant key from Slide. Desolate Dive is Crystallized Mound. Yoink. Heck. Blast. Curses. I feel like Grim is significantly more mobile than the Hollow Knight, which makes him a bit more annoying. Peck. Kara's missing a few upgrades. I'm missing a lot of upgrades, actually. Like, I'm 85% of the way through the game, but I'm missing, like, a pretty crucial 15%. So do I get extra damage when I hit him like that, or is that just for soul farming? Okay, so this is stage 1. I'm at 75%. Dang, I missed. I got hit, which is the opposite of him missing. Oh, remember that? Yeah, dodge has frames on it. My issue is that's not upgraded, right? So my best use of soul is Abyss Shriek, because Abyss Shriek has an upgrade. Can we heal? Oh, wow. I can't believe he missed me with that. Okay, let's just build up some soul. Build some soul. Oh, okay. So this was not bats. This is just an attack. Darn. Oh, heck. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now he's just gonna fight me because he just did porcupine. Wait till I find Mega's red super. What? I don't believe you. That doesn't exist. That's not real. Maybe that's just cope. Maybe that is just cope. Maybe I'm lying to myself to spare myself the feeling. Oh, porcupine. Or pufferfish. Those are two different animals. Oh! Okay, that's the second time he's missed me on that attack barely. Frick! I ran out of my shadow. You can toss spells at him while he's... Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Spell Twister improves bears... Reduces soul cost. Grim takes damage from all attacks while he's staggered, but only up to a maximum of 50. And that's my issue, is that I still don't know... People have explained this. I don't know what it is. I still don't know what damage scaling is. So I have a fully upgraded nail. I don't know how much damage a single nail swing does. You need to upgrade your nail to pure nail. Do I not have a pure nail? Frick. I'm throwing. I might not have an upgraded nail then. Like I think I have I think I did 3 upgrades on the nail. I wanna know why? Because I don't have any freaking more pale ore. I never got any more pale ore after the first time. I will say, I do like the tango, the back and forth of when he does a move and then I do a move to get out of the way. Like, just visually, that's so that's satisfying. Aesthetically, it's cool. I should heal. Ooh. Heck. 2 damage from that. Also, I didn't notice this last time I was fighting him. So I almost would feel it's new if this was not completely unreasonable to assume. Like, him shooting up the gout of fire when he throws off the, like, the little, like, dragon dudes? The dragon mouths? I didn't notice that last time. Okay, we are now 50%. So, I was told that I can hurt him in this. Oh, that definitely was hurt markers. Like, obviously that wasn't worth it. I was just kind of testing, but... Frick. Grim's fight is back in 4th dance. Yeah. Grim and the Mantis Lords are my favorite bosses in the game. I liked the Mantis Lords. And I am almost, like, disappointed that they were so early. But also, I do appreciate that they were so early because they are very... Like, it's the Dark Souls gargoyles, right? Of the, oh, you suddenly have to fight multiple enemies. A fully upgraded nail deals 21. Okay. Also, question. I assume these cultists of his, or these viewers of his, are not afflicted by the infection? Is it because of the flame? Heck, I dodged through that. Mean. Because, like, in the Colosseum, it's pretty clear that they are affected by the affliction, even though they don't have orange eyes. Gosh darn it, let me foreshadow. So I will say, at this point in the game, I'm not super concerned with spoilers, but please don't just, like, tell me what I'm about to discover. For instance, like, don't tell me something I'm about to discover by beating Grim. And if you see someone who is doing that, feel free to just take them out back, and you can delete their message because you shot them. But if it's like backseating, if it is someone telling me what I should be doing in the fight, that is something where at this point in the game, that's totally reasonable because we are in post-game content, right? Normally, I am a bit more against that, but because we're in post-game, because this is like, I already beat the game, the point of this is to see the cool stuff. It's not actually to, like, at least to me, I'm not playing this because, like, oh, I just need to fight Grim. It's because I want to see cool stuff. So if you have advice, feel free to say it. But please no spoilers. You will be executed. With extreme prejudice, I hope you know. But also, I do recognize that in when it comes to Hollow Knight lore, I can't exactly assume I'm just going to be told it directly after the fight, huh? Okay, I think that was second. Heck. Whew. Frick. Sorry, I'm kind of locked in. I know I should be yapping more. Also, all of you are being very kind and explaining the lore, but also at the same time, I'm trying to execute the Grim. Also, I suppose I should probably ask, just because I'm curious, and I will read this after absolutely destroying Grim. Is Radiance the infection, or did Radiance cause the infection? That's something I'm actually still not sure about. Grim is kind of like the Radiance, so they're possessed by Grim instead of the Radiance, the infection of the influence of a higher being Radiance. Can you think of some reason why the Grim Troop would be protected from that? I assume it's the Scarlet Flame. I assume it's because it's like a ritual, they're cults. I had to summon them. I'd suggest trying to make use charms for Soul Collection over Mark of Pride. Actually, that's fair. That's a fair point. Okay, so so Radiance is basically just the infection. Got it. Do I have anything? Take a look at Grimm's eyes when you challenge him next time. I mean, they're red, so I can check. I could do Dream Shield, maybe? Oh, yeah, Soul Catcher. I haven't used Soul Catcher in a while. Because this just gets me more soul, right? Okay, now I'm looking, why does... Okay, now that I'm looking, why do you have Void Soul and missing half the charms? Because this is what I did in the game. I think with Void Soul was the point when chat started being like, hey, do you want hints? And I was like, yes. But I got the Pale Lady's White Fragment. And then basically was told, okay, focus on finding Essence. So we haven't had a break. I was told focus on finding Essence, so I did. And then I found the Pale Palace? Palace of White or whatever, the palace area, and with that, I then found the other half, found Void. Steady Body can help with, yeah. I was thinking of the ground spikes. We have an ad. 2 minutes. Methinks what I'm gonna do. We've been going 6 hours. I'm probably gonna want to wrap up soon. So I'm just gonna beat Grimm. That's what it's gonna be. Aim up when you hit to avoid. Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Okay, once we have like 1 minute left on the ads, or actually, I'll just wait it out. I'll drink some more water. Grimm is a fun fight, though. I'm glad that this is here. So if I weren't up to him, I can just smack next to him. My spells. I want to focus Abyss Shriek, but also the Desolate Dive seems very useful. I do not use nail arts. I'm sorry. I have a mask shard. I have a coiled nail. Use Musketeer. Tram pass. Oh right, I got the tram pass really early. Apparently I got the tram pass super early. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nope, we have 10 seconds remaining on the ad. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, so his eyes are red. Yeah, like someone was saying, like, look at his eyes as if that was surprising, but they're just red. Dang. Ah, frick. Heck. Darn. Drat. Heck. Blast. Did you buy everything? No, I have not bought everything from the store. There's a lot of stuff in this game where, like, for instance, I didn't buy everything from Isolda, or Isolda, whatever her name is. Because I just didn't see a use to them. And then by the time I got the geo that I could spend on it reasonably, I wasn't thinking about that. So there's a fair bit that I could go back and do. I'm not trying to 100% this game, but if there's anything where it's just like, oh yeah, you can definitely do this, yeah, by all means, let me know. Okay. in a better spot healing-wise. Heck, darn, blast, dang. Okay, so I don't have the range without Mark of Pride in order to effectively do the up strat. Oh. Okay. We're starting with this. Nice. Cool. Okay. Whew. Okay, so we are at the halfway point. Oh, frick. Heck. Blast. Heck, I walked into that one. Blast. Okay, I'm just gonna not greedy. I'm just gonna heal. Frick. And I bounced the wrong way. But like those ground spikes is my best chance to heal, right? But it's also my best chance to deal damage to him. But like, here's healing. Heck. Really? I fell on him. Who is Sly? Tell me who Sly is. Should I just spend my 5k Geo now? But like, I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of stuff that I just have not bought because I haven't seen the store owner in a while. What? Do you want me to be fragrant? Sly's dirt mouth? Thank you. Oh, he's the guy I rescued. Yeah. Is it this one? What? Hello? What? What? I always did bank it, and then my bank keeper ran away with all the geo I had banked. So another would join our group. I have a gift for you, warrior. As a shopkeeper, I admit parting with it for free is rather difficult. But for the great nail sage, I must recognize your skill. You have mastered the arts of my remaining... He's the great nailsmith? You shall be the last to receive its like. Wait! Contains the passion, skill, and regrets of the nailmaster. Increases the bearer's mastery of nail arts, allowing them to... Okay, I'm not going to use that, but... Off you go, nailmaster. I have nothing more to give you. Nothing for free, at least. I'll be up briefly and eager to take your geo in exchange for my precious wares. Those refined weapons, the battles of Geo, are much deadlier. Oh my gosh. Because, like, the nailsmiths all reference, like, a master, who I assume just wouldn't feature. It'd be pretty cool if we could see what the Great Nail Sage could do. I kind of expected him to just, like, I have one final trial. You must defeat me in combat. The Great Nail Arts on the altar is his weapon. He wields that. Oh, wow. I might as well buy all this stuff. Mask Shard! Foreshadowing is literally advice, yes. I mean, I might as well buy more charms. Sometimes it would be nice if it was obvious, yeah. Wait. Are those masks on the back? Are those the master nailsmiths? Are those 3 masks on the back wall the 3 guys that teach you the nail arts? Stop buying charms, you're charming enough. I can always be more charming. I've been hearing about the strangers that have come to town. They're strangers indeed from what's been told. What interest does this tired little place hold for them? I think you may know the answer to that. Not my business, of course, but I'd be wary of their deals and promises. Keep your nail half drawn, if you understand me. No, they're just masks. Oh, dang. Here, I thought I was onto something. Let me become a hero. Real quick. Is this what you wanted? That smell is so strong, so viral, but not the odor that calls to me. I crave a different smell. Precious, sensitive, fragile. Okay. I assumed it was the fragile charm. But which one is my question. Ah, that charm, beautiful, most precious thing, little lovely. Will you let me see it? You have to show it to me. Sure. I can always buy another one. Such a little beauty, such a smell, such a smell. Ah. Are you eating it? You swallowed it. Ah, so good, so tasty, a perfect little thing, just for me. Ah. Okay. If you give her a friendship charm, it is gone until you give her enormous amounts of geo. Well, I don't use the fragile charms anyway, so. Like, I used fragile strength when I was doing dream fights, because it won't break, but. Who made my gift? Ah, somewhere below, yes, very good, tasty. I just tried. You don't want to take any gift back. Ugh, so nasty and cruel. Once you truly gift something, it's lost forever. Give them your geo. Okay. Okay. Respectfully, I don't care. So I heard that there was a way to make them unbreakable, right? I just didn't know what that was. Yeah, I finally got the stalwart shell in the gathering swarm. Yeah, I've bred and Zote saved. They've been yapping at each other this whole time. Like, do I need to buy the different markers for anything? Because, like, I don't care about the markers. Go to Bretta's room. Is it her fanfic that you want me to read? I've read her fanfic. Oh! The Grey Prince, heaving heavy breaths, flushed with the exertion of battle, the figure emerged from the well. Triumph was his, and trophy he bore to prove, the fearsome skull of his vanquished opponent. Startling warning he brought to the village, one that rung so true. Their white savior, thought a hero by the bugs, was a vicious beast, and their shrouded Grey Prince was in truth the hero deserved. With honor and humility, he recounted his quest below, his epic journey of one purpose, to find her, to protect her, his grey maiden, his partner in darkness. Another descend. Oh my gosh. Ain't no way. So the mighty. I'm gonna be, I will say this is not the Eternal Ordeal, but it is Zote content. I am going to continue with Grim first. I'm gonna keep at Grim first, just because I want to stay locked in. You got replaced? Yeah, she was so obsessed with us, and then she heard Zote and, like, immediately jumped ship, which, like, valid. With all due respect, I don't care about you, Bretta. If you want to be obsessed with a man who's going to treat you wrong, I'm not going to sit here and save you from your own poor decisions. But I am going to, like, laugh at you. Dang. Crud. Drat. Hat. Blast. I keep missing. This is not ideal. Okay. Wait, I got him? I think. Heck. Darn. She jumped ship into the Zote boat. Listen, Zote the goat, get in his boat. He is prime. He's primo Bugino. Like, with all due respect, I don't care. I don't care about her. I also have not interacted with Zote enough to care about Zote. Grim, on the other hand, we have a child together. We have an emotional connection that goes beyond the physical, because that's what having a child together does, right? It just instantly you care about each other. Ooh, Abyss Shriek, full just on his face. Up. Eep. Yeah, just a full-on Abyss Shriek that hits multiple times because Abyss Shriek is goated. We do love that. Heck. Question. Do bosses in this game have, like, I mean, not just health levels, but also, do they have... Could I like one-shot a boss if I dealt like 999 damage? Or is it they max out at, they can only ever take down to 75%, and then they have a scripted transition stun phase, and then after that they can take another 25%? Like, do you know what I'm asking? Does that question make sense? Because a lot of games have one or the other, and I don't know. Depends on the boss. Okay. Because up until now, I think it's mostly been a like, if you are blast. I think it's mostly been a, if you are like dealing enough damage to get them past their stun threshold. I don't actually know if it carries over. I don't know if there's like a damage gate, which makes me hesitant to just like spam Abyss Shriek. It's like a Lancer health bar. Okay, so it does go through. It's just you're not likely to do anything substantial. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Right. I do appreciate different levels of health that have different phases of the boss fight, and I think that can. I mean, I think that it's less fun when it is locked behind. You can only ever deal 25% at a time. I think it helps with the flow of the fight if it's basically leaned in the direction that you can only ever do 25% at a time, because that's when like the pause in the fight happens. But I personally prefer when you have the ability to, I had a really good hit in and I dealt 50% of your health and damage. We gotta heal. The stuns aren't triggered by damage, but number of hits. Oh. That doesn't seem to track with the idea that it's like 25% of their health, though. Oh. Oh, it was red. It was red infection. So the Scarlet Flame really is like in... See? This is why I'm not mad about him killing me. Bravo, my friend. Hear how the crowd adores you. They've not seen such a show in a long time. Oh, my baby. Look here how our child has grown, nourished and strengthened by the heat of our passionate dance. The two of you will feature in many tragedies and triumphs together, I'm sure. And so our great ritual nears its end. Will you continue to harvest the flame, even though now you surely see the path it illuminates for us? Our scarlet eyes will watch you keenly, friend. So, it's not just that he has red eyes, it's also that he has, like, red infection. Go out into the kingdom, harvest the last lingering embers of this kingdom, then return to me and we will complete our dance. Ayo? Phase 2? Charm Knot. Oh, Pog. To quote BBEG, good. Oh, why was this locked? Hollow looks very polite. Hello, Neko. Hey, Feifei.
Yummers.
Always a pleasure to see you coming by. I think it's funnier if you can somehow one-shot a boss. That is very funny. Oh. What a horrifying face. Worn by those who take part in the Grim ritual. Gosh. The stuns are completely separate from phase changes. Grim goes pufferfish whenever he loses 25%. Oh! Got it. There. There. And there. Oh! It's 4? Is there more? Okay, so... oh, gosh. I suggest you start with the one in Deep Nest. I mean, it's right by a stag, so... okay, if you want something to leave a cliffhanger for you to stop playing on, that's what I was thinking, is that now would be a great time to stop, and we could finish this next week. Because... I have... these 4, I have level 3 of the arena, and I don't know what else. Right? So I'm at 87%. I'm closing in on 100. No, stop after the Deepness Flame because it's something you need to think on. It's a... okay. Oh, awesome. That's not ominous. Oh my gosh, and then there's also the Zote thing that I could do. Do I do the Zote thing first? Like what are we feeling? Do I do the Zote thing before I do the... what's it called? Before I do the flames? Oh, I can do the breeding build. Zote thing is a boss fight? Oh, I mean, I assumed it was a boss fight. I'm just gonna go to Deep Nest. Why do I want the Defender Crest? Why do I want the Defender Crest? I'm missing one of the Summoner Charms? The breeding build is cursed? Listen, it's what it is. Go, my children. What summon can I get? The what? You heard me, Neko. Does it actually buff it? My children were stolen from me. There's a spider summon? Oh, I have a question. Remember Ko the Face Stealer? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? In the very bottom left of Deep Nest, like, do you see in the very bottom, beneath the village? Yeah, Midwife? Ko the Face Stealer? Is there anything there? They just tried to, like, steal my face and then dipped. There's a... yeah, okay. No, not really? Okay. Just tells you lore? Okay. I figured I would check. I like keeping the spells up, so I could do Defender Crest and... I don't know, like, Grub Song? How does it buff it? Like, genuine question. How does Defender Crest buff it? She was Hair's Midknife when... oh, yeah, so... oh? Are they... what are they? Re-equip the womb? I assume that now that we're in a different area. Distant village, right? Ew. Is that actually what they are? That's nasty. They explode now? Oh, and I lost them anyway. I forgot about this. Oof, I don't like water. Okay, so I fell down too far. Gosh darn it. Now I have to climb all the way back up. Gosh darn it. Luckily I could... Oh my gosh. Just the distant sound of explosions. Why I hate water? Water loves me. I get anxious when there is bodies of water that I am exposed in because I have thalassophobia. And so there's a couple sections of this game where you're in water, particularly brackish water, and I'm like, eep. The flame is inside one of the buildings? Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, there's multiple buildings. What? They... Spider, many-legged creature, evil tree. No, Vet, not again. Not again with the absolute mind break. Go, my children. Destroy them. Annihilate them. Ow. My children were not annihilating them fast enough. Heck! Frick. Darn. Drat. Getting over it with Grimchild. Sit on a bench and let them rest. No, they do look cute. That's what I was doing before. They're very cute. Although I'm probably going to unequip the Defender crest because I think that it's nasty on multiple levels. Is this a building? It is. Hello? You came. A red flame I've gathered from this dead kingdom. You would claim it for our master, for his final act. The ritual plays itself out once more. We are like the notes in an old song. You and me, Endless, repeating songs of sacrifice, of servitude, for the ritual, for the troop, for the master. Even this child was born into invisible chains. But we serve, thus it has ever been, yes. Take the flame then, that is why you came here. Oh, I don't have to fight him. Neato. It is done, and yet, it is not merely by fortune that we meet here in the darkest, furthest reaches of the world, where my master's scarlet eyes cannot see us. A song that never ends is no song at all. You take part in the ritual, yet I sense you truly have no master. Is it so? Perhaps together we can banish that livid flame and let the dead kingdom rest in peace. Broom the betrayer. If you wish to silence in the song, meet me where it began. But if you return to the master and complete the ritual, as long as you do it without regret, I shall bear you no hatred. Does she know working with Broom kills your child and gets rid of boss fight? Yes, we are merely vessels for the flame, but were we always empty? I was. I don't know about you, dog. Are you gonna be gone? Oh, he's gone. I wanted to see if there was more dialogue that I missed. I mean, I'll probably just meet with Broom. And I will also say there's been a bit heavy on the spoilers, on telling me what's going to happen and saying like, hey, just so you know, try not to tell me exactly what's going to happen. If I ask you, feel free to tell me, but don't offer it without questioning. Yeah, I can choose to perpetuate the ritual or I can choose to end it. And I'm assuming that it's like kill the child, begone the Scarlet Flame. And the ritual, I still don't know what the ritual is my issue. I still don't know what the deal with the ritual is. I'm assuming the ritual is... The ritual... Like, when I killed Grim, he had the exact same reaction of when you kill someone that's infected. Except it was red instead of orange. So I'm assuming the red is just another infection. If the orange is part of Radiance, Radiance is a higher being. Radiance is bringing this forth. There's nothing to say that, and particularly Radiance was like the moth god or the moth leader prior to the Pale King arising. There's nothing to indicate that there can't just be another higher being with another infection of a different type. And that's what Grim is affected by. So I'm just saying because my brother didn't figure it out and got super mad about missing out. Yeah, I'm not really the sort to get upset over missing out, but I appreciate you looking out for me. Generally, though, I think it's something where like I might ask you like, "Hey, what's the A, what's the B?" and then you can tell me. But at least for now, I think I'll probably just go with Broom. They're basically an invasive species. Yeah, that'll check out. I think I'm gonna go with Broom, which, unless I'm mistaken, the way I unlocked it was when in the Howling Cliffs. And I think it's at that bottom area. So let's do that real quick, because like I'm not gonna put too much thought to it. I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna stress myself. Stag nest. Also, if you want to banish the trope, make a separate save because it's irreversible. I think I'll just take it on the chin. And if I really want to see someone like fight Super Grim or something, then I'll just look it up online.
Yummers.
If I want to go with Broom, would I like to know what the ritual is about? So, yeah. So this is a perfect instance of like, because I'm going with Broom, feel free to just tell me what happens in the ritual. Because I'm not going to see it. I think it's just keep going left and then down, right? Because it was behind a secret door that I had to have pointed out to me. Is it right here? That doesn't seem right. Joni's reposed. Well, actually, since I'm here, can I talk to the nailsmith about his brother? Heck, darn, drat, dang. Because like the nailsmith, frick. You can, but it isn't here. Sure? It's Joni's repose. It's lower? Oh. Because I remember that the guy at the far reaches or whatever, the bottom right nailsmith, was just like, hey, I feel bad about this. Sorry, brother. I hope that you'll forgive me from like atop your mountaintop. And I just haven't had a reason to come back here. Our beings, placid plates stretch never ending. There is no world beyond. Those foolish enough to traverse the void must pay the toll. So this is the Scarlet. Hello. So you followed me here to where the ritual began. You would join me in breaking it then? It's painful to defy the master, but our harvest, it profanes this dark, quiet kingdom. This once, I would see the ritual fail. Now, let us destroy the anchor and banish the master. Never shall he return here again. Am I waiting on something? All 5 of my children are just staring at you, bro. Master, are even you a slave? If so, let our chains be broken together. How? Oh! I didn't realize. I tried jumping and hitting the one above it. I didn't realize I could hit the brazier on the floor. Oh, goodbye, Grimchild. Banish the Grim Troop from Hallownest. And I no longer have a baby. Rip Flame 2017 to 2025. Not here, is it? All right, this is what I activated to like find the thing in the first place. I'm sorry I didn't help out, bro. Bro seemed struggling, but I didn't know that was my responsibility. Oh, the Nailmaster's place is lower? I thought it was Joni's repose. Baby vanquished. Prey slaughtered. To the left? Oh, wait, I see it now. Yeah, I see it on the map. I think. Is it? Yeah. Is the Joni charm? Wait, which Joni charm? Because there's been a couple. Oh, Joni's blessing. Right. Right. I don't know where the nailsmith is. I love Joni. She a kid that sells drugs. I don't think you should love that. Although, to be fair, I do love my children that flee into battle and cause mayhem on my behalf. So maybe, like, I'm also the problem. Shiite? Yeah, Shiite. Okay. Whew. You said go back to Dirtmouth, right? If I just exit the game and reload, then I'll come back to Dirtmouth. I don't have to walk all the way there. Yawn. So I did Grim. I did Path of Pain. I haven't done Pantheons. I haven't done Zote. I haven't finished Coliseum. I'm going to quit the menu. Because respectively, I don't want to take the walk back. Like, I normally would. I'm normally all about that. I'm good. Well, no, so... Oh! Hello? Ah, hello. I'm new around these parts, so it's marvelous to see a friendly face in such a town. The old bug over there was very welcoming, but I still find the place a little melancholy with the wind and the darkness and the sense of decline. I was hoping my music could soothe away, could go some way to livening up the place. And now you've arrived with that wonderful, charming aura about you. The whole town feels brighter for it. Before you hurry about your business, I have a small gift to commemorate a wonderful new friendship. No use for it myself, but I believe it'll look rather fancy upon you. Please enjoy it, and let us see much more of each other about town. Carefree Melody. Token commemorating the start of a friendship. Contains a song of protection that may defend the bearer from damage. I'm honestly not sure what happens to Pantheon when you skip Mega Grim. Interesting. Why did I choose to travel here, and how far I must have come to forget the origin entirely? Okay, so let's... Do we get a child? Or is just like the music different? Okay, the Grim Troop is gone, but... Oh, I get Fragile Strength back. Sure, because she didn't need it. Elderbug comments on him. I've not talked to the Elder in so long. Probably... Okay, so he's talking important plot stuff first. I heard a peer cry from the well. It echoed about in my mind and left me all daze. I said it was a foul beast death, but this cry sounded different. Divine? Has something happened, little traveler? No, don't tell me. If foul events are brewing, it's better I don't know. Aha, good riddance. That creepy carnival has vanished and town's returned to its former self. Nice and quiet as I like it. We've gained a new addition to the square. I found the fellow just outside of town. Seemed a little confused at first. Couldn't speak from far away, though he's hazy on the details. Whatever is past, he's a rather good musician, and this town spent far too long listening only to the wind. Thanks to him, we've gained a new tune and some new company. That lovely young lass has returned to us. I must admit, I'd placed thin odds on her survival. Seems to think very highly of her rescuer, some sort of dashing warrior type. Barely stopped gushing since she got back. The warrior must have passed down below while I was taking my nap. Such a shame. I'd have loved to meet so impressive a bug. We call that dramatic irony. To the best of my knowledge, the red fire isn't an infection, it's a manifestation of the nightmare heart. It's a higher being and very similar to the Radiance. It presumably created the Grimkin. Grim is a vessel containing the nightmare heart, but unlike the Hollow Knight, he is not made to last. He burns out over time and needs to be replaced by a new Grimchild. That's what the ritual is for. Got it. But the core principle of the same is, it's not an infection in the same way that the infection is an infection. It's a infection in the same way that it is the representation of a higher being. Also, Smelly Feet Lover 18, welcome on in. Instead of dream, their nightmare.
Madaula Misu.
Yeah, Elder Bug. Quiet yourself. Okay, so what are we doing? Zote? That's sure a name. That is one of the names of all time. I'm dumb. There is a nail master. Right to the stag nest. If you, that's what I was saying. There's a nail master up in the Howling Cliffs. That's what I was talking. There are 3 nail masters. You goof. You silly. You silly. Actually, well. Woo, I just realized. She has a new portrait of Zoe. That's so silly. That's very silly. I was saying that there's one up there, and you're like, oh, no. I'm going to go... You tell me if I can even talk to them about their sibling. Because I don't want to make the trek just for nothing. Because this is a dream realm. Well, actually, I have a spell build. Yeah, I'm not even going to go Fragile Strength. I'm just gonna go for it. You can talk to them about their siblings and the Great Nail Set. Oh, Pog. I definitely want to do that. Why am I in a bed? I feel in danger. Oh. Terrifying, beautiful, powerful, gray Prince Zote. Wait, this isn't... That's not as many adjectives as B. Wait, you have little babies too! Oh my gosh! Wait, this is so silly. Wait, he has the exact same moves. Oh. I don't know how I feel. Oh, I just have occasional damage immunity. Frick. Oh, I got saved like twice. Be prepared. You are not prepared. I don't know. I think I was not prepared. I was not prepared for what feels like an intrusion on a private dream. This is quite the circumstance to find myself in. Can I just kill her? Terrifying, beautiful, powerful, Grey Prince Zote! Ow, heck. Blast. Also, does she see him as like a protector, as like a servant? Generally, you don't see someone as both, but hey, maybe she might be transgressive. Oh, dang, I missed. Oh, I missed. Ow, heck. Oh man, that song is protecting me much more than it has any right to. I have now been twice now. I should have died and the song protected me. Carefree Melody has about 20%. 20% chance? If you want to try to beat the Pantheons, you might want to defeat Grey Prince Zote later. A Dream Warrior manifests when they have a great spirit and will. That is fair. So, Ludo, are you saying I might want to defeat Grey Prince Zote later because stuff changes the more Pantheons I do? Yeah, Bretta alone manifested him from friction. That is insane. Because, like, I don't have a plan for next week. So next week could be the Pantheons and then Zote, if we want. So if this is something where, like, this changes based on what Pantheons I do, I could do that next week. And or sometime in the future. Because, like, Hollow Knight's a game where I have a little bit of stuff left. Defeating him makes them significantly harder. I got this. I got this. Don't worry about it. All's well. Although I do need to wrap up soon anyway. It has been 7 hours, and generally, I want to be... Like, I started an hour late anyway. So... I need to wrap up soon. Oh my gosh. It feels like a 20%. I don't know if it actually literally... Oh, I missed. I don't know if it literally actually is a 20%, but it feels like a 20%. And that's a good thing. Like that, I feel like I am taking too many hits and just ignoring them. Oh, like that. He's so silly. Even in her dreams, he's silly. Yeah, so even if it makes the Pantheons harder, I got this. The chance increases each time you do get hit up to 20%. Got it. So that's what... I like that. So it starts at like 1% and then it increases to 3% and then 7% and then 12% and then 15% and then 20% kind of deal. This is so funny. Like, I can't say I was expecting this. Really, in any capacity. But also, particularly as the dream fight from Lady Fanfic. Oh my god. And he flails when he's stunned. He's so silly. He's also so pathetic, like... Okay, unironically, that move I'm really struggling with. He clears the entire way. Like, he clears the entire field by just sprinting. Resets on mitigation, I assumed. I assumed it was like, it increases and then it goes away, and then it increases again and then it goes away. I need to pogo above him. I keep forgetting I can pogo. Oh, those are sparkles on the paintings. I thought those were like crosses, and I'm like, I didn't realize that he had Christian imagery. Right. Oh. Ow, heck. Heck. The little Zotes are upon me. Frick. Heck. Oh my gosh. Like, he can't help being pathetic even in fiction. That's supposed to glaze the heck out of him, which is so silly to me. Also, girl, how did you have the time, presumably, to like carve out this basement and then also build a shrine of him? The Zotlings got hands. Listen, these Zotlings, these little Zotes, they're much more intimidating than he is. Although I would find it so funny if all of the guys on the back just started like hopping off and attacking me. And that was part of the gimmick of the fight, is like, remember that one fight where there's like a bunch of the armored dudes? You know the one fight where there's like a ton of the armored guys and they all like just one at a time start spawning? Heck. Like imagine that, but it's all Zotes. Heck. Oh, I can't even heal because stupid. Frick. This man is a father, a husband, a protector, and a God-fearing bug. Listen, he is a beer-blooded, God-drinking, red-fearing American. And he's gonna just fire his 12 gauge into the air to the sound of a bald eagle and the distant screeching of, I don't know, oil? What else is American? Fireworks? Fireworks were illegal in most of the US for the longest time. But like, it amuses me that something so deeply tied to 4th of July, so like super American, was just straight up not legal for so long. At least where I lived. Heck. I missed. No! Flee! Most fighter jets. Eep! Okay. Okay, with all due respect, I think this might be the best charm in the game. There have been so many times where like, for sure 100% I was supposed to die, and then I just didn't. You know, I was wondering, hey, why don't I have that much soul? And then I realized that I was busy breeding. Beer-blooded is good. Would be funny if there's a room that just infinitely spawns Zotes. USS. USS? US. Oil pile and fire guns. US. This is the hardest fight in the game for me. I cannot read his tells. Clearly, you don't own an air fryer. Do you hear these screams? This is gonna be Zote in about 5 minutes. I just needed to set the scene, and the scene is arson. I also do genuinely believe I probably shouldn't be doing the breeder build, as this is just getting in the way of my soul. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Zoda's a conservative? No! We're not assigning American politics to Hollow Knight. If we did, I think Hornet would have some very problematic views. I don't know why, she just strikes me as a very, like, staunch libertarian. I use a rice cooker. Rice cookers are so pog. I love rice cookers. I got my roommate a rice cooker, and then we proceed to make rice cooker rice all the time. Now I can fix her. She is a bug, my friend. Oh, I forgot the screen was on fire. I'm not gonna lie, I heard distant screaming and just kind of got desensitized. I haven't even gotten past the first boss in Hollow Knight. Hornet would definitely be an anarchist. I don't know. She kind of strikes me that she just wants to like be left alone and do her own thing, which is very libertarian. I have an unironic pitch for Hollow Knight game where with a transgender Zote as the protag. Hit me. Hit me with that pitch. You can't just say that and not hit me with it. Gosh, might go check out those pantheons first. It has been 7 hours. Goodness gracious. The distant screaming was very thematic for talking about applying politics to bugs. Yeah. I'd like to remind you that All Night is technically in the 3rd dimension. You just don't notice it. She is a child of royal blood of the greatest kingdom in the world and a savage tribe of spiders. Okay, first off, savage is a very strong word to choose there. They are a people group, or a bug group, I suppose, an insect group, that is separate from the other cultures that happen to be more inclined to violence. Do you go and call the mantises? Do you call the mantises savages? Or is it because they showed you honor that you treat them different? She can fix me? Okay, that's... Do you require someone to fix you who their vocabulary is constrained to just exertion noises? And they carry around a big needle that they stab people with? Yes, I do. I am psychologically broken. The Weavers are probably the most technologically advanced culture in the setting. Who made the trams? Because, like, the most technologically advanced area seems to be the waterways, I would say. Right? The waterways and around the City of Tears strikes me as the most technologically advanced area. Pale King did the trams. Oh, I made those. I got bored, so I made some trams. Ah, the trams make the trams. Got it. Should I go back and, like, talk to the hunter? Is that something I should do? Like, is that something that would give me something? I would like to still... I would like still the base Hollow Knight game. Gosh. Oh, one note I need to do. There is a little creature over in the Crystal Peak who is singing and humming and mining against the walls. And I was told after I fight one of the drifters, Dreamer. After I fight one of the dreamers, I should go talk to her again. I assume because she got infected and it's going to be all sad and stuff. But I have not been over there in probably 40 hours or 20 hours. I should visit Mila. She's cute. Once you finish the Hunter's Journal, something does happen. I don't want to finish the Hunter's Journal. Do I? Like, oh, Grim. So I've encountered 139 of 152, and I've completed 106 of 152. Like, I don't... Like, defeat 2 more. Defeat 4 more. So I have some Deep Nest, I have some Hive, I have some Infected Crossroads, I have some Crystal... Like, I don't want to go around just grinding, I'm not gonna lie. That does not interest me. Let's turn this into a completion run? No. It is a pretty lengthy process and doesn't give anything besides completion. You don't have to. Yeah, I'm not a completionist. Like Rory is a completionist. That just doesn't appeal to me. So I'm interested in doing stuff like... I'm interested in seeing interesting I'm interested in seeing interesting beats, right? But I don't really care about too much. Like, for instance, I could go back over to the City of Tears and I could sell the remainder of my lore items. I guess what I'm wondering is of the pantheons, which are in the Royal Waterways, you said? Where in the Royal Waterways? Honestly, me neither. I've only come close to completing one game and I already gave up on it. There's a game that... I think I 100%'d Zero Escape. Not because it's just so easy to, right? Like, it is a narrative experience. It's basically just a series of like a visual novel. So I 100%ed those. Did I? I don't think I 100%. I didn't 100% Pyre, which is my favorite game, but I've played it multiple times. There's also Salubra's Blessing. After you get all charms, it's hidden. So in the waterways, where is the Pantheon? Because I suppose that's like the next best thing to do. Hidden in the area of the maggots. Gosh. So what do I even do? Like, do we just stagway into King's Station? I guess. Stagway into King's Station, run along left, go down in the Royal Waterways, head over to the maggot area. What? Okay, so question. What is the Pantheon? I actually don't know what the Pantheon is. Do you want the answer? I mean, like in broad terms, like, is it platforming? Is it combat? Is it a gauntlet? Is it a boss rush? Like, does it have plot stuff? Like, what's like the one sentence summary of it? Because I don't know anything about it. Boss rush with new bosses as well. I think that's something I do another day. I think that is something that I don't start now. I don't go to now. I think that is kind of like how I took a couple weeks off of Hollow Knight. I played Dispatch. I did some other stuff. And then I picked this back up to do Path of Pain. Now I have another thing that, like, in January I can pick back up to do Pantheon, right? There's also Zote's Eternal Ordeal, most important part. I think this is something where we keep it on the list. I think this is something where we keep it in mind. But I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to wait on it, probably sometime in January. Next week on Saturday, I might do a yapping stream. I might have a no frills yapping stream. Which I do on Wednesdays as well, but that's on YouTube. I haven't had just a yapping stream on Twitch in a while because I kind of scratched that itch, so to speak, on YouTube. Or I could start another series. I could start a new game on Saturday. All figured out by Sunday tonight. A rare Twitch yap? Yeah, but I don't know what I'd do with that. Persona? Okay, so I've been playing Persona on my off time. I've been playing Persona 5 by myself, and I've been letting my buddy know, Rory, what's been going on in it because he's been playing it too. I just beat the first palace of Persona 5. We could do Can Homebrew. We could, but I don't want... See, I feel like the YouTube audience is slightly different than the Twitch audience, so I've avoided talking TTRPG stuff on Twitch. So, what I could do, I could hop... Like, I could start streaming Persona after having done the first palace, which... The first palace, as far as I'm aware, has the most shocking premise. So it might not be that bad an idea to have, like, skipped over the first palace streaming, and then for the rest of the game, I play it normally. Because I'm only, like, 20 hours in, which is a crazy thing to say, but for a JRPG, that's not that crazy. I'm going to wrap up today. If you are not on the Discord, feel free to swing by, because on the Discord, that is where we can talk stuff like what we're going to do next week. Also, over on YouTube, that is where I make most of my content. But for now, I need to figure out who I'm going to raid into. Honestly, you're someone I know. I have not raided into Raven yet. So I'm going to raid into Raven. Raid message is going to be Arrow Raid, Pog, as it is traditionally. Raven's very sweet. They're playing Valheim right now, so I don't know them super well, but I've hopped in call with them before. They seem nice, and Valheim is one of those games that you could just get up to nonsense with. Be on the lookout for next week is going to be weird because that is going to be Christmas. My birthday is upcoming. There's the holiday season, so stream schedule might be shifted around a bit, and I might do something weird and wacky, and like I might try to do like a 12-hour stream or something. So enjoy. Thank you. I did path through much pain. Enjoy your day, your night, your evening. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.